What's up, everybody, and welcome to the 87th episode of the SoKast. Our first guest is the wandering tourist, Torres.
Sick Parvis manga.
Up next, we have Flame Calls, Husbando, Nipple.
Whoa.
Nipple.
Nipple.
Don't ever call me that again.
That's pretty good.
Up next, we have Mr. Mashy Tatoes, Fazzy.
I hate all of you.
Pretty
And then
straightforward.
we
That was
have-
pretty straightforward.
Then we have Mr. Pickle Master 102.
It's high noon.
And we have Mr. Spaghetti.
Who's not here?
Pascal.
Who's Mr. Spaghetti? Oh, yeah. Mr. Spaghetti went to go deliver a ladder to his brother. Right? Right? Isn't that like the most fucking country thing you've ever heard?
The country. thing,
Yeah. I didn't want to call him a redneck on the air, but all right.
And we have the faggot who was just talking, Mr. Faggy Boy, Fred Fucks.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's absolutely slander. This is ridiculous. Why would you do this to me? I thought we were friends, man.
I thought so too.
Fuck
And
you.
then
What the hell was that?
Fuck you.
and then we have Mr. Scorpion King, Kaz.
I don't even know what's going on anymore.
That's because you got bit by a scorpion.
They don't bite. They sting.
Yeah. Actually, I
Same
think they can
difference.
bite.
In Brazil, they bite
Sure they
too.
can bite.
It's a double
Yeah,
whammy.
they bite.
Yeah, they bite
They
and
bite?
sting. Yeah, they bite, they fight. They're street sharks.
And we have our honored guest, Hazz3r.
Hashtag veil troll.
And Beechey.
Ooh.
Hey.
And you have me, the faggot.
I just want to say that Beechy intro was fantastic, Beechy. That's some good
Thanks,
stuff,
man.
man. That's good.
Thanks,
So all right, so I'd say top 5 intros ever. Thank you, Mr. Leo King, for that, and welcome everyone to the 85 episodes of the Sons of Kojima podcast, the SoKast for short. And we've got a good one for you guys here tonight. There's I don't know, is there any news off the top? Loophole, are you getting closer towards your video, the Leanna appreciation? Fazzy, are you getting
It
closer
is.
to the potatoes? What's going on here tonight?
It is a month and a week away. But now they mentioned the potatoes. This motherfucker said he was going to do the 10 pounds of mashed potatoes today.
Mm-hmm.
Today.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how that's going to happen.
All right. Listen,
Uh-huh.
I do have to. I did end up buying a 10-pound bag of potatoes.
Okay.
The only issue here is the fact that I have to fucking peel them all.
Oh.
I'm fucking.
Oh.
And since I'm lazy as fuck, I'm debating on either doing it next week on the podcast or sometime earlier than Thursday next week.
Dude,
But
you know
the
what you-
point is, it's going to happen. It's
Dude.
definitely going to happen, and I'm definitely
week.
going to end up dead.
The
So
next-
you should have
within the
bought
next week.
you should have bought the potatoes pre-mashed. Like they already sell mashed potatoes.
Yeah, I know, but that's
You
what I
gotta
got.
peel 'em.
So you're gonna peel them and mash them yourself.
Yep, that's the plan.
Now here's the
Are you
problem
gonna
though.
Are you gonna put anything on the potatoes? Like mashed,
Butter.
like
some
gravy
butter
or
and
salt.
something?
That's it.
Some law
Butter
butter.
and salt.
You're gonna have
Yeah,
tons
all
of law
butter.
butter and tons of salt when you don't complete that
Why
challenge.
would you not put gravy on it?
I fucking hate gravy. We've been over this.
You're
What's
gonna get
wrong with
so
you?
repetitive, you're gonna die. You're not gonna eat
Nah.
that.
It's gonna be
Repetitive.
repetitive.
the fuck?
Yeah. So all right. So for our 2 guests here, our esteemed guests, which we're gonna continue to fuck around for a couple minutes, so don't feel out of place here. But Fazzy here. So we're watching this competitive eater, Matt Stoney, and he's just eating a bunch of shit. And we noticed that he ate 10 pounds of mashed potatoes, to which Fazzy says, oh, I could do that, no problem. I could eat fucking 50. He actually was going to eat 15. Stoney ate 15. He was going to eat 15. He then whittled his way down to 10, and we've been sort of trying to get this challenge done for the past month or so, and now we're trying to get the details ironed out. One thing that I'm gonna throw the challenge flag on is, if you have 10 pounds of potatoes and you peel them, it's no longer 10 pounds. It's not going to be 10 pounds of mashed potatoes if you peel 10 pounds of potatoes.
Fine, I'll get another 5-pound bag and then take a couple of potatoes from there, and then it'll be 10 pounds.
All right. So that's what we need. We need 10 pounds weighed of the mashed potatoes.
All right.
You know what I mean?
It's fine with me.
All right. Because I don't know if there's some scientific explanation, but perhaps mashing them alters their weight, you know?
I would think it's just, getting the skin off of them that alters the weight.
Well, soon you're going to be peeling away after eating those mashed potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, my death was inevitable, so...
This whole challenge has gotten much more appealing, wouldn't you say, Fazzy?
Oh, fuck you.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, speaking of appealing, Lipple, I'm telling you, man, this video has very much tantalized us and the crowd here. I wish you the best of luck, man.
Well, I got a question. If Fazzy dies, who's gonna replace him?
Fuck them.
Oh shit! All right, there's that. All right.
Well, I mean, I'm okay with this outcome.
All right. So fucking around, we fucked around enough. Our two guests here. It's probably midnight right now, so we don't want to keep them up all night. We've got former administrators, King Hate Forums, and current, all around good guys, I'd say. Not to, blow smoke, but we've got Hazz3r and we've got Beechey. And, we wanted to talk to you guys. Obviously, Hazz3r has sort of popped up on people's radars for his latest antics. And I figured, why not reach out to Mr. Beechey and try to get the gruesome twosome together, the dynamic duo. So let's just start off. For people that may not be familiar with you guys came on episode 6, which is almost 2 years ago, right? Like 80 weeks ago. So
we're old.
For people that are not aware of you guys, don't remember you guys, for new people, maybe just give like a brief sort of how you got here, who you are, what you did kind of deal. We'll start with Mr. Hazz3r.
Okay, so yeah, I was a very overconfident university student about 3 years ago. Decided to try my hand at adminning that website. I probably shouldn't have done it in hindsight. But yeah, that happened, and I did that for a bit because I was a fan and stuff. And then, yeah, I got older and more critical of things, and then I realized that the dude was flawed, and I voiced that. And then, yeah, he then decided he wanted to change how he acted on his website, even though he didn't do the technical side of maintaining the website, and he asked for other people to do it for free. And we were like, no. So then we left. And yeah, and then I kind of life caught with me. So I finished adminning, and just recently I found myself having more time. And so I went back just kind of hang around. And I then found out that, not allowed opinions anymore. So I'm kind of here now.
So real quick, before we get to Beechey's intro, you mentioned something that sort of struck me, and I don't know if I was aware of this. You mentioned something about he wanted you guys to continue for free or something like that. Did I mishear you? Like, what was that about?
Like, all I mean by that is, like, I find the whole situation about how he had a lot of demands of the staff on the forum when none of us were paid to do any of it. We gave our own free time and stuff like that, that it wasn't very fair of him to make such demands that we were so vocally saying, we don't like this.
Gotcha. Okay, that's why it just sort of caught my ear, and I was like, oh, okay.
In fact,
that's interesting.
I'll quickly wind this up. Sorry. If you remember, I actually paid some.
Oh yeah, of course. Because we spent like an entire Skype call from like 1 a.m. till like, we pretty much never put that phone down. Like one night, I think it was from like 1 a.m. to like, I don't know, maybe 5 was spent like just on the phone to GoDaddy, like, please fix our website server, thank you very much. And
It was
like that cost you like 200 quid.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gone. That's not mine anymore.
All right.
That's good.
So we'll get to Mr. Beechey. Like I said, same thing. Episode 6 came on with Mod Madness, former administrator. But if you would please, just kind of give people a refresher for people that might not have been here back then.
I was a mod since I think like 2 weeks after his website started. So I don't know when that was. I think it was 2010. I was quite active for that entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the other admin that used to run it left, and because they had a disagreement with Phil as well, they left, and I took over, and I brought Hazz3r on because I don't want to be on my own. And Hazz3r I think knew more about server-side stuff than I did because I wasn't even a student at that point. I was still in high school, and so we did the adminning for a bit. But by the time I was an admin, I wasn't watching Phil anymore anyway. I was just basically staying for the experience of server-side administration and for the people who were on the forum at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they're there anymore because they're not, but yeah, we had disagreements and that was well documented, I think, and we all left, and it was quite big news at the time. I think that was something. There was a lot of hentai on that forum at that time.
I mean, it was a huge shakeup, right? I mean, we were here live. This sort of all played out on the air.
I think I was asleep at this point.
Were you? I think I stayed on like 2 hours
because you rang me. You rang me at like 3 a.m. and like left me a voicemail saying, yeah, so the forum's gone to shit.
Yeah.
You're our only hope. Like, please come back and wake up, you lazy sod.
Yeah. I think it's the only time I've rang you, and I was like, at that point, I was like, I don't know what to do. Yeah, and because he de-admined me, Phil had, and there was still one other person. I think it was TheAireaidLord actually who did it. It was TheAireaidLord who basically banned Phil, and because he'd already de-adminned all of us and demodded us, we couldn't fix anything, and so it all went bad. And I don't know how long the website stayed up for, but afterwards, after it all calmed down, I went back and fixed it. His forum and website, and I don't remember him thanking me, but yeah, I spent like a whole day fixing it, and then that was that. That was interesting. And then I left, and now I'm here after 2 years.
I think that's a good place to pick up because, we left off with you guys, episode 6, and the forums basically burned onto the ground and stuff like that. And now, if you notice in the Skype chat, I linked a thread, and this is just something I sort of noticed a while back, and I've been meaning to sort of get your guys' take on this, because I know you posted a lot about it, but maybe, it's better to, kind of talk it out in voice and interact with it a little bit more. But I kind of wanted to give you guys an opportunity to just sort of like clear the air and stuff like that, because like you were sort of talking about just briefly, on the forums, there's a different narrative, right? The narrative is like, I'm reading like this KG post, who I'm sure that you guys are huge fans of his angle of it, but
love KG, man.
Yeah,
love him. He's my favorite human.
Well, real quick, did you guys know that he's actually moving on from the community, and he claims that he's done with the forums and Phil's fan base? He's moving on.
Really?
That's what he claims.
Wow.
I'm quite impressed with him. I feel like he's maturing as a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
He's coming out of his shell a bit.
Maybe he's gonna go and live in Japan permanently.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he does Japan, doesn't he? Bless him. Yeah, I'm not a fan, to be honest, of him. I don't particularly care what he does as long as he doesn't talk or exist or anything.
Damn, Jesus.
So basically what everyone else thinks.
Yeah, I think there's been more than one time when because obviously every time someone brings up the forum and everyone starts slating us, I pop on and say my bit and then leave.
That's why I first went on in the link that I remember that forum thread, because it was the first thread that I kind of
I did a big post. I don't
went
remember
on to, because I knew that you were talking about it, because I don't know how I found out about it, but I just came on, I was like, yeah, I kind of use this name semi-professionally on a YouTube channel and stuff. What you're saying is slander. Please stop. Thank you. So, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
My username is my surname, so I think I'm in a worse position than you are. Yeah, it's something.
So when you read this, right, Kate, so basically the thread starts off, someone just asks, like, what happened to the old forum? This is back February of 2015. And KG, like, right on top of it, you know? He claims here, oh, there was just trolls, drama between the modding staff, but then, you know, he sort of goes to, you know, slam you guys, says they didn't do much cleanup, they broke their part of the bargain, sort of excused what Phil did, breaking your guys' agreement, stuff like that. So I guess I just kind of wanted to give you guys the opportunity to just sort of like clear the air in a way that's like easily digestible, right? Because like you can't expect everybody to go to the forums, first of all, and second of all, you know, to read a lot. I'm lazy. I don't like to read. So just kind of like just give your take, like sort of what happened after the fact. We leave with Mod Madness. And I think you mentioned, Beechey, that he, like, asked you guys to help clean it up. You helped him. He didn't thank you for it. And then you guys just sort of parted ways?
He didn't even ask. I just did it. Because I felt guilty afterwards. Because obviously I recommended him buying the website. And I recommended what server to buy. And it was expensive. And obviously there wasn't as many users as we expected. And so it kind of went to waste. Mm-hmm. But I felt guilty because it was expensive, so I fixed it and basically left. And I emailed him every so often when he say something on the forum that was, you know, nasty about us, and he'd always reply saying it's not you, it was everybody else. And I was like, it's the same thing. It's the same.
Because
thing.
It was.
Yeah, I don't care if it's not me or if it's everybody else.
Stop saying these things that aren't true.
It's irrelevant. Yeah. Yeah, and then I forgot that he blamed the lemon for like a while, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, but the thing is, like, even if, because he says, oh, it's not you, it's everyone else. Me, you, and all the mod stuff, you know, Wanglord, the lemon, we were all friends. Like, yeah. That's the thing. Like, just saying, oh, you know, it wasn't you, it's everyone else. That doesn't excuse you from shit talking my friends. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Don't lie about them.
Yep, exactly. I'll try and find a post. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it, but basically most of my posts on this website now are me arguing with other people about this. I think if I just look back, it's like me messing about with former mods and me arguing with people. I think is all I do on this website now. I'll try and find it. I'm not sure if we're able to though.
I think it's kind of shameful, right? That's what would be allowed to be the narrative. Then, like, you guys obviously put a lot of time and your effort, uncompensated, to helping this guy and to sort of maintaining an important part of his business, and he never went to bat for you guys. You know, he never really cleared the air, and he's sort of allowing staff and other people on the forums to basically trash you guys and to say things that aren't true.
Yeah. I just linked something, and this was November 2015, so you know, about half a year ago. And this is the last time I was on it before recently. I'm not sure who told me, or someone on Twitter. It's probably, I think it might have been you, Fred. I'm not sure. I don't remember, but it was somebody linked me, and I just read this big spiel of insults and whatever, and I jumped on and had a rant, and then I think Michael and Wanglord jumped in as well.
Oh wow! It says here
I was arguing with KG, and then I left, and that was it.
This jumps out to me. This is Phil's words here. The last forum staff was a legacy staff of people appointed 3 to 4 years prior, most of which didn't even watch my content anymore and weren't even qualified to be moderating.
Wow.
I
love that phrase.
What qualifications?
Phil, no, but the thing is, there are qualifications to moderating. You have to be completely unbiased. But the fact that Phil thinks he knows what those qualifications are is the most laughable thing I've ever heard.
The thing is, it's insulting to us as well because we chose the moderators, and like we've sifted through and we were cycling through applications like for weeks. I feel like everything we're doing on that was cycling through applications, and like him saying that isn't slapping the face to us as well. It's just stupid. I'm just sick of it, to be honest. It's stupid.
Shadow Raptor just said, like, in the chat, lol, wonder if Phil will ban Hazz3r from his life after tonight. I've no interest in going back, like, to the forum and posting anymore. Like, I've no interest in interacting with the man at all, so I'm not particularly bothered either way.
What was the last straw for you? Like, what sealed the deal for you?
The fact that he has shown himself to it. Basically, you covered it last week. I've been watching the SoKast because it's fun and good
Oh,
quality
you're such a
content.
hater.
Quality
Oh.
content. I'm so mentally ill. Like,
Oh,
there's something wrong with
God,
me. Seriously.
man.
No, but when he basically banned Silky Enigma for having an opinion and then insulted him, it wasn't called for. It was totally excessive.
Right.
And the original issue that he had on the last forum wasn't criticism. It was of sorry, just brain freeze. His problem was with like insults and things, like sneaking in between what people were saying. You can actually find it on Fred. You've got a video on your YouTube channel of like most of Phil's posts from there, and he specifically voices it. He's saying, "I don't have a problem with criticism." This is me paraphrasing. He says, "I don't have a problem with criticism. What I have a problem with is people posting like malicious insults and things like that.
Right.
You know, in between that shouldn't be let slide or something like that. I don't know. But then what happened what happened last week was me, Silky Enigma, and Nation are probably the only people on that forum that actually sit and talk about Phil's content, like as from any perspective. Like most other people are like, "Oh, Phil's parents around. I wonder if he'll do a vlog." And I'm like, "Oh, well, I really enjoyed this video," and no one else really talks about that. And me, Nation, and Silky Enigma were having that conversation, and he just comes in and says, "Why are you being negative dickheads?" And I'm like, "What? Like, are you stressed out or something? Like, go to the fucking beach." It's literally it's literally like Michael Bay standing outside the movie theater for Transformers 5 Robot Cox or some shit like that, going like talking to people like as they come out of the theater, you know, like as you do when you like talk about a film afterwards, and they go, and he just stands there and goes, "You're a dickhead. How dare you think these things about my videos? How dare you
criticize my film?"
Transformers 5 is a work of art. How dare you?" I don't understand where in that brain it's gone. I'm a bit stressed out. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt and assuming that he was stressed out. There's no proof to that, but I'm assuming that's what it was. But where in that brain does it say, "You know what I should do? I should take it out on the only people that contribute to my community in a positive way, like in a way that actually gives it some sort of substance." And you know, you've seen all my posts recently. You know, like I spend a lot of time posting because I'd like to make intelligent, critical analysis and things like that.
Right.
I'm not gonna go back if, you know, I'm not allowed to have an opinion. Because I'm not allowed to have an opinion, you know, what's the point? You know, anything that I write on there could be deleted. So what's the point in posting on there anymore? So yeah, like I actually went on Eddie B. What is his name? Eddie B.
Eddie
something or other. I don't know
B43.
Eddie B43. He has that CY Tube set up on like basically like another chat for watching thing. And I went on that to watch. I can't remember what game it was. It might have been Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutants in Manhattan. But I went on that and just sat there and like chatted about the game and the playthrough without having to feel like I censored myself, and it was the most refreshing thing ever. And I actually found myself actually enjoying the content somewhat, just because I was able to talk about it without fearing, you know, the banhammer, the dictator, you know, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And it was just I don't know, like I'm just so, I find it's the whole thing so frustrating, but I don't want to be like associated with that anymore. Like I'm happy to talk about it, but I don't really want to support him in any way that makes his stuff particularly more. Because I consider myself like a pleasant person on that forum to talk to.
Sure.
But I don't want to do it anymore. I'm just not interested. Like I don't want it. I don't want any part of it anymore.
Do you feel
Savage.
Go ahead, Beechey, sorry.
That was savage. That was wow. Carry on. That's all I have to say.
Do you guys feel as though the forums, the way that they exist right now, are a burden, are a detriment to his business? Do you think that they? I mean, now that he can't do fan art anymore,
What? Can you not?
no, he doesn't take fan art anymore because of. Well, I mean, you could do it, but you know, he doesn't showcase it or use it. You know.
That was like all he was on there for, wasn't it? That's like all he used it
Pretty
for. I
much.
think.
Right, right. So now that he doesn't accept fan art anymore, it's essentially a very expensive place to get, I guess, ask the king questions. But other than that, I mean, do you guys feel as though it's actually a detriment? Do you think that it portrays him negatively? Do you think that it scares off new people? I mean, you know,
I think if he was in the position where he was allowed to have an opinion and not really feel the effects of it, then no. But he's not. Like the worst thing about Phil, and I was talking to Nation about this last week. The worst thing is that he's aware of how small his like viewer base is now, but what he's not aware of, or at least what I would hope he's not aware of, is the fact that he doesn't realize like what he says is only making his viewer base smaller. And his forums are just an unhealthy opportunity for him to say stupid things and push people off him. So yeah, like I've said it before, like the forums are a massive waste of money for him. He should just stop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Just look at it. There's 12 users online, and I'm betting about half of those are people listening to this or on on the podcast right now. I mean, 1/12 of those users is me, and it's like I've only refreshed the page once, and like. I don't know how much it's costing him. Well, I don't know what server he's using now, but I don't know. There's 1,300 users and there's 12 users online. Like, what is the point?
right.
I don't understand. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure Google offers you a free service. I mean, it's basically a forum you can use for Google. I don't know why he doesn't use that, and I don't know why he just doesn't get rid of it altogether. I think we argued.
Discord.
I think
Discord. Like, I think that would actually be quite good for him.
I think we argued for him just removing it at the end, like when we were leaving. I remember we were like, "There's no point in having it. Like it's just
that was like my last word. I was like, Phil, I went on SoKast and I basically defended you for most of it, but for my like final words, get rid of the website because it's harming you more than helping you."
Yeah,
and that was it.
Have you guys ever had a discussion with him about it? Has he said anything?
It's like all we spoke to him about was like, was flailing around on Twitter and the forum. For like half the stuff we said to him, at least half, like probably like 3/4, was telling him off about banning users, or he'd be doing that to us. He'd be like, "Why didn't you ban this person who deserved it clearly?" And that person had like posted one post and it was like hi, and got the ban for it. But I don't know. I feel like all we spoke about when we were on it was either as apparently doing our job, quoting
properly, yeah.
jobs properly, yeah, or
jobs.
we
quotes.
were shouting at him for banning people and like needlessly and making it a dead area, an expensive corpse is what it is basically.
Look what it is now.
Right.
Isn't hindsight a great thing?
Yeah.
Isn't it fantastic?
Like this, I recognize 2 users on this website. Or people online. I know 2 of them, or 3 actually. I know 3. I don't know. I remember a lot of people from like the first one. I remember a lot, and they were quite nice, and they left quite quickly. I remember Foos as well. She was good. Yeah, like no one's there anymore.
Like Baines is still there, and he's basically he's a lead moderator. Well, the moderation on that website is utter crap now. It's fucking terrible. So many times, like rules be broken, stuff like that. No, none of them are ever active. Like none of them are active. The only active person
I can't blame them.
is like Master of Awesomeness. He doesn't really do much moderation. He just kind of like goes to the off-topic section and posts there a bit.
That's all anyone does, isn't it? That's like the most popular area is the off-topic.
Yeah. Random thoughts.
Yeah.
Thoughts.
The only post I ever
Random
see
Thoughts 4.0. Oh yeah.
I know
really?
I know that Silent Warrior is very active in deleting people, banning people, warning people. But what people do is they screenshot their warning or their ban or whatever. Every single one of them that we've seen has been abusive behavior. Usually they just check off abusive behavior other, and you get 1 point that never expires and you're banned. And it doesn't seem as though there's ever like a
They don't know
reason
how to
given.
moderate.
They just sort of give like
They're
a
not qualified, are they? Really? That's
Right.
They don't know how to moderate. They don't know how. They don't understand the idea of second chances. They don't understand the idea of people maybe not being super familiar with the rules and maybe not realizing something they should say, and being like, oh, well, just don't do this again, okay? And then you'd be like, you put them like on note, and then say, oh, this guy's already broken the rules once. Let's maybe ban him for a few days. Like this is really simple stuff that like we made sure people understood when we were adminning, and it just doesn't happen anymore. You do one thing wrong, you get banned.
I feel
why
like when I
take
first started. Oh, sorry, you go.
I was gonna say, but why even take the chance? It could be Fizz.
Just 30 accounts.
Well, you never know. I mean, he'll
10
check
of the
your
total.
IP to make sure you make sure you're not the same person on the forums that criticizes.
I find that whole thing quite funny because you understand like most ISPs like have dynamic IP addresses now.
Yeah.
Like
Change your IP.
like
easy.
almost no one has the same IP address twice.
Yep.
Like it's I'm sure he's lying. Like when he said to me, "Oh, I know this guy had 12 previous accounts because he's on the same IP." I don't believe him. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't believe that he's telling the truth. I believe that it's just an excuse to get me to shut up. That's what that was. That was an excuse to be like, "You don't have all the information. Don't stop talking out of your ass." And like it screams of insecurity. I've said this before. It's just every time he posts. Going on about like I don't know some sort of not negativity but criticism and stuff like that. Everything he says just screams like massive insecurity and like he's not able to back up his own arguments. Like what are you doing? Just stop worrying about this and worry about your content and the things that actually make you money rather than petty arguments on a website.
I mean, I'm sorry. Like his job is to play games. Like I don't understand how he can get so worked up. I don't understand how he's made such a mess of it, to be honest. I don't
Playing
know.
video games is hard, didn't you know?
Yeah.
I have a dream job. There is a fantastic. I don't know if any of you guys watch. I don't know if any of you guys watch anything by Video Gamer TV. It's a little British publication. They usually make it onto like the normal Reddit or normal like Reddit posts for like reviews and things like that.
Mhm.
But they did a brilliant video today on their YouTube. And it was basically like 5 things that mean that game journalism is like the hardest job ever. And it's like, oh, it's so hard getting games for free. It's so hard getting games early. And it's so hard having so many games to play and having access to press accounts where I'm able to get any game that I want for free. And it's so hard not being able to choose the game that I want. And I have... post, I don't know, but like it's just ridiculous. Like you have a dream job, like make the most of it. Don't spend all your time going, well, these guys don't like my content, fuck those guys, and spend like I don't know. Like he delayed his stream to argue with me last week. He delayed his stream to write that forum post where me and SoKast and Nation were like. Yeah, so this video seems a bit pointless, and he delayed his stream to write a post arguing against us. Like, what are you doing? Why? Just let us be and have like contribute and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, focus on making money.
You guys seriously underestimate Phil. I mean, he has a serious adult house and a full-time girlfriend to take care of. I mean, my God. That shit seriously.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but he has that gout. I mean, you got to take care of that gout as well.
I mean,
This is
By
the
eating
same guy who said his job was more stressful than a boxer.
I think
He did say that. I do remember.
I remember that.
His job is more stressful than getting punched in the face for a living. Like, I don't know.
maybe for his fans, maybe, but
Well, he slaps everyone else in the face, so I'm sure they know how that feels.
maybe he should go have a serious adult masturbation session in his serious adult house.
Oh.
Clear some of that stress that's going on right now. Clearly he's stressed.
Well, I'm sure he's done that many times before. I mean, he even did it on stream once.
Let me actually. I have this quote. I just posted in the chat. This is a tweet from our good friend Eddie. Let me read you this quote. This is his quote about a boxer. Just because someone gets physically exerted or hurt in the process of their work doesn't mean it's less effort. It means it's more physically demanding. Mental effort can be just as demanding, if not more so, than physical effort. I know. I used to lift weights and work out all the time when I was younger, and it wasn't nearly
That's a
as
lot.
draining on me as what I do now. A boxer trains for weeks and then gets the living crap punched out of him for 36 minutes, then gets to recover. I work nearly every day with no time off, constantly thinking of what to play and say and do
no.
during that gameplay, maintaining a website and social media presence to the public, all while people shit on me 24/7, and I get no time to recover almost ever. Physically, the boxer put more effort. Mentally, I do. If it's it's subjective to you which constitutes more effort overall. That's Phil's take on
Like,
how
I'm
demanding
sorry,
his
but
job is.
all of those reasons he listed for why his job is so difficult, they can be solved by simply sitting down and not looking at his laptop or a phone. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. That's all he has to do for like one day. That's it. Is that hard? I'd find that really easy.
Yeah,
He's
I
basically
just go to
getting
the
paid
pub
for it.
for all day. I just go to the pub all
Yeah.
day. It'd be grand, fantastic.
It's a hard
So
life.
shall we do that? Should we do that, Beachy? A couple of weeks
Surely.
time. Me, you. We'll go to the pub and not look at our phones for about 5 hours and get really drunk. That sounds like a great idea.
I think it'd be really mentally exerting, though. To be honest, mate. Like, I don't know if it's possible.
I mean, like
How much time would I
seriously.
have to recover? I don't know.
Oh,
I think in a weird way he likes the negativity. I don't know. Maybe you guys can
I
maybe
agree.
give some insight
I
on
totally
that.
agree.
Like, I think that all this whole ride for him is addictive. We don't
he's
want to
addicted to
just
it.
say for sure he watches the show, but I mean, there's been some weird things where we'd say something on the show and he would like address it or act in contrary to it. Like, he watches people's Twitters. He just gave Eddie a shout out. Looking at his Twitter, he told me to go fuck myself on his birthday and banned me from his life. Like, it's clear that he's dialed into this stuff, and I kind of heard you guys saying like you think so. Yeah, you guys think so that he's
yeah. Like I think he's
Absolutely.
totally addicted to drama surrounding himself. He likes feeling important. He likes feeling being talked about. And I think especially recently, with the fact that his content has completely stagnated, he's no longer talked about for his playthrough. So he's doing the one thing that he knows is guaranteed to get him attention, and that's saying stupid shit on the internet. And I think I've posted about this before, but I think that annoyingly, it's sickeningly addicted to watch as well. It is like for us. Like I find it addictive to watch. It's why even though I don't post on there, I still have a little look every day. And I'm like, oh, have a look at his Twitter, and I'll be like, oh, what stupid shit has he said today? And it might be how a game by a AAA developer has surprisingly had no one at all test it, because that's totally a thing that happens in AAA game development.
Yep.
No one tested this apparently. He really thinks that, he's a fucking idiot.
He found a bug, so logically nobody tested it.
Nobody tested the entire game. Exactly. But yeah, I do think he's completely addicted to it.
I think it's more or less the only attention he gets now, isn't it? So I think
Yes,
for him,
yes.
it's like it's this or nothing. I think
Exactly.
maybe at the beginning, maybe he wasn't addicted. I think that's why he was always so frustrated. But I think now he's got to be, because I think like when I've not seen one of his videos in months, but when I used to look at them, at least half of the votes on the like up or like thumb up or thumb down were downwards. So I'm guessing probably like at least half the views he gets of people that don't like him.
Yeah, it's
So I don't
like
understand.
50-50.
Like, yeah, I don't know. He's got to be like. For me, I don't think it'd be difficult to dial out of. Like, I think I could do it really easily. He doesn't need a Twitter page. He doesn't need a website. He plays games for a
Doesn't need a
living.
website. Exactly.
He records it and then uploads it to YouTube. He could turn off comments if he wanted to. Like, he wouldn't need to interact with anybody. He could live a normal life and be playing video games. How normal that is, but it really wouldn't be difficult. But he keeps it. So
mean, do you remember a time when he refused to get social media? I remember when he first got a Twitter and he first got a Facebook. Like, I remember that specifically, and he was like, "Oh, I don't really understand how it works." And now I'm fairly sure that he couldn't live without them.
Yeah.
Then again, I don't think I could live without Facebook, but I have friends to talk to on Facebook, so. But like, I remember that time when he just did videos and he talked to his fans through videos.
Yeah.
And like that's gone. Like that's completely gone. Like it's just stress and drama and views. And I don't think he has ever. I don't think in the last 2 years he's actually played a game and had fun doing it.
I don't think
He's had fun doing his job at all.
I think it's been longer than 2 years, to be honest. I mean, like, I remember years and years ago, longer than, I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago, people were saying, like, he doesn't seem into the games anymore, and he's forcing it, I think. And that's, like, people have been saying that for years. I'm assuming they still are. I'm assuming it's worse now, but I'm not sure I could enjoy it if all I saw was insults and stuff. But saying that, he's brought it on himself, hasn't he? So.
Well, I mean, look at it this way. I mean, his calendar basically now is a checklist, right? Instead of just having his calendar, I'm sure some of us, we mark down on our phone or something like, oh, this game's coming out, I'm looking forward to it. When Phil does his calendar and he marks down all these games, it's basically a checklist. I need to get this done. I got to get this done. I got to get this done. And we sort of noticed a little bit of a pattern. It seems as though when he starts a game, he tries to kind of like stretch it out as much as he can to sort of get enough parts built up. And then once he gets sort of in the middle to the end, he starts to rush through it. And we might be wrong about that, but the bigger picture is that he's just trying to get through these games. And like I said, it just seems as though a new release to him isn't something for fun, isn't something to look forward to. It's something that it's a task. It's a task he needs to get done.
It's a hard job, isn't it?
Yeah. Hard job playing games.
Somehow making the best job in the world difficult. Somehow he's making a great job horrible. Mm-hmm. It takes some doing, that does.
I think it's because he feels the need to play every new release, or at least every like big major release. Like he feels obligated to do every single one.
I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think it's because he knows that he has to play every new release as soon as it comes out, because otherwise he will sink.
Right.
He's barely staying afloat now.
No. That's what I'm saying. No, but I mean as though it's not as though he has like a choice in this. Like he feels as though, all right, I have to do this. Like you said, I have to do this when it comes out. Immediately I have to try to get it out to compete with all these other people that are doing it day one.
Why do you think like the Persona 3 playthrough is still going on? Because he doesn't make any money off doing it.
Right.
He's doing it as fan service.
Well, he made $12.50. It was a Patreon goal.
Oh, was it really? I didn't know that. Oh shit.
Any of these things that seem out of place are because
he's probably not feeling the benefit of that $12.50 anymore, which is probably why it's stagnated.
Exactly.
Probably why it's not happening anymore.
The $12.50 gets you in the door.
Right?
Right. The $12.50 gets him to start playing it, but his views and how popular these playthroughs are dictate how much time he's actually going to put into it and if he's going to stick with it. And as like you said, this Persona 3 thing has gone on for how long now? And that was a monthly Patreon. I believe that was April? That was a while ago.
It was a while ago.
Yeah. So you mentioned something, and I sort of want to segue into this, and this might sound like a crazy question. But given that you guys think that, and we agree that he sort of really likes this drama, do you feel as though it's possible that he tries to do these things, these antics as we call them? Do you feel like he tries to fuel
Are you
this?
suggesting that the wanking on stream was staged? Is that what you're trying to suggest?
Not at all. And actually, we can get into that in a second, but. What I'm just trying to say is that do you feel as though he tries to be a negative person, tries to
be like abrasive?
Right.
Yeah.
Does this on purpose in order to create controversy?
I think that Omar, back on episode 6, Omar put it really well, and I think it's still accurate today. The dude thinks he's the CM Punk of YouTube. Like, he thinks he's this edgy dude that, like, has this totally different outlook on gaming and is the one true perspective on on YouTube and in life in general, and he's this
Sounds really fanatical.
yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like he's so. Like, he just has this weird outlook on himself that's like holier than thou
punk.
attitude.
Yes, punk. Nice.
That's good.
So you mentioned
think-
the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. There might be
Yeah,
a little bit of a delay, so I've been accidentally talking over to you a little bit. It might be just because of the Skype connection from the UK. So sorry about that.
Sorry.
So go ahead. Sorry, that was it. That's on you.
Sorry, I was basically just going to agree with Hazz3r, essentially.
So you guys mentioned the fapping in our Google Doc. We've got a question from Shadow Raptor here. What was your reaction to the DSP fapping video? I have to know, you two. I'm sure you guys know Phil very well, but maybe did not know him that well. What could possibly go through your mind when you find out that this guy does this on stream in that way?
I watched. I didn't watch the actual video. I watched the drama alert video on it, just because I don't really want to see a 33-year-old guy masturbate.
Good call. Good call.
But like, I kind of looked at it. I was like, I felt like I was suddenly like a character on like a bad 90s sitcom. I was like, oh, Phil, what will you get up to next time? Like, seriously, like, what is going on? What must his parents think? Oh, my
God.
God.
I know Leanna
That's a
hasn't
question
really
we're
said
all
anything.
wondering.
Leanna hasn't said much of anything. She just said that she was at work while this was going down, so she doesn't really have a reaction.
I gotta
God damn it,
Pascal,
Pascal.
stop posting that in the chat, you bastard.
God damn it.
I never stop.
I got a scary thought. What if he was fapping to that Pan drawing I did?
Oh. That's probably the best picture of her that he has.
Well, don't. All right. For anyone wondering, don't post that as a reference.
I'm posting
Nobody
it.
No,
wants-
God damn it, man.
don't do it.
Children, please shield your eyes.
Please do not look at the chat for I'd say about 5
God, I
minutes.
never look at the chat then.
Yeah, you're lucky.
How do you post
I'm gonna
pictures?
post it when you least expect it. All right.
I'm gonna
Oh,
demod you
you
before
are
you
just
do it. As a
alright.
matter of fact, I'm gonna take care of this pronto. There we go. So
That's
you're not gonna
whatever.
do it. There you go. So Loop, how does it feel? Flame is modded, but you're not. How does that feel?
No.
Yeah.
Remind me. I won't do it. All right.
Oh, I won't do it. You're gonna pass it up to somebody else.
I'm
Nah.
not doing it.
We
That's
don't-
their
this
fault.
this is a
Nah,
family.
that's
This
their
is a
fault.
family fucking show. All right. We don't want this to take place in our chat. This is supposed to be a safe spot. This is our IRC. Come on.
Safe space.
Yeah, it's our safe space.
This is a family fucking friendly podcast, all right?
Watch your fucking language.
All right, listen here, you fucking douchebag. Go fuck yourself, all right?
Wow.
I'm doing this for the goddamn kids. Those fucking taint lickers, they need
Will someone think of the children, please?
they need their quality entertainment, and they need it a lot more censored than what we're fucking giving them, all right?
I need adult. I need a serious adult house right now, please.
So aside from the fapping, is there anything else that sort of caught your guys' eye? Like anything that Phil has done lately that you sort of, that kind of brought you a smile? Like, is there anything that you've seen out of him other than the fapping? Like, just anything that caught your eye in particular?
Beechy, you go first. 'Cause I've been talking for a little bit.
Literally nothing. I've not seen anything. I only recently saw the thing about the fapping, like this week. I'm not sure how he handled it. As far as I know, he apparently handled it quite well. But
Well,
that could have finished.
I wouldn't call it well, to be honest.
it was really weird the way that he handled it.
Go
So
to his Twitter right now.
yeah,
Go to his Twitter
he
and
initially
look
denied
at
it.
the banner on his Twitter page.
Now he initially denied it. This is where these whole things about like he claimed in the
Oh,
chat
God.
originally. He said that he was doing various things and that all these stupid haters are making shit up that of course even though I'm doing various things that means I'm exploding with orgasms or whatever else. So initially it was fuck you guys are haters, detractors, anyone that says anything about it ban them from the chat, and completely tried to deny that this happened. Then
So, like, his
Keemstar got
normal
a hold of it, and the second that Keemstar got a hold of it, it was a come to Jesus moment for him that he realized that he can't just try to sweep this under the rug. So he came clean to Keemstar. He came clean to him, and after that, he was sort of getting coached by people, God Revan, and
Scratching his leg.
he was
Scratching his leg.
he was basically getting walked through this whole thing on, oh, just try to roll with it and stuff like that. Now, what's interesting is that he never really made an apology about it. Oh, I'm sorry, if there were any kids watching or, unexpectedly you guys saw that. He just sort of, as you saw, made his Twitter banner that, tried to make a bunch of jokes about it the next day, about masturbating and, I want to finish the game. I said finish and stuff like that, So that was his.
The best one was Unleash the Dragon.
Oh yeah, with Hanzo.
That was the best one.
His whole Overwatch playthrough, while he played as Hanzo, he kept just singing that he's gonna unleash the dragon. So.
Man, you've played that game too much if you can memorize that.
He looked up the lyrics.
You don't
Looked up
even.
the lyrics.
That was like 2 weeks ago. All right.
You don't even know.
I now have it memorized.
Yeah,
Nice.
you don't.
Good work.
Whatever, Fazzy. You've been playing the game with us nonstop. Don't even give us that shit.
All right. Listen, hold on. I'm gonna see how many hours I have in this game. Hold on a second.
is
All
that?
right. What the fuck? What the hell is this fucking shit? I've never seen this. What
That is a
the-
really
what-
nice picture.
That
That's
is-
really nicely
oh my
drawn.
God. Oh,
Yeah.
There's
Oh.
so much fan art of this. It's scary.
Yeah, see, he is getting fan art. He should be using this
I
fan
feel like
art.
if I go to fanfiction.net, and there's gonna be so much shit going on.
Yeah.
Dude, in that
He-
picture,
this
he looks
is-
like the conductor from what is that, Thomas the Tank Engine?
Oh my God. Oh, okay. That's just wonderful. Now you've gone and ruined my childhood, Fred.
Some
God
shit you
damn
see on
it.
fucking DeviantArt.
All right. Hold on. I have 68 hours in Overwatch. All right. Listen, I'm not addicted.
Yeah.
Right.
And just
It's been out
because
like
21,
what, 2 weeks?
listen, just because 21 of those hours are playing as Junkrat doesn't mean I'm addicted.
Yeah, right.
I'm not addicted. Also, May is Bay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
No, shut up.
All right, let's get back into this. So, here is a question from Jim Moriarty to Hazz3r and Beechey. Now that Beecher, yeah. Well, I've read. Sorry, I said Hazz3r and Beecher. Sort of, yeah. The Hazz3r, Hazzy and Beecher. Hazzy and Beecher. Now that you guys are no longer part of the King of Hate forum community, what do you think of us sociopathic detractors or dumb fucking kids? So I guess more broadly, like, now that you're not part of the community, I guess, what do you feel about the people that aren't part of the community, part of our community?
I'd say even whilst I was part of the King of Hate, I had nothing against anybody. Like, we were always in the argument that we should just let people say what they want, and that does less damage than banning people and blocking them, and
So I just encourage
just letting them do it is a better system than banning them and stuff. But you never.
Like
you
if
never
if I had my way, all you guys would have been members on the forums, and we would have just talked about the content and said this is a bit fucking stupid, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And we would have had a fun discussion about it. But no, now it's come to this,
Mate,
which
there's
is,
12
in my
users
opinion, even
online.
better because the SoKast is one of the best podcasts out there.
Oh,
Just-
No way! Get out of here!
It's good.
All right,
It's
we
good.
need to clip that
want
bit.
some of
We
that
need to keep
streaming
that.
dollar.
That is nice.
So yeah, Fred, if you want to wire that $100 straight to my PayPal account, that'd
Shut
be great.
up about the bunch. But no, I mean, what it seems like is, I mean, look, we went on there, right? I mean, when the forums first started up, it sort of seemed as though there was like a blanket amnesty, he claimed. We went on the forums, and I don't feel as though anyone was really doing anything destructive. Like, anyone that was just outright like, oh, you're a fucking piece of shit or whatever, like, anyone that was
People
saying
do
stuff
think.
like that were probably dealt with. And we've never really, like, tried to go to bat for people that are just saying obscenities at him and stuff. Like that's not really defensible. But I mean, we were going on there and we were sort of hanging out. I know Pascal posted 75 different threads about posting sharks and shit like that.
Yep.
I remember that.
But I mean, like, I don't feel as though our presence there was in any way destructive. I feel as though it really just hurt Phil's pride. Like, to see, like, we had the SOK Hangout thread, and that was the most active thread on the forums for a while,
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
And it just seemed as though our presence there just flew in the face of Phil. And, I mean, some of his mods, which a lot of them aren't there anymore. But we weren't doing anything. Like, I remember I got removed because I did something on Twitter when I found out that a user on there reported our thread for just existing. And I said something about it on Twitter.
Yeah, the Sons of Kojima thread. I think I remember that.
Yeah, there was
seeing bits of it.
There was a bloated beach whale that made a report about it, and I said some negative things about him on Twitter. Right? Like on Twitter. That's not on the forums. I didn't attack him on the forums.
I know who you're talking about.
I said something about it on Twitter, and I got banned off of his forums for something I did on Twitter. So, But and then after I got banned, and another thing that was funny is I had the highest positive rep on the forums. Like, our entire presence, I guess, just sort of was offensive to him and to some of his subordinates, and that was sort of an experiment in itself. Us given the ability to be there, we just sort of hung out. We just sort of, made friends with people and stuff. And I think that's the problem. I think that's to not be able to demonize us and to be there and to interact with people and not to have this sort of veil of ignorance, like they're just boogeymen, they're bad people. Distance yourself from them and don't give them a chance. I think that kind of hurt what he's trying to do. He just wants to demonize us and, have people just not give us the time of day. And I feel like that supports kind of what you guys were saying, to let us be there. And we tried it. And one by one, he found reasons to get rid of us.
Remember when they had the negative rep and KG had like 200?
Dude, he was minus 666. You remember that? I got a screen cap of that one.
Yeah, got minus 666.
Yeah, that was great.
Was amazing.
I remember last time I seen it, it went from like 200 to 600.
They literally got rid of the negative rep because of KG. Because KG got hammered so badly with negative rep, they literally got rid of it for that.
That's because he's a scumbag, though, isn't it? Like, that's because he's the worst person in the world. Like, negative 246.
I remember when he had negative 69 rep.
That was the first time he got a 69.
Ooh.
And only.
And only. From a horse.
All right, so we got a topic from Beechey. What is this here? Is this a... Oh, this is something else. Okay, that's a screenshot of the Beechey topic.
Yeah, that was relevant to the conversation, yeah.
Oh, no, this one is the topic. November 2nd, you and Phil going back and forth. Hold on 1 second. All right, sorry about that. But yeah, this is back when we were talking about respectfully. This is basically the thread where you and Phil are going at it a bit.
Let me get it up. Hey, yeah. I basically, I think they've still got the complaint section, haven't they? Where you can post your complaint and it's secret. I basically posted one. It was it was that time, like the last time I was really on the forum, and he'd posted that thing about how everyone was doing their job and they were all terrible and they were all just trying to leech off his money and stuff. And I basically posted that saying, yeah, don't do that, thanks. And he essentially said that it's an insult for him to
Dude,
for me
he's
to
just
say that.
stating facts. He's not insulting if he's stating facts. Like, get it right, Beechey. Seriously. You need to learn these things.
Yeah.
All right, and then we've got something else here. Beechey, set this one up for us. What did you post for us?
Is it this one I was just talking about? This
the
abuse
latest
one?
thing here.
Oh, right. This was before we left. I think it was about a month or two before we left. It's essentially one of the posts where he'd come to us and say, you know, you're not doing your jobs right. All these people have been scumbags when they weren't, they were doing legitimate criticism. And it'd be stuff like people would say stuff on Twitter, and then they'd post something completely legitimate on the forum, and he'd disagree with like what they said on Twitter, and so he'd want them gone, and he'd find reasons to try and get them to leave. It's like his Ice Bucket Challenge thing, if you remember.
Oh God. That was so stupid.
Yeah, you can show it if you want.
All right, so we'll go ahead, Moogle, if you could put this on screen for us. Sorry to cut you off.
Will do. Just give me a second
All
here.
right, and I'll post it in the chat too, just in case people want to see that. I see hashtag Dino Nuggies in the chat. That's what's up.
No.
All right, so
There we
sorry
go.
to cut you off. Why don't you go
I
ahead?
don't remember what he said about the Ice Bucket Challenge. I think he said it was stupid or for fame. I think he said.
Yes, he
I
did.
think it was like people are doing it for fame. Yeah.
Yep.
And I remember us having a massive go at him for it on the mod section. We were like, why would you say that? That's like the most stupid thing you could say. And he'd obviously, when people disagreed with him with that, he'd want to ban them and stuff. And it's basically just a post of him having a go at us for allegedly not doing our quote jobs right. Yeah. It's like I think he forgets we were doing it for free, and he basically had to sit there and pick pictures off of a thread, and that's all he did. Like,
One of my favorite quotes from that personal message is the third paragraph where he says, "And when a topic does come up like the Ice Bucket Challenge, which I feel I clearly and intelligently express myself about, I get a massive backlash of negativity." I was like, "Oh, you mean people having a discussion, where people disagree with your opinion? Like, that's a massive backlash of negativity to him. Like, regardless of the fact that it's my opinion and should be respected.
yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yep.
Do you understand, like, basic, did you go to school?
No.
What is going on?"
It's because he just wanted it to be an echo chamber, didn't he? He wanted the forum to just be people who had completely agreed with him, and that's why KG never.
Yes,
that's why KG
I
never
agree.
got banned.
That's all hardcore parkour does. Literally, Phil will post something, and hardcore parkour goes, "Yep, exactly right, boss." I bet you hardcore parkour is Phil's favorite person on that forum.
That's got to be a troll or a sock account or something. That can't be a real person, can it? Is it possible?
The Sammy person, I think they're similar.
I don't
Sammy-
know, man.
that one.
There's
I
some of these
honestly
people are
thought-
just they're like
Hardcore
caricatures
parkour
of
for
people.
ages.
I thought Sammy was a fake account, and it was a troll doing it. To be honest, when I was a mod, I think they were there when I was a mod. Or an
You don't
admin or
know
whatever.
how often people say that. Yeah, it's crazy.
I honestly thought it was one of you. I really did.
We
Yeah,
would
it's,
we would have to be very committed to do that. That honestly, you look at the account made, I think 2007 or something like that. He gave Phil over $200 on Patreon. That would take a lot of work to maintain that character
That's worth it.
and to act
Bailey
that
Dakota is
dumb.
definitely a sock. Bailey
Yeah.
Dakota is definitely a sock.
I think hardcore parkour is just a sock. I don't know. Like some of these people, they just act as though they are like exaggerations of a white knight.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But just to branch off of that real quick, I noticed this one quote catches my eye, and it just sort of like this sentence sort of sums up the entire post, and it reads here: "These forums should be a place where I can feel safe to discuss important topics with
He wants
with-
a safe space.
with
See, that was
people I
safe space
consider
before safe
friends."
space became a thing. That was.
But this
that
is
was
the best
before it
thing.
became a thing.
The best thing is he says that he can feel safe to discuss important topics with people that he considers friends.
Really.
This is a public forum. How can you possibly expect to only have people that you consider to be friends? And who do you even consider friends? Like,
Yeah.
do you feel as though Phil considered you guys friends?
No.
And look at, sort of how much you've done for him. I don't know what he means here, unless he just means like well-wishers, like he can feel safe to discuss things in front of his well-wishers,
But even then, like, why have rules? Like in that case, just have one rule that says don't disagree with me, and they're fine. You got your forum. No one will be on it, but you have it. Like you can ban anyone you want. I don't
See,
understand.
the thing is, there's that note now where because Phil owns the forum, he can enforce any rules that don't actually appear in the rules.
Yeah, retroactively.
Don't negativity, safe space, hashtag, all that jazz.
Yeah,
Dimity's face.
just it's
You
just
need-
incredible.
It must be hard to be Phil. I mean, you spend every day of your life just triggered constantly, just triggered by reality.
Damn.
Oh god.
When I wake up, triggered. I eat my cereal, triggered. I go to play online games, triggered. I see a picture of myself masturbating on stream, and someone's like, "That's probably not a good idea. You shouldn't have that on your Twitter banner." Triggered.
It's just so incredible, you know. And this sort of points to something that I wanted to ask about, and I don't want to sort of I don't want to maybe have you guys go too deep into like private conversations or anything else like that. But when you guys were talking about the new moderation staff, I was sort of wondering, and I was going to ask at the time, do you feel as though there's some pressure from Phil to act in that specific way, or do you feel as though they sort of put it on themselves? And I guess that sort of branches off to when I see something like this, it makes me wonder, like, you know, the behind the scenes thing, and you don't have to reference anything in particular. I'm just sort of curious. Maybe you can sort of confirm this for me. But in the background, is Phil constantly trying to put pressure on his mods to behave in a certain way? Is there a direct, like, is there like an understanding? Is there a nonverbal, unwritten set of rules where it just you should know to try to squash negativity, or does he, you know, try to outright tell you guys and to sort of give you guys sort of like a set of guidelines on how you guys should behave as moderators and as staff?
I think he did, to be honest. I think with the amount of posts he made saying, like, look at this list of people who have disagreed with me. They said, like, I don't know, my beard was scraggy, or my hair wasn't combed properly. Like, why are they still on my website? Like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think he definitely expected us to do exactly what he wanted. Because obviously we had a completely different outlook to him.
Mm-hmm.
All of us did. And we thought having a forum where people could say what they want and have a free flow of ideas, as I remember how I put it on one of the posts. Yeah. I remember just writing that for ages.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how he said it, and he completely disagreed. He thought it should be for people who, you know, were his fans and who agreed with him and thought he was the best human being to ever have been born. Yeah. I think that obviously they weren't explicitly stated in the rules, the stuff he bans people for. There was, I think it was one of the reasons why we left is I forget what account it was, but he'd basically created a rule, applied it, and then retroactively punished people for that rule when they'd broken it, like back in time. Like, yeah, he'd yeah, and I remember that's one of the reasons why we left. It's just not something you do. I remember making a post like, you're supposed to be versed in law. That isn't how laws work. That's it's stupid.
I remember, because I remember that, and our solution to that was like, you can't retroactively enforce a rule, but just ask us about a rule that you want it to be, and we will happily, you know, add it if we all agree with it. Like, when, you know, it's your forum. Like, we're not opposed to you doing what you want to do with your forum. You pay for it, but we work here, and we need to feel comfortable
with the people that are here
rules
all the time. Like, we're here doing this all the time. It's just like, I come home from school and this is it. Like, I come home from university, time to go on the forum and sort the mess out. It's, you know, and it's like he's doing this and it's making a bigger mess. It's just not worth it. I think it reinforces the point that he shouldn't have a forum. He shouldn't have any sort of power, to be honest. I think he hungers for it.
Just not interested in giving him any sort of power, and so like being on that forum gives him some sort of power. So just leave.
Yeah, it's no point. I remember for a while I was like, I'm gonna make my own website and it'll be better than this. And then
nah.
I'm not gonna pay for that.
Not paying for that shit. Probably get some mentally ill detractors come on it. Try to ruin it.
Fizz will be on there at least 24 times. So, I think we sort of covered a lot of stuff. People in the panel, I mean, do you guys have any things that you wanted to bring up in particular? I'm going to sort of just like look through the doc real quick as we sort of continue on.
Moogle MVP, let's endure. Just saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. All right, so actually, let's get into that. We got into it a little bit off the air, but I definitely want to circle back to that for the people here on stream and for the people on YouTube. Well, first of all, why don't you go ahead and shower Mr. Moogle with praise here?
Moogle, you are literally the MVP of Let's Endure. Like, you make that series for me. Seriously, it's so fucking funny.
I don't know. I don't know what I do to make it so funny. I'm just there to have a casual conversation. I just say stupid shit all the time.
Moogle is grinning ear from ear right now. He is so excited. Look at this. This is Moogle's favorite day.
I don't even know what I do on there to make it so funny. That's the.
You can just hear the smile that
Look
he
at
has.
him, dude.
I don't even know what I do on there to make that so funny. I'm just there.
Just it's whenever you're like, Fred, stop the video. I need to talk about how it's completely wrong and how it's like a complete idiotic. And every time you do it, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be glorious. Oh, please, Moogle Senpai, shower me in this glorious, glorious rage.
Oh, Jesus
Wow,
Christ.
dude.
Things were getting a little bit sexual right there. I'm not so sure I like this.
You know, Faz, you take forever to get fucking past your damn jokes.
Ooh.
Let alone
I just said it, you fucking
Real savage
idiot.
hours.
So,
You know what, Moogle? You see, you need to fucking chill, all right? I'm getting to the point right now. Fuck you.
Sorry. Oh, jeez. I fell asleep listening to that.
I'm sure you did. You fucking forgot.
wow. So,
okay.
last week, well, not even last week, last Sunday, a couple days ago, we did a Let's Endure of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, CSGO for the elite people out there. And had we known, we would have had Mr. Hazz3r, because Hazz3r, you say that you've partaken in this Let's Endure. You enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, like hit me up if you want me to come on a Let's Endure. I'll happily do it.
If we would have known, oh my god, that would have been the best thing ever. Because not only was that great, not only did we have a bunch of theories, we were just in awe of Mr. Vossel, an American hero. I don't know if he's from the UK or where he's from.
He's German.
He's a German hero.
Yeah.
And what took place on that Let's Endure, that this is how you don't play, that gameplay session, was nothing short of amazing. I mean, Phil just, God, it was really incredible to watch. And yeah, we definitely would have had you. We just didn't know, and you know, obviously the time zones and stuff. So it's always tough for you guys. And I just want to take a second to say, you know, to you guys, it's super late. So thank you guys, you know, for staying up with us and stuff. You know, going out of your way to come on with us.
I've finished my degree. Like, my life has no meaning anymore.
I was gonna say I'm not doing a degree anymore. My life is sit at home, do nothing, go to work, come home, do nothing.
Well, congratulations to the two of you. That's awesome.
It's just the highlight of my week.
Yeah, congratulations to the both of you. That's really cool.
I think you were doing a
Fuck
master's.
college.
You've done your bachelor's already, haven't you? You just finished your master's.
I just finished my masters. Yeah. So.
Electrical engineering.
Master of electronic engineering. Yes.
Very nice, man. Very nice.
Thank you.
Congrats. Congrats to the both of you. But yeah, do you have anything to like reflect off of, like when you were there? Do you remember? I know it was a while back, but do you remember anything from being part of that Counter-Strike session, or you know, was there? We had the theory that like Vossel got a stern talking to after the fact, like you're making me look bad on stream or something like that. But you know, was there anything you remember from being part of that, or anything you might have been able to share if you were there with us?
Well, that gameplay session took place during the forum, like the community's golden years. I would say, and like it was the point where like Vossel was making everyone cool signatures and all the staff members cool signatures, and everyone was like having a really good time. But I wouldn't have known because I wasn't an admin at the time. I was a lowly editor, I think. So I wouldn't know if
you were me.
But you made me what I am today. Yeah, exactly. A mentally ill detractor. But yeah, like I wouldn't know, but I can imagine it happening. But at the same time, Vossel's just too good. I don't think he could turn it off.
Yeah, Vossel is something else, isn't he?
He's an
Every time I
amazing,
play a
amazing.
game
He's
with
an
him, he
MOG.
dominates.
Yeah, he's
Well, then that
MOG.
was a death sentence to grab that guy. that was not a good idea.
Yeah, he took the machingo to the face. I like that.
Oh my god, I don't know. How did this even start up? I mean, he was a mod, because I don't know him. This might have been before me getting involved in sort of the extracurriculars other than just like Phil's videos at the time. But Vassal
Yeah.
was like a moderator. He was a content creator
No,
of
he
some
was
sort.
never a mod. He was a designer.
Okay.
Designer. The hashtag designer.
In fact,
I remember.
I made the user group designer just for him. I legitimately did. Yeah.
So Phil didn't
Yeah,
want
it
to
was-
entrust him with any sort of higher majestic powers. He just wanted to have
I don't
him.
think Phil had a say in it.
Saying that,
Basically,
Phil
it's-
didn't have
it was
any
like-
say in the
I
forum at that point. That was at the time when
if
it
I wanna
was
make
still
someone
owned
mod, I'll
by.
do it, like, I don't
Really
care.
interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he hated them, like we never really. I don't think Voss ever applied to be a mod. That's the reason why.
Okay.
I probably would have made him one if he'd applied, but yeah. If there was someone he probably hated, he probably would have said like, I don't want this person to be a mod.
He
Obviously.
would have said that definitely.
He was never on the website, so it's not
Like-
for him to decide, is it?
That was the point where the website was owned by Chris, not Chris. No, yeah, Chris and
Yeah.
Chris
Yeah.
Furtado. Yeah, that's when.
I heard from Chris in ages, apart from Twitter, like yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've heard of him since when he left the website, whenever that was.
He's still doing his YouTube stuff. He's still
Yeah.
trying.
Shout out to Chris.
It's
We
good.
were at a live stream of his not too long ago. It's been a while since he's come on. We should reconnect them sometime. But yeah, we've maintained contact with him and stuff. He's a good friend of ours. He's come on a couple times, and a lot of people talk to him on Twitter and stuff. He's still active and stuff on social media.
Cool.
Yeah, it was Chris that made me a mod, so in retrospect, it was Chris that made Hazz3r
Made
a
you.
mod.
That made me. That made me.
Exactly. Chris is the granddad of the group.
And I think
Yeah,
he
yeah,
probably,
Canadian.
I mean, he got slandered pretty good, huh? I mean,
Oh,
he was,
Chris-
Did, yeah,
he-
even though he was making legitimate points, I think. Like,
well, not only that, but for someone that sort of, I mean, he makes a living on building computers and stuff like that. For the narrative on him to be that he's incompetent at building computers, I mean, that directly affects him, right? If somebody
he built
were
a lemon,
to,
if I remember correctly.
Hey, Bill,
Right.
no, I think you need to explain this to me because I thought he was a lemon grower. I didn't think he was like a computer builder.
It was
he's a lemon farmer, yeah. He makes lemonade now. He's turned lemons into lemonade.
What about that time he lied about how much he paid for the computer,
Oh,
and then
God.
Chris like completely demolished him
Yeah.
for that?
Yeah, he had like proof and screenshots of the stuff he'd bought, and yeah.
Chris was
Yeah,
in the red.
Steve.
He had to pay, like, not only did he pay like the exact cost of the components, Chris had to pay out of pocket to ship it to him. So he was literally in the red
That
to
was
do that for
like,
him.
It was from Canada to the US, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a long way. It's a long way to ship as well. Yeah.
And probably 30 pounds for a PC, a full size PC, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That
Yeah.
that would have ran him.
We're gonna pay for
Quite a
track,
bit,
track-
actually.
track delivery as well.
That would have run him like $60 just for shipping alone.
it seems as though, now that I think about it, it seems as though anyone that's sort of done business with Phil, maybe do business is the wrong way to put it, but anyone who's sort of gotten involved with Phil, gotten involved in his business,
It's like
It-
sensual almost.
they got busy with Phil. It seems as though they end up pouring money into Phil's business. It doesn't really seem as though anyone other than, it seems, John Rambo. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard about the Project
I heard
7
about
stuff.
that.
and
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
the only person that sounds like they have gotten involved with Phil and actually done well for themselves out of it, have benefited in any way financially, has been John Rambo. I mean, you've spent money, you've personally spent money for the forums. Chris has
Yeah.
personally spent money to ship stuff to him. How does that, like, does that make sense to you guys with how much money Phil used to make in his heyday, and the fact that he still makes enough to go off and buy a pretty nice house across the country and stuff like that? Does it seem insulting or just sort of weird that he just refuses to pay people and it's to the extent where other people have to personally pour money into this guy's business.
You know, before you said that, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was pondering whether to bring it up, but I think so. I think it's if you work with him for so long, because he's so abrasive, it becomes almost tiring. I think, because I was on his site and I was like talking to him technically for, I think like 4 years, maybe 5 almost. I think after that long, after that much complaining that he does, like you just can't do it. I couldn't do it. Like,
Yeah.
I think I'm quite a tolerant person, but it was a step too much. I couldn't do it. And it was worse that I brought up, I mentioned to him once about how I had to spend my own money to fix his site, and he never replied to it. So, yeah. And he saw the post because he replied to the post, but he never replied to that specific point. But yeah, it would have been nice. I wasn't expecting to get paid back, but him saying, "Oh, thanks," or whatever. Like,
Would have been nice.
Yeah.
Just acknowledgement of the fact that you put. I think I was fixing his website that time for. I think it was about 3 days. I think took about 3 days because we had to update the server and that screwed it up. And on the phone to GoDaddy for I think about 6 hours. Every time I called them, it was like a 40-minute hold. It was awful. But yeah, just some acknowledgement of the fact that we did significant amounts of work for him would have been just dandy. That we got nothing.
I mean, I gotta be honest. Like,
it wasn't me. It was Hazz3r and everybody else that did all the bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the golden boy. Hazz3r's the dark horse.
I am Dark Horse. I'm the guy that deleted the forum. Like, seriously.
Oh yeah, you delete the database.
That wasn't my fault. That was the forum software. That was the software fault. That wasn't my fault.
That's hilarious.
Alright, I forgot you nuked the forums before.
That was funny.
How is there a single solitary button that is like delete all? How did this happen,
It looked
Hazz3r?
There was-
drop-down, didn't it?
There was basically there was an error on the PHP tables, and on the database tables. There's an error on there,
Okay.
and there was a notification in like the admin sort of area that, oh, this needs to be done. So I had a look at it. I'm not super familiar, so I looked up things. I looked up like kind of how I could solve it and what I was supposed to do. And I navigated to this place. I clicked on an icon that I thought I was supposed to click on. No warning whatsoever. All tables have been
Are you
dropped.
sure you want to drop all of the tables?
There wasn't a, are you sure you want to drop all the database tables? It was just, all the tables have been dropped, mate. And you try and go to thekingofhate.com and it's just like, oh, there's been an error. And I'm like, I just remember tweeting, I think I just fucked up.
I remember looking. I was like, what did you do?
So what are the next steps after that? Do you
There was
Do
no
you-
way to get it back.
do you
We
put your
handled it
hand straight on your forehead? Do you say cuss words? I mean, walk me through the next couple minutes after you realize what you did.
I mean, the only thing that I was happy with doing was, I'm so glad I'm not being paid for this. Like, that was I was like, this is like the one point where I'm like, I'm glad that like I don't owe this person anything because I fucked up so badly that day. Like, shit, that was bad. That was a bad day for me.
It was hilarious. Though. I found it funny anyway. I don't think many. I think a lot of people did, but I think there was a few people that were mad. I personally found it hilarious.
I
still
just
do.
think you need to learn how to sanitize your data tables because that's trash. I'm
Ooh.
disappointed in you.
I know.
I'm also
I do-
very
Good.
proud of you.
Get good.
Oh, thank you. I'll take it with pride. I like people being proud of me. It makes me feel better. It makes me be a better detractor, better mentally ill detractor.
Well, when you're talking about me, you gotta put air quotes around people.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Pascal's not a person. He's a degenerate.
Yep.
Is it degenerate? Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm sorry that it had to be found out this way.
Oh
but,
damn.
Pascal is he's a faggot.
Please don't hurt me.
Hold on
Oh,
one
dear.
second.
He's a sweaty.
He's sweaty. Yeah.
I'm not 12.
that-
What are you talking about,
that's
mate?
Yeah, all right. That picture right there, that's Pascal, IRL.
Well, that's some nice leg hair. That's nice.
That is pretty
You
good.
use that shit, dude.
Walking trash, everybody.
Texting from the elements.
So we've got a very important question here. It says here, Hazz3r, why are you such a massive willy? This is submitted by Beechey.
Hey, mate. You're right, mate.
I don't know.
Is it true?
Well, I mean, like I said before, I'm pretty sure that I don't have genitalia on my forehead. But you know, it's like
I like that. I read that and liked it. That was good.
it was
Good
good.
job.
Yeah,
Job,
alright. Alright, I'm so much wittier than I was 2 years ago. Like seriously, I'm really impressed with myself. I think I could be. I think I could
I
make
feel
my
like
own
you're being
YouTube
sarcastic.
channel.
I can't actually.
I think I could make my own YouTube channel. Like seriously, it would be called OK Gaming, and I'll be okay at games.
Oh man, stupid free. I'm doing it.
Would the channel be okay or would it be KO'd?
It would be okayed. Like it'd be okayed by everyone. Everyone would have to okay it. No one okayed it, they'd be banned straight away.
Okay.
And every comment would be K.
That was incredible. We actually, when we did our giveaway, we had so in the Hitbox chat, you enter in a word, a phrase, whatever. We had K. So we literally
Oh,
recreated
shit.
it. The whole chat was just K for one of our giveaways. So that was pretty good.
Nice.
Did you?
that's
How
terrible.
did you feel when everybody took the lead on that one and sort of took your lead and all
Me-
went with K? You had a train of Ks.
Me and Silky Enigma had this sort of unspoken agreement that whenever we talked to Hardcore Parkour and he kind of argued against us, that we would just K him. Like we literally would just type K and be like, this is what I think of you. Because like K says so much and it's just one letter. And so I was like, he just basically that post that he made that Phil made, it basically just was like, don't have an opinion, Harrison Hazz3r, whatever. I just told you all my name, whatever.
Is that really your name?
My name is Harrison. Thank
Is
you.
that really?
Harrison Ford.
Yes.
Oh mate, I had no idea.
When I was 3 years old, I convinced someone that I was Harrison Ford. I don't know how.
That's pretty good.
But no, and so I kind of used that because I was really angry at the time. Like I was like, "You're a fucking idiot." Like that is what I wanted to say, but obviously I knew I'd just get banned.
Well, you
So
should just say
I-
it.
So
I get away with stuff like that. Just do it.
so like I would just decide.
KD,
So I just decided to go K, as in to say like. I say this to Hardcore Parkour usually. This is what I think of you right now. You are the equivalent of Hardcore Parkour right now. Deary me. But yeah, like that was fun. That was fun. The me and Nation just started talking afterwards just about it. And I was just more like, we were just like, what's going on? Stop K-ing me.
Now, these people you mentioned, I'm sure that they're blackballed. Obviously, one of them is banned. But you mentioned you talked to them in private, and this sort of segues into a question submitted by basically a penis with 8s, equal signs, and Ds. That's why he represents himself as a penis ejaculating. The question is, what are your feelings about previous controversial mods, such as the ones that read people's private messages? And I'll branch off into that in a second, but do you think it's possible? We've proven with evidence, and I can grab that if you want, that Onyx actually does go through people's private messages as an administrator of the forums. But do you think it's possible that they're looking at these things currently and sort of then trying to figure out a plan of attack on, you know, who's the real problem here, who do we have to get rid of, who's collaborating behind the scenes to cause mischief, that kind of stuff?
I mean, me and Beechey had to actually go through a certain group of members' PMs once, but only because we knew what it contained. They were basically using the website as a way to share hentai with each other. And we were just like, we don't really like that this is being used. So we're like, can you... So we basically just said to them...
hosting it on this website. We
on
don't
the
want
website.
that,
They were uploading the pictures onto the website. We weren't happy about it because, you know, we can access all the we could access, you know, all the files that were hosted on the website, you know, in the like the file browser.
Okay.
And you know, we would go through the download images, and I would just get up on my screen just some hentai bollocks thing, and like I was like, I don't really want to see this, so we basically just had to like double checked who it was, like by just, we just basically had a quick look at their PMs and we're just like, okay, and then we sent them all a message that was like, can you please not do this? Use Skype or something like that. And that was it.
Yep.
But this was a practical issue, right? This was bandwidth. This was because
it was genuinely like it made me feel uncomfortable and it made Beechey feel uncomfortable. That
Okay.
was so we just asked them, please don't do this anymore.
Okay.
Like please just use Skype or something. But I think there has been one situation like that proven that like Mighty Onyx has like read people's PMs and it's just been like,
yeah.
no.
Oh, definitely.
So let me walk you through the situation. The situation basically was, there was a guy by the name of Darkstalkers, and he was sort of going back and forth in a thread, and also Wanglord. They then sort of went from the actual topic to some PMs back and forth, and I'm going to actually grab them while we talk because I was given, the screenshots and stuff like that. But essentially, it went from them sort of going back and forth in a PM, and they were just sort of talking about like, yeah, I think that this is a problem, and I think that this person, Mighty Onyx, should sort of do this or that. I think he's doing a bad job, stuff like that. And within, I'm trying to find this while I talk about it. He then pops up in the thread. And he says that, hey, the scummiest thing I did was actually adding myself into this thread unannounced, and sort of goes on to address their points. So maybe first we'll kind of get your take on it before then we walk through like how someone would even do this, your experience as an admin. But just as admins, how does that resonate with you to hear that somebody would use their power as a mod to not do something practical like deal with the usage of bandwidth, but deal with something sort of maybe petty, as like these people are having a PM conversation about me, I'm going to include myself and sort of debate them on it?
I mean, I wonder. The thing is, sorry, Beechey, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that IPB has a function to log in as other users.
That's what I was going to say.
You can literally go onto a profile, click log in as user, and you'll be that user, and you can see everything they can see. You can see all their private messages.
So this was a targeted. So at first maybe we thought, because obviously we're not admins or anything like that, it seemed as though, okay, here we go. I've got the giant, here we go. I've got the giant thread here. You're gonna have to zoom way in.
Send me a virus.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Now that's number 2.
Holy shit, that's
Here's
massive.
number 1. Yeah,
That's
this
what
is
she
a
said.
full cap of the whole thing. So the second one is actually number 1. So
Okay.
you're gonna have to zoom way in, like if you're on Windows File Explorer or whatever. It's a pretty big file. But so essentially what we have here, like I said, Wanglord, Darkstalkers. They're going back and forth a little bit. The second one is where this all starts. So if you actually want to look through that. And he says, quote, he just comes in. Phil doesn't tell us how to moderate. In the end, Phil can ban whoever he wants. The staff moderates however it sees fit. I can't speak for the rest of the staff, but I don't share the previous mod's opinions that Phil moderates unfairly. You may believe me or not, but I was initially unbiased. At the beginning of the year, I didn't even know about the SOK, and as time passed, I've seen their true nature. They come in with their alts, they stir shit up, they get moderated, and then they cry foul.
When was this?
This was, now, this is an hour ago, so obviously that's, let me see if there's any sort of timestamp, or maybe I could just get the date of the image. This image was saved 3/26/2015.
Really?
That's when I saved the image. Now, we had Revan come on to talk about it. It was sort of like a coincidence. But, so, essentially, you're saying, so there's not like, there's not like a portal or anything. Maybe that's a stupid term, but I'm not sure how to put it. Like a widget or some sort of section of the website where you can like see everyone's traffic at once or anything like that.
No,
You would
no,
actually have to specifically pick somebody and go through their stuff.
You have to specifically go onto that user and click like login as a user.
Like we knew about the hentai because we heard it from like hearsay. Like we knew that it was going on, and that's the only reason why we were able to do it. But like Mighty Onyx, if he either did the same thing, which is he knew that the conversation was happening, and logged in as one of them to check, or
Well, he
or
wouldn't
he's
have.
looking
does it
for all the users he
systematically.
doesn't
Yeah.
agree with.
He wouldn't have, because these guys are having a private conversation, right? And both of them
Are
obviously
they discussing? Are they discussing him as well?
They are,
Aren't they?
yeah.
So obviously, then they're not going to mention to him that they're talking about him, are they?
Right, yeah. It starts off, Darkstalkers was talking about how people were getting banned by Onyx specifically. Wanglord then says, I'm not a fan of the way Onyx expresses himself on the forum, and I think he's on a bit of a power trip. Darkstalker says, I don't agree or endorse Onyx's behavior. And then a few posts later, he says, quote, I'd love to address some of your concerns about me, guys, if you would just allow me. There are many accusations towards me in here. I don't even know where to start. And then starts quoting their stuff. So this obviously wasn't a situation where, one of them, gave him the heads up that this was happening. These guys were in a thread, sort of going back and forth with him. Then they took it to private. I would assume then he would say, and we don't know if he's looking at everybody, but this seems like a situation where he saw some stuff going on in public in the thread, and then went to go check up and see what they're doing, and then ends up.
Yeah, that's not on. That's not on. No,
It's just silly.
that's just like.
I think-
I'd undermine the trust in the mod staff. I think that would.
There aren't any mod staff. No moderation happens.
It's a fair point.
But how would you add yourself if you're logged in as the user? Then how would you add yourself into the message?
So what you'd do is
you go.
Okay, what you'd do is you would go into the admin back pages. You would search through the members database for the member that you were interested in. So let's say it was Wanglord. I would put in Wanglord, and then I could literally click a button that says log in as Wanglord. I would then log in as Wanglord, and then navigate to his personal messages, and then just invite my actual admin account, which would have been Hazz3r at the time, to the conversation, and then I can see everything that was going on. They would know that I could see it because they would know that I'd been invited to the conversation.
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
But I could just as easily read the conversation without them knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's kind of creepy, huh?
That is very creepy.
So what we did in response to this is we thought to ourselves like, okay, this is sort of getting swept under the rug, because we went on the podcast about it. We tried to get Phil's comment on it, and he basically said he doesn't care and swept it under the rug. And we sort of thought like, it's kind of unfair, right? I don't think the members know that what they talk about is not private. Now, it might be assumed, or it might be sort of common sense for other people, but the general person didn't know, and a lot of people were
They don't know.
shocked.
When what happened last week happened, I told you I talked to Nation in private and Silky Enigma as well, and I said to them there, like, here's a link to a Discord server. Let's talk there, because people can read these private messages. Like, and Nation was completely surprised. Like, he had no idea.
Really?
He had no idea that could have
I
happened.
thought it'd be common knowledge that admins can do more or less anything on any forum software. Admins can do more or less anything.
But when people
Like
see,
you said, apart from view passwords, anything
Yeah.
else is possible.
yeah, but like, I guess when you see the words private messages, you believe it's going to be private.
Yeah, you do assume it's completely private.
So
Like, I definitely would hope that Facebook can't see the actual messages that I send.
right.
but
But they probably can.
they
Probably can. But I would hope that they wouldn't, because sensitive shit's on that shit. My terrible attempts at trying to ask girls out and stuff like that. Like, I don't want anyone to see that kind of shit.
And obviously, I mean, there's a boatload of ethics involved in this, right? I mean,
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, that too. That's like a minor point.
yeah, but so we decided that the way that we're going to try to and we didn't do this maliciously. Like, I can see how somebody would be like, "Oh, you guys are just trying to stick it to him." But what we did is
You did an experiment.
we did an experiment. We grouped up a group of, I think, 10 people, and we sort of divided up the user base and sort of went after, all right, so I'm going to message all the A's, I'm going to message all the B's, blah, blah, blah. And we sort of sent a message just giving a heads up that, number one, they can read your private messages if you did not know that, which I don't think is anything, specifically malicious, or if they're operating on the pretenses you should know this, then we're sort of...
It's the free flow of information, Fred. Don't worry about it.
Uh-oh.
Free flow of information.
Moogle
Straight to the
dropped.
admins. Yeah.
All right, so Moogle dropped, so we might be off stream. So this might be a YouTube exclusive. Oh, it says RIP. All right, so this is a YouTube exclusive, I guess. I got a backup copy. But, all right, so... Yeah, we are live. Okay, so as I was saying, like... People... So we sent out messages to the user base. And we were like, they can read your messages. Here's the proof of it. And somehow all of those messages were deleted. Now, I don't know how the way that you describe it, you'd have to go into an individual user and figure out how that happened. How the hell could this have possibly happened? Like, literally, this is 10 people doing 10 messages each, at least hundreds of messages. Getting deleted by hand?
Beechey, is it IPv4 that they're on now? It's not the same one that we were using.
I think, what's the newest one? Because I think when they installed 4, it was a beta version. It had a load of security flaws. But yeah, I think it's 4. Yeah.
Okay, so like, I mean, I assume that maybe there's some new functionality that gives admins just a bit more, I don't know, power, I guess you would call it. But I don't know. I mean, I think Mighty Onyx is actually a lot more technically qualified than either of us are.
Interesting.
Just saying. So I wouldn't put it past him to have even more kind of functionality just at his fingertips than either me and Beechey did. But we didn't need that kind of functionality, obviously, because we didn't read people's personal messages. But,
on the topic of Mighty Onyx, he's a bit of an enigma, right? Like, he doesn't really,
No, he's not a Phil fan, really. He's not a fan. He wasn't part of the community. He approached me and Beechey originally because he wanted to help on the technical side. Yeah, like he just wanted experience, and he was a lot. The way the lingo, like the lingo that he was using. I had no idea. Like, I just left Beechey and him to it.
Okay.
But I mean, like he kind of came to us at a really odd time, actually, thinking about it. It was almost perfect.
It was a couple of weeks before we left, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was literally a couple of weeks before we left.
And yeah, we left and we just basically dropped him in it. And
interesting. So wait a minute.
That's because I remember everyone assumed like he was one of Phil's fans and Phil just brought him on, but no, we approved him and we brought him on to help with because we were going to redesign the website.
Wait a
we
minute.
did it. He did eventually.
So actually, he popped up before you guys all walked out on the forums. Did I hear that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. That's very interesting. Because he then would be the person to, essentially solve all Phil's problems, right? He resurrected the forums and sort of. That's very interesting. So, when would you sort of place the time? Like, if you could sort of like give the time frame, where would you place it?
Probably
mostly
probably a couple of months before. Yeah.
But was there any sort of was this building in the background, or was everything just normal? Like, looking back on it, does it seem as though that Onyx came in response to sort of this storm that was brewing, or did he just sort of come just normally?
I think at the time, the front page, like if you go to thekingofhate.com, like it was terrible at the time. Like it was designed by Foos. Was it designed by Foos?
Yeah.
Yeah, like just like on a whim. Like she wasn't really a web. Well, she was a web designer, but she wasn't. I
don't think she was a full stack, which is basically someone that does everything. I think she's part of a team as a job. So she does like some part of the website, but obviously with this, she was doing everything. So.
Okay.
But yeah, so like it was like it was supposed to be temporary and it ended up becoming permanent because Foos left shortly afterwards. And then we got approached and we got we just we just can't be asked basically because £200, 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. phone call, shit like that.
Of course.
But like he kind of came to us and was like, oh yeah, I see it, like the front page is a bit, I don't know, a bit nasty, I guess was the best word. I want to try and make it a bit better. And then he basically came to us with like loads of like prototypes and templates and stuff like that, and we started working together. And then the ultimatum happened with Phil at that point.
After.
And then after, and then a month later is when Phil broke
the ultimatum.
The
broke
ultimatum.
His promise.
So we left.
That's so weird.
So,
because you have to understand.
I don't think it was malicious. I think it was just timing, to be honest.
No, I don't mean malicious. I just mean like, from our perspective, right? You have to be a little bit. I don't know. It just looks weird that this guy.
It was a very well-timed coincidence.
Yeah.
There are a lot of
posts. So from the outside, it must have looked like this dude was just had an account, and then all of a sudden he's the admin. Like it must have looked weird.
Right,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of theories.
We were talking with for a long time. Yeah.
There's a lot of like theories about who this guy is. I've seen people thought it was KG. People thought it was King of Kings 5400. People noticed a different like. There was a point after Project 7 got canceled that the way that the Onyx account used grammar changed. There were specific habits and tendencies and punctuation and word choice that specifically changed. Using contractions, not using contractions, like.
Oh, I don't think he's a native English speaker.
But there was a difference.
Oh, you mean like there was a
after
between
the Project 7 thing was canceled.
Right.
As though the Onyx account was handed off to somebody else. So there's always been a lot of like questions and speculation and just sort of there's just been a lot of like suspicion, I guess you could call it, just skepticism over like this Onyx character. And now that you say that he sort of came before all this stuff was going on, before he was needed. That's basically what I sort of picked up from that, is that he showed up before the need for him arose, and we sort of looked at it as he showed up in response to the need, right? He showed up to specifically save Phil and the forums and whatever else. So that's a real interesting little detail that I'm really sort of that sort of changes my perspective now.
I almost wish that he hadn't turned up, because then Phil probably wouldn't have a forum and things would at least be a little bit better. Because I feel like if he hadn't been there, he wouldn't have even tried. He just would have been.
There was nobody else on there that could have done it apart from him.
Exactly, that's what I mean. If we, that's kind of what we had. Like it was, like there was no one else willing to do what we were doing at the time, and then he was there, and the sole fact that he was there meant that the forum could be somewhat saved, and Onyx was completely uninvolved in any drama or anything that ever went on. He was just kind of like, I just wanted the experience.
Yeah, off on the side design on the website, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. He when it all went bad, he did. They actually lied about how fixing the website. They said they had to remake the database and stuff, and they didn't have to. They could have saved all the posts and all the accounts and stuff, because we had backups and stuff, but. Phil claimed
loads of backups.
Phil claimed
after I deleted
we destroyed the databases.
Yeah, after I deleted.
Backups. I think we made them every day, didn't we?
Yeah, we had it set to be made every day at like 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think.
I was really annoyed when he was like, the last people destroyed the website and we had to remake it. It's like, that's a complete lie.
I was fucking asleep. You fucking lying, mate.
Complete lie. Like you can just roll back like half a day. Yeah.
Yeah, that just completely sort of changes my perspective on it, because like I said, we just thought that he was an already existing person that just sort of took up this, took up the became Batman, sort of took up the mask and cape. I don't know, that's really weird.
He was the hero they needed, but not the hero they deserved.
Now, you guys don't remember him before that? Like, that was your guys' first encounter
No.
with him? Was when
He
you
was an
started showing
enigma.
him?
He was an enigma. He just kind of turned up out of the blue.
Yeah, he did. He just
Interesting.
contacted us and was like, "Hey, I want to work on the website." It's like, "It's all right, fine. If you want to, Like, I'm not going to do it, so someone else might as well."
Now, it's funny that you mentioned that he seems very adept at this kind of stuff because, I mean, let's be honest here. The forums are very basic. The website is very basic. The
website's very basic.
the choice to go to IRC is, I mean, all this stuff seems as though, I mean, yes, maybe somebody that is very knowledgeable on the technical side, but maybe not somebody that is very creative or artistic when it comes to doing
Have you ever
this
heard
kind
of
of stuff.
programmer art? Programmers generally aren't very good at designing stuff
Right.
at all.
Right.
Yeah, like at uni, like every program I made was utterly hideous. Like it's like programmers are good at designing the back end system.
Yeah, they're very good at making efficient code.
Yeah. Like you're taught to be lazy, essentially. You know, like you don't want to make too much stuff, and you don't want to have stuff replicate other functionality or whatever. But yeah, the programmers generally are really bad at designing like the actual user interface. I think it's an all right job. I mean, the search functionality I think is probably the best part of the website, but
The fact that you can't post image URLs is fucking shite, though.
And what?
The image, you know how we used to be able to just post a URL for an image and it would just show up.
I think you have to
It
press
doesn't
enter.
work.
If you post it and then
That's,
press enter, it turns into an image in the actual like.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah,
a tick
but then you
box, isn't it?
post it, it doesn't show up in the post.
Oh, really?
Isn't that just
Yeah.
a tick box on the admin CP?
Pretty sure it does. Pretty sure it is.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure you just have to click a button and that's it. Yeah.
There you go. Free advice. See, you guys
Yeah,
are still
next-
you guys are still on the job. Look at that.
Yeah, 2 years and I'm still pro. Yeah,
You guys are not qualified though. That's for sure.
yeah, not qualified enough. When
I
agree doesn't
don't, I
count.
don't know the qualifications of moderation. I mean, I know that whenever I moderate, I have to make sure that I call people negative dickheads. I learned that very recently.
Beautiful. So before we move on, because we do have somebody that wants to kind of come in and kind of interact with you guys, so I want to get them before we get too late. And obviously, I mean, we're, so appreciative to have you guys so late.
It's really hot in my house.
I
Oh,
want
God,
to.
I'm dying.
I want to sort of briefly mention that you guys talked about how the staff, a lot of people aren't there, or that the staff is just a bunch of newbies, and it seems as though a lot of people have left. So I just sort of wanted to get you guys' take on the fact that a lot of these people are gone. I mean, as we mentioned, that King of Kings 5400, who people thought was Onyx, he's gone. I Cured It With My Brain is gone.
Is he really?
He's gone. Yeah, he's no longer there. The longest, I mean, I guess you'd say the most tenured person there would be Static Veins, who he himself
I think,
just sort of
it's
became
a
a mod
close
at
tie
this.
with Master of Awesomeness. I think it's a close tie with Master of Awesomeness.
Takes some doing to stay there that long, to be honest.
Yeah,
Master, I think
The place is
Static-
dead though. What do you do? What
it
do they
is dead. Like
What do they
literally,
do?
if
Like
you go
use
on
Reddit. Reddit has users. Like I can talk to people. Just use Reddit. Like I don't know.
it's just so dead.
that's funny you mentioned
There's
Master of Awesomeness, because Silent Warrior, who I believe was on Twitch for a little while, the Twitch chat, he's a lead moderator, while Master of Awesomeness is just a regular forum moderator. So he's been sort of outranked by a guy who hasn't even been around as long, which is kind of interesting.
I mean, no, I don't know.
That happened to
Master of
us.
Awesome.
That's what happened to you.
Well, yeah, I just
Yeah,
I just
all
kind of
the mods
rose
were
up
around
the
for years,
ranks.
and I was like, yeah, you're going to be an admin. And that was it.
I became an admin because I would have been good at an admin, and I was. Well, apart from deleting the website, but
Right.
we won't talk about that bit. But no, yeah, I didn't want to be a moderator because I would have been a crap moderator because I'm super bad. I'm too lenient when it comes to rules and things like that. I'm too I'm still on the forums to this day because I give people benefits of the doubt all the time. So I think I would have been a terrible moderator.
I was really harsh when I first started. I was just banning people all the time. you realise you're being stupid after a while, though. After a while, I was like, why am I banning people? They don't particularly deserve it. Yeah, I think towards the end, I was really lenient. I was like, as long as they're not physically, like directly insulting people, I don't particularly care.
Do you guys feel like your moderation style, and we'll connect with the TheAireaidLord while I give you guys this question, sort of fill the time there. Do you guys feel as though your moderation style, I guess that's the right word, moderation style, but do you feel as though the way that you guys moderated changed when you sort of stopped looking at it as a fan of Phil? Like when you looked at it in terms of being there for the community, being there to maintain that community and to be there and to hang out with people, do you feel as though it
100%.
changed? Okay.
100%. Yeah, I do. I don't know when it was I stopped being a fan, but I like in my head I think yes. Like you then you start also seeing how imperfect Phil is as well. Like you start to see that like the stuff he does on the website, he owns it. Like he's allowed to do what he wants, but I can disagree with it if I want to, and we did do a lot of disagreeing. But yeah, I definitely think so.
How about you, Hazz3r?
I don't think I did. I mean, I never really moderated. I kind of stepped in when I said, guys, you're being fucking idiots. Like, stop arguing over petty shit. It's kind of what I usually do. I like to consider myself like a kind of a voice of reason, I guess. That's how I kind of consider myself. Like, I didn't really do any direct moderating. I didn't like doing it because I wasn't a moderator. And I think it was more fair if one person who is designated as a moderator is the only person who moderates, because I feel like that way the rules are kind of enforced evenly. But I do think that I am more lenient, I guess, or at least I was, especially after the ultimatum, I think was a point where I kind of changed and I tried to be a bit more lenient, just to kind of make sure that the agreement kind of followed through, make a point, so to speak.
That's okay, just to write. That did.
Yeah, we sat in Skype, and I was like, Beechey, you need to write this. Put it this way. I was an English teacher there. I was like marking everyone's work.
Yeah.
Just like, right, no, this needs to be this way.
Just show my screen or whatever option on Skype, and I was just typing away.
Yeah.
All right.
That was something.
So it looks like we've connected to the TheAireaidLord himself, Mr. Lord. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Doing good. Just shooting the shit here with Mr. Beecher and Mr. Hazzy. So
yes, I know these guys very
Chris,
well. I remember
you missed any AA gunshots recently?
Oh, you weren't even playing the game when that happened. He's referring to the second Zombies DLC for Black Ops 3. There's a part of the Easter egg where you have to shoot a World War II AA gun and shoot a plane out of the sky to get to the next step of this Easter egg. And I was crouching and my aim was off. And I didn't. My buddy Corchado, and he to this day though, they won't let me live that one down. But yeah, I remember. Fred, you had asked me to be on when the whole DSP Fapgate happened, and it was during a week where I was finishing up exams.
Dude, I reached out to so many people because I just wanted to get that just like one soundbite from everybody that's like, what the fuck? I just wanted to get everyone's what the fuck reaction to that because it was just it was so over the top, right? And it obviously became such a big thing. And I just wanted to I wanted to get people's, sort of, I don't know, I wanted people to be like, Phil, I'm disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I tweeted him. I don't know if you saw when I caught his Keemstar tweets because he's like, "Hey, Keemstar, let's chat about this." And I was like,
I saw it.
"What the fuck is he trying to do?" And I tweeted him. I said, "If you try to sell out to Keemstar and try to do I know Keemstar sometimes has guests where I know when Lizard Squad hacked PlayStation and Xbox 2 Christmases ago." They were interviewed by Keemstar. So I was thinking in my head, I was like, is Phil going to try to do that so he can get views and try to get people on his channel, all for the wrong reasons. I mean, someone fucking jerking off. But I thought that was what he was going to do. And I let it known. I was like, dude, if you sell out like this, I have no fucking respect for you. It didn't happen. I don't believe Keemstar even acknowledged him.
He wasn't interested whatsoever after that. He just wanted to report that story. It was just sort of a filler story. And if you remember the way he reported it, it was just sort of, this happened and he laughed about it. But if you remember correctly, what Phil actually seemed like he wanted to talk about was the haters. It seemed as though he was like, because I think Keemstar tweeted out something like, "Why does Phil get so much hate?" And I remember I responded to it. It was, "Why does Phil get so much hate?" And he got a bunch of reactions to that, and that's when Phil responded like, "Well, if you want to have a chat about it, I'd be glad to talk with you about it." That's actually the subject he wanted to talk about. That's what he responded to.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I had seen that. I was confused about like what he was trying to do with that because it was all just so sudden. I was unaware it happened at all because I was still in college. I was taking some classes, finishing up my semester, and then my phone is buzzing like off the hook. Like I was chatting with a friend walking back to my dorm. My phone is exploding with messages, and I have like 20 messages from P Dog on my phone. I'm like, what the fuck could he possibly want? And he was like, "Oh my God, DSP this, DS." I'm like, wait a minute, slow down. And so he's linking me and he's saying this stuff, and I thought he was joking. He's like, DSP jerked off on camera, and I'm like, no, I'm like, nice try, you know, obviously you're making this up. And then I went further into it, and it took me 2 seconds because obviously someone had uploaded it, and yeah, I was like, I cannot fucking believe this. Not only that, at my college I have like an improv club that I'm a part of, and there's a game called Party Quirks where there's 4 people, one person steps out of the room, and the other 3 people basically take on the quirks of anything. It could be like a superhero, something in pop culture, whatever. So I stepped out of the room, and a group of my friends and people in the club were trying to think of tropes. And so I went in and I guessed some of the basic ones, and all of a sudden one of my friends is sitting in the chair and he's like, "Oh, I'm trying to scratch my leg." And I look over at my one friend because he knows DSP, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" And the whole room just burst into laughter because none of my friends knew who DSP was, but I guess it was going viral that some YouTuber jerked off on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Even my brother, he was on some sort of social networking, like I forget what the site was. It's this site he goes to a lot on his phone, and he's like, "Was this Phil who did this?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "How did you?" I didn't realize how viral it was going. I was like, "Oh God damn it!"
I mean, Keemstar got a hold of it, right? I mean, and a bunch of other people did videos about it. Apparently, Keemstar was trying to get Leafy to do a video. He just didn't, but that would have definitely been, you know, another round of it going around. But yeah, I mean, I think I don't know to what extent the general public would know, because obviously YouTube is, I mean, not everybody you know goes on YouTube, but the vast majority of, you know, college age and below do. I wonder like if you said like, "Hey, that YouTuber that jerked off on stream," I wonder if they would just know him but maybe not his name or something, like, "Oh yeah, that fucking Star Wars Phil guy, yeah, the Jedi Phil or whatever, yeah, he did it," you know.
Yeah, my boss knew about him actually, because I was like, because we were talking about video games, and he's like, "Oh, this is one guy on YouTube. He's really bad at games, but I think he does it intentionally." I'm like, "Oh God, I know what you're talking about." And it was just in passing conversation. I was like, "Oh, great."
Crazy,
Oh,
huh?
you used to be friends with the guy?
What was that?
Did you like tell him that you used to play games with him and had your
Yeah, I
experiences
kind of
with
gave him a
that?
little bit of the history without going into too much
Oh,
detail.
come on.
Somebody was embarrassed. Uh-oh.
It was my first day this past week, so I had to play the nice guy card.
Not
at
try
least,
to take responsibility for knowing Phil and being friends with him. Like,
Oh
no, I don't know. I
Well,
don't know
yeah.
that guy at all. Some YouTuber. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Funnily
wait,
enough, the only reason
who
we
the
got
hell
on the
is that?
topic of the conversation is because there are some of the video games that Phil has played. The company that I work for, their logo is in some of the games, like the credits, because they make certain parts of the game. And so we ran through a few videos where like Phil commented on the company in particular, and we were just laughing our asses off. I was like, wow, like this is weird, like just looking at this, but yeah, it was just funny. But yeah, that was Fapgate. That was what the hell. And then I was kind of surprised after because it was different for me. I was like, Phil's all right. Like you and I was listening to the what you mentioned about it on the podcast about it was really weird. He at first denied it. Everyone was a mentally ill detractor who talked about it.
Absolutely.
And then afterwards it was, "Oh, I'm gonna roll with it. Haha, let me just." But he overplayed it. He kept overplaying it. It's like, I saw that there was, Injustice 2 got leaked, and then there's a picture of Injustice 2, and right next to it is the picture of him with that stupid face with him looking up. It's like, oh, come on, like, stop milking it, dude. Like, wow, that sounds so bad, but yeah, stop, dude.
He killed the joke himself. That's essentially what happened. It's sort of like what was it that I remember the Chinpokomon South Park episode where the parents wanted the kids to stop playing Chinpokomon, so they started playing it themselves, and then the kids lost interest. Like, that's essentially what Phil did. He ran the joke into the ground. He tried to leverage it as like something that he knew that if he showed that he enjoyed it and he was genuinely entertained by it, that people would stop doing it. People would stop, they wouldn't find it cool anymore. And to be honest, I guess that's kind of smart. I don't know if he decided to do that or if someone told him to do that. But yeah, he essentially ran the joke into the ground by expressing joy and interest over it, and by trying to almost make it like a selling point to like, try to, make jokes about it all the time and stuff like that. Yeah, he essentially killed all the fun associated with it.
The only time he has ever asked me for advice was after we had that argument in November, after I called him out on Twitter for the whole Fallout 4 thing, getting it early.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's a personal pet peeve of mine. I hate people who get games early. Actually, I don't know if Hazz3r and Beechey remember this. Do you guys remember what happened with me and Chris Furtado when I called him out on getting Halo 4 early?
I do.
And it turned into this.
You weren't happy at all because you were a massive Halo fan, and you were like,
"Yeah,
dude, like you've stolen the game." Like
he bragged to me. The thing was, I was on the Xbox 360, and I think he joined a party that I was in, and he was talking about it, and then he made a video about it, and I just had to, and then I think he made a post in the forum saying, "Oh, someone's salty," and I was like. And oddly enough, Phil mentioned it in the big video where he tries to call him out. Phil mentions the incident. I was like, I didn't know it was that, like, reputable. Like, it happened, but, like, I don't think either of us really remember it. So it was just kind of like a thing in passing. But to get back to my original point, the only time Phil has ever asked me for advice was it was after the whole John Rambo Howard thing, after they called him out on Thanksgiving, because I was trying to like rekindle with him, because he had after I called him out on the Fallout 4 thing, he sent me this like long-winded text on my phone and was like, well, if you're gonna criticize me, I see you doing it on Twitter, I don't want a friend who does that. And I was like, come on, Phil, really? Like, some of the stuff you guys were saying, like, it was criticism. Like, just because I replied to dsp.text and was agreeing
I talk to him all the time, not about Indian food.
Yeah, but, like, the message wasn't hating Phil. I literally replied to dsp.text and said, I don't think it's right that he's playing the game Monday and trying to upload the videos early because he knows he's going to cash in on it. And Phil saw it, blocked my Twitter without even telling me. I had to text him and ask him what was going on. And then he goes on this huge, long-winded rant. And then I'm basically like, dude, I don't want to fight. I mean, whatever. And then he just starts, like, to break down. He's like, the thing with, Rambo and Howard, they really hurt me. And I can't have you leave, too. I'm like, oh, great. I was like, all right. I don't want this guy to be on the verge of, like, jumping off a bridge here. I was like, let me calm him down. And he was asking me for advice about it. He asked for advice about John and Howard. And I said to him, really? I was like, rekindle the friendship. I was like, dude, like, I have had in-person interactions with all of you guys. We went to MagFest, too many games, 4 years ago. It's crazy how time flies. But, we did a lot of stuff. Restaurants we went to, selling stuff at the conventions. Like, those were, the dynamic was great. And for me to think that there was something more to that, just, I don't know, it really upsets me. So that's why I said to him, I was like, dude, like, hash that out. Like, they're your friends. Like, just don't, because that's what John Rambo said. He's like, he has not called me to this day. It's like, well, Phil, change that. Like, take some time out of your freaking full-time business and dealing with your full-time girlfriend, who is also a human, by the way. Just
full-time.
One of your favorite people. One of our favorite people.
Leanna.
Oh, man.
I met Leanna and her mom. They're both lovable bags of sunshine.
Wow, a bag of sunshine. I've never heard that.
Oh,
Oh, so
great.
shy.
Unless
bag
you're,
of-
well, the gorillas. Yeah, okay. I get it.
More like a
Sunshine-
bag of
She's even a
shit.
bitch to her mom. Her mom came to bring her something because the convention we went to in Pennsylvania was where she lived at the time, and her mom came to bring her something. She's all embarrassed she was there and stuff, but like nobody cared. She didn't do anything at that convention. She tried to sell earrings, didn't sell one. I offered. I was like, "Hey, I have a sister. I could buy one for her." And Phil's like, "Oh, you hear that, honey?" And she's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm a paying customer right up front. I'll literally give you the money. You won't even make an effort. Like, come on, didn't you learn any business tactics from your fucking full-time boyfriend? Like, god damn it."
You know, it's funny. It's funny. Like those two things you said about her, like acting all embarrassed and sort of shitty towards her mom, and you know, Phil being like, "Hey, honey, you hear that? Your first customer." Like, it almost sounds like she's 13 or 12 or something.
Yeah.
Like, it almost sounds as though she just made a sale at a lemonade stand, right? And it, like you, like you know, like she felt like you were patronizing her or some shit, and like being embarrassed about her mom. That sounds like her mom like dropped her off for, you know, from school or some shit, and she's like, I don't, you know, trying to act like she doesn't know her and stuff. That's very childlike behavior.
Yeah, I don't know what the.
Interesting.
Yeah, for me, I don't again. But that was that night. I remember it was weird because I was when Phil texted me all that stuff. I was actually in London, so the time zone thing was so messed up. By the way, Hazz3r, you never hit me up. We never actually
know.
met in person. That was such a
Because
crime and shame.
So that's what
had
this
no
is
money.
about.
I know. Yeah,
Money.
that was the whole
I had
reason
no
I
money.
came on to call him. No, because this guy. It was funny because I had already made plans to meet P-Dog, but then I'm like in London and I mentioned it to him just in passing on Steam, and he's like, "Oh, we should meet up." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Like I'm living in the center of London for a couple of months, sure. Like I never hear back from the guy.
Yeah,
Like
it-
Hazz3r, how dare you?
I had really bad financial issues at the time, and at one point I was living on less than £10 a week. And
Oh.
yeah,
Okay, well now you don't.
Yeah.
Bless me.
Now I feel like a dick.
That's crazy.
Now I feel like
That'd
a
get
dick.
you like a fifth of the way to London,
yeah,
maybe at most.
And then walk the other 4/5.
Yeah.
All right, I
Like,
think
walking
P-Dog
the-
was living on less money than that. He fucking, yeah, he didn't have two pennies to rub together anyway, so don't worry. But yeah. So what were we saying before that? Yeah, the DSP, the Goutman Gaming thing. Yeah. The messages that I exchanged with him. Yeah, it must have been 3 a.m. his time, because it was like late in the afternoon London time, and I was like, wait, he hasn't gone to bed yet, and I'm like halfway through my day. And I did the math. I'm like, it's like 3 a.m. over there. So this guy's in an active sweat over this, and that's why I like legitimately thought, I was like, he's actually concerned about this. Like he was actually broken. That I think that's one of the reasons why he didn't make a video about John and Howard. He kept threatening to make one, but I think one of the reasons he didn't was because I don't think he had it in him. Just like I think for the first time, being right was not important to Phil, because I feel like that's a big thing for Phil, his ego. Like, you know, I want to be right. You know, I have opinions. I'm the realest mother effer. You know,
Well,
I'm just, you know.
I don't want to cut you
Yeah,
off, but this is my thoughts on it. Like, what they said had the highest of credibility, right? I mean, when we say stuff, Phil can sort of just brush it off. He can just sort of dismiss it, right? He can just, you know, because he's built up this whole, they're haters, they're sociopaths, this kind of stuff. So it's easier for him to just dismiss something that we say. When sort of longtime friends of his who have shown up in his videos and people know that are associated with him, when they make a claim about him, it has so much more impact to it. And let's be honest here. I mean, the things that they said about him, and obviously we can't treat it as fact, right? Even though, I mean, they've, you know, had consistent stories and stuff. We'll just say the stuff that they've alleged about him is very damning. I mean, let's be honest here, right? This whole Project 7 thing, they claim that the only person that got paid was Rambo, and that's because Rambo said that I need that money for my car so that I can make it out there to continue to produce content with you. You know, him getting a BMW right after, and sort of, you know, all these different things that they said about him were very damning, and from very, very credible sources. This is firsthand accounts. for him to address it, I mean, the reason why he even got this, the reason why these people were even in a position to make this video about him was him saying stuff about them. So really, for him to respond, number one, people wouldn't believe it. Number two, it would call more attention to it because they just threw this video out on a sock account that they made. This wasn't promoted through their already established channels. Really, they sort of threw it out there for us to promote. When you really think about it, we're the people that sort of spread it, and I'm pretty sure they knew we would. And even then, we don't have the reach that Phil does, at least on paper, with his subscriber base. So, number one, it would have called more attention to it. Number two, it wouldn't have done any good. And number three, it could have prompted them to then respond again to stuff that he said there, and make an even more, and add even more in another video. You know, I think
Yeah.
there was nothing he could have done to respond to that.
And I can say that John and Howard are telling the truth with the Project 7 thing, because I don't know if you know, Project 7 Episode 5 was in development. It was in development, and I was supposed to be involved with it. I don't know if you know this.
Oh, this is exclusive. Okay, this is the first.
Yeah, I was involved with it at one point, and I think my parents would have killed me if I had suggested this, but they were doing a haunted Halloween special. It was supposed to have a Mel Gibson theme. I don't know why.
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson was supposed to be in this fucking thing. I have no idea. They wanted to do Mel Gibson. They wanted to do like a Scooby-Doo style thing where they would be running through doors with a really bad editing and then being chased and shit like that. That was the idea.
Poor man Scooby-Doo. Okay.
I think I do remember them saying that it was supposed to
Signs.
be. Yeah.
I do remember them saying it was supposed to be horror themed. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I do remember them saying that.
The problem that they ran into was that they couldn't find like a house, like something, because they were gonna rent out like a warehouse in Connecticut, but they it was the money. And at one point, I don't think they ever considered it, but I remember offering them. I was like, "Hey, my house is pretty decent size. We could use that." And then Phil's like, "Yeah, but then we got to haul all this stuff up to Massachusetts and stuff." And I was like, "All right, fine, fair play." I was like, "Whatever." But then we were talking more about it because Phil said he wanted me to be an actor in it, and he said he wanted me to be like one of the ghosts or something. I was like, "All right, I'll drive down for that." And I said, "When's it going to be?" Because we actually talked in person. When we were at Too Many Games, we were in like the hotel room. We were all we were brainstorming ideas for it, and they kind of outlined what they had done and how they had structured the episode so far. And at that point, Phil told me, he's like, "All right, Chris, I'll tell you." He's like, "The Project 7 guys," he's like, "They've been getting a little skimpy lately with, because this was when the trailer for episode 4 came out. So this was 4 years ago today, I think, June of 2012, right around the time he went to Too Many Games and was promoting it. So he was like, he said we released the trailer, but but they've been taking extra long with actually editing episode 4. I think it's taking them longer and longer to edit the episodes. We want to be able to film and do this all by October for it to be a Halloween-based thing. The only 2 that they had planned was a Halloween-based thing, and then they also wanted to do like a Christmas episode 6 for Christmas. Those were the only 2 that they had planned.
Interesting.
And I guess the whole gang was supposed to go to Phil's house and put on all this Christmas crap. Like one person was supposed to be the Grinch. I think like OJ wanted to be the Grinch, and everyone was supposed to be a different Christmas character in a game or something. That was the idea for that episode. But what I heard at the time was that there was trouble with money, in terms of, and I think John, when we were talking about it, alluded that the Project 7 guys didn't really have the way he worded it, and it was very vague that they didn't have the funds. And I was like, well, are they not getting enough from their job? And I assumed they were getting a cut. So I was like, okay, never mind. Like, I wasn't going to question it. I was like, they're getting a cut of the money. So there's no way, like, I'm going to ask a question like that. And I think John knew at the time they weren't getting their cut from the video. So then over the summer, I asked Phil about it. And I just started to hear like less and less information about it. And then he put like a channel update and said that it was kind of discontinued. And then I asked him directly, and he sent me this huge text message in October of 2012, and he said he basically went on like a mini rant about Respect the Pack, the guys filming it, and he was basically like, they want to get in contact with us, and I don't think that if they're gonna film it, it kind of put the tracks dead on this project. We could try to find some sort of freelance filmer. That was at one point Phil considered that he was gonna look for like a freelance like a independent filmmaker, and I was like, where are you gonna find someone to do that? I was like, I don't know, but
wow,
that was how it fizzled out. And then he was saying this stuff about respect the pack, and then John Rambo revealed in the video. I never even knew the reason, and it was, I think it was Andre had a kid. He had an unexpected delivery, and I was like, oh shit, like, and I talked to those guys, like when we all went as a group in January. I was talking to them, and they had a lot of enthusiasm back then about the project, and I was like, dude, you guys do great editing, blah blah blah, and they're like, yeah, we have this process, and they were behind it, and they actually. Their plan was to have, before a lot of this life stuff got involved, they wanted their YouTube channel to be kind of big. What they wanted to do was they wanted to do some Let's Plays, but they wanted their editing to carry their channel. So They were going to have Phil help with that. So have Phil give them some money, but at the same time use their editing skills and Phil's promotion, because at the time Phil had a good, decent following in 2012, and they wanted to kind of piggyback off of that and take some of the fame and move themselves up. That's why they were at MagFest in the first place. They sold business cards there, just like I did, just like Phil did, John did. We all did that at that event. So I thought, all the facts line up. So when they said this in November, that's why I was shocked more than anyone, because I was like, this makes sense with what they said that I saw like face to face. I was like, fuck, like, are you kidding me? Like Phil. And the other thing is, Phil didn't tell me this. Like, Phil didn't tell me any of this was going on. And I knew he wouldn't, because he wasn't honest with me about that kind of stuff. Like, he was probably more honest with John Rambo, but that's not saying much considering how much he kept from him in the end. So,
yeah. I mean, to hear them tell it, Phil told Rambo tried to approach them. He tried to approach Phil about like, hey, these guys, they've got, life is catching up with them, and they're sinking a lot of time into this. You should give him some money. And at that point, he still hadn't. And Phil claimed, and this again, I'm trying not to he claimed, but I mean, I just don't want to treat it as fact, just to be responsible here. But Rambo claimed that Phil told him that they don't want any money. So there was a discussion behind the scenes, according to Rambo, that he suggested that he pay them, and Phil claimed that we shouldn't. They don't want any money. I tried to pay them, and they refused. So that's a dead issue.
You know what Phil's argument was to that?
What's that?
Phil's argument was this: I'm promoting them on my YouTube channel, and that's what they want. So that should equal out. That's his argument.
But there was never an agreement to that effect, was there?
No, there wasn't. But in his logic, that was the way he saw it as, because. They had mentioned that. They had mentioned they wanted the promotion of being like back when the other channel section, back before YouTube fucked up the whole interface.
Yep.
They had the other channel section was pretty prominent, and that's how, I mean, when Phil first put me on his other channel section, I got a couple thousand subscribers overnight. Like back when YouTube had that more prominent, so they wanted to kind of piggyback off that.
Sure.
And I heard that discussion, and they directly told me when I was at dinner with them that they wanted that deal, and I was like, yeah, it makes sense. I do the same thing kind of with Phil. I do my content, I kind of piggyback off his stuff. Some people didn't like me for it, but whatever. But that was kind of their direct deal, that they would be promoted from him. I'm assuming that they asked for money. Like, I never heard audibly that they asked for money, but I'm going to assume it happened because they just ran out of the funds and time to be able to do it. And John kind of implied it when we were talking in June. So it all leads me to believe that, they are telling the truth about the whole thing.
Now, do you remember if they did get that promotion, if Phil did promote their channels?
Yes. Their channel was in the other channel section. Not anymore, but yes, for a long period of time it was. They were in the plugs at the end of the episodes. I remember some channel updates, Phil would specifically call them out and say, check out Respect the Pack. Like, he would give, it was almost like a Patreon plug. He would directly Patreon plug them. But it made sense back then, because they were making one of his biggest series back then, even though, what the production value of what was made sucked. I mean, it was the writing overall. The writing of that fucking thing was.
I mean, that's
terrible.
common courtesy. It sort of like when you say this, it almost makes me, it makes me think of like a big time YouTuber who's acting like their promotion is, going to lead to your success or is such a big thing. It seems like a big time YouTuber like mentality to put so much value, like just over a plug.
If I can interject here for just a second.
Of course.
For a long time, one big thing that I've noticed about DSP is that he will 9 times out of 10 go with what he is able to do and what he's able to get away with rather than what he probably should do. What he probably should have done was, pay Respect the Pact, a bit of cash on the side, like John Rambo did in that video, like he said in that video. But he knew that he was able to get away with, we made this agreement. And it happens time and time again in a lot of other issues. But 9 times out of 10, he'll go with what he can get away with and what he can get away with doing, rather than what he probably should do.
Not only that, he was rolling. This was before his first contract renegotiation that kind of signaled. I always say that was the beginning of the end, because that led in. I always say that one video, I'm sure someone will link it, the video that revealed too much about Phil, where he is basically trying to do promotion for the King of Hate vlogs, and he's all pissed off nobody's subscribing to it. Where he's like, I'm doing edited content. He's like, look at the views I'm getting. That's not enough to support this. Like that, in my mind, when I first saw that video, I was like, this is a very different kind of Phil. I was like, what's going on? And then that was pretty much what led into the whole 2013 and beyond for him, in my opinion. But yeah, no, I've been on the SoKast a couple of times. I'm surprised I never mentioned that, but I guess just because we were on the topic of Project 7, and I know some of the stuff with the John and Howard thing, that information hadn't been revealed. That was such a sudden video, but Phil asked for it. Phil was very rude to them in that video. I was like, you don't, like, that's a public video where he just talks to friends like that. I was just very, I don't know. It was very rude. It was very rude. The rudest Phil ever got towards me in a public video was when in the part 1 of the Jack 2 playthrough, he calls me a viewer and fan. He doesn't call me a friend. And I was like, all right,
and
yeah,
that's
viewer and friend.
That's
Nice.
funny because I literally asked Hazz3r and Beechey earlier if they ever felt like Phil considered them a fan. Or sorry, not a fan, a friend, an actual friend. And this is, their sort of interaction with Phil has been on the internet. You've actually met the guy in person, helped him with all sorts of stuff, and he called you a viewer and fan.
It was so insulting. Yeah, like he had personally invited me to visit his condo. He gave me one of his custom arcade sticks for the 360. We just chilled in his place for a little bit. Like Phil did stuff that day. I don't think I think I broke him outside of his comfort zone a little bit because like I made him watch some YouTube videos from people he's never seen before. Like I don't know if you guys know this one YouTube series. It's like Arby and the Chief. I used to watch it years ago.
Yeah,
I made him watch a few episodes, and he liked a few of them. I was like, nobody would know this. Like I was like, geez, like. And Phil, we were talking about. Phil's like, oh, that was Machinima back when Machinima was really Machinima, and so it was good, And again, like even then, like there were some personal struggles I was going through at the time, and he was just talking me through them and stuff. And like again, in those moments, like I was like. He's a decent person and a friend and stuff. And I think I mentioned this in the last SoKast that when you talk to Phil face to face, like he's not like he is on YouTube. Like when you're not talking to him, he often gets very, very quiet, especially like with crowds. He keeps to himself. Mm-hmm. And when you talk to him, you kind of snap him out of it. Like it's almost like he's like stuck in some reality or stuck inside of himself thinking about something a lot, and then you talk to him and you just kind of snap him out of it.
Yeah.
But then when the cameras are on him, you would never guess that. The way he's portrayed on YouTube, he's always talking, always has his mouth open, can't keep his mouth shut.
Flailing
but
his
in real
arms.
life, flailing his arms. But in real life,
his legs.
It's a week ago. Oh my God, yeah, yeah, definitely.
Doing
But,
various
yeah,
things.
Exactly, and I mean, at least that's how he was when he wasn't living with Leanna. Maybe now it's different. I have no fucking clue, and I won't be around anytime to see that. But
It's funny you mentioned that, to be honest, because I remember when DSP first moved out to Seattle, I posted a question and asked the King, and it was basically like, you're moving away from all your friends and all your family. Or the only person you're gonna know is Liana. Like, everyone needs friends. Like, are you gonna, how are you gonna, have you looked into it? If there's any like, I don't know, any like, I don't know, a club or something. I don't know. How do people make friends? They go to bars and shit like that. Like that's how I put it across. Like, are you gonna go out and try and meet people, try and socialize? He just kind of like avoids the question. It's like, oh no, I don't really go to bars. It wasn't really the question, and I just find it interesting the way you say, oh, he's quite quiet. I don't think he really. It explains how. That, like what you just said, how he's quite quiet and he doesn't really go out of his way to speak to people and stuff like that. Like, that explains that answer, really. That I imagine it must be quite hard for him, just to be by himself and only have Liana.
Yeah, I think that's why the YouTube thing started for him. I think he had his job at the Sikorsky Helicopter Company, and he did that for 5 years, and then after that, I think that was when the YouTube. I think he was very lonely, and I think YouTube was a way, and I think that's why a lot of people found social outlets online, was because they felt that there was some part of their life in reality that was missing, and that online could substitute in some sense. And I think Phil did that with his traveling Street Fighter and with his online YouTube thing. And I think the more and more he was involved with it over a period of time, it stuck him into this kind of like man cave like persona.
That serious adult house.
Serious adult house with a full-time sprinkler. I don't even know. Yeah.
Full-time sprinkler.
Dude, I would like to think that his parents have said, like, dude, like, son, little one, whatever. I don't know what you're going to say.
There's only son. He passes the Burnell. If we're fucking talking like Game of Thrones here, like he passes the seed. What the fuck?
The Burnell house, the House of Burnell.
The House of Burnell.
But surely they're going to say to him, like, you need to go out and see some people, because I mean, it's fine to prefer your own company. Like, it's a perfectly fine thing to do. I do it sometimes. I'm sure everyone else in this call at some point just like, I just want to be by myself for a bit.
Sure.
But like, comes a point where you need to go and talk to real people face to face, because it's important, because you remember that there are real people who have feelings and things. And I feel like sometimes when he interacts online with other people, he forgets that there's another person at either side of the screen.
He doesn't get out enough. It's evident that being with just his girlfriend's not enough, because she's probably busy, and he said this, that he doesn't hang out with her that much. He's like, oh, I'm so busy, playing games and feeding the hamsters and stirring the sauce, and
Oh, those are the expressions that he uses for masturbating now? Feeding the hamsters and stirring the sauce?
Oh, god damn it. Jesus Christ.
He's stirring the sauce, guys.
That is fucking disgusting.
The white sauce.
Fuck you.
Saucy Sunday's gonna have a whole new meaning now.
That's right.
I am disappointed in you, Fred.
Oh, come on.
Why doesn't he just do that? Like, for Saucy Sunday, like, fan art, like, he can just take all of the fucking, like, still screenshots from that video and just fucking have, like put, like, of him stirring the sauce, just put, like, the caption picture of him looking up and just, yeah, that'll work.
Because he'd need a legally binding contract in order to use them, because he's so afraid of copyright strikes now.
I mean, shit, like, he makes this apparently amazing original recipe, like Italian sauce, whatever you want to call it. Why is he not, like, I don't know, like, do some sort of neighborhood thing and, like, invite all his neighbors over for some original Italian sauce?
Oh, yeah, because everybody's going to be like... Because everybody's going to be like, oh, and you and your daughter, that's nice.
So what college is she going to? Actually, Snort. She's working at a local, wherever she works. But the thing is, he used to do that on his original channel, like the King of Hate HD. There's a whole bunch of videos of him interacting with friends, going to barbecues. Like, he was social to an extent, and it was cool. And I think, again, that was why people liked him, for because he was opinionated. he had a balance in the stuff that he did in his life. He had his job, he had his opinions on YouTube, he was kind of funny, and people were willing to forgive, like the friend request ridicule. People were willing to forgive him to an extent when he did stuff like that because he had the other pieces balanced. And so it was like, okay, he's being a bit of a dick, but it's comedic, and there's other aspects that I respect, so I'm willing to let it slide. But now he does something like, find that man and I give you permission to spam his account. Like, it's like, nowadays it's like just rolling your eyes because he's done it 400,000 times. And I remember hearing you guys talking about this, like the drama perhaps is the only draw of his content now.
Oh,
People
man.
on random videos like of serious, like what as he would have called serious adult playthroughs.
That's right.
Serious adult playthroughs.
The final part, top-rated comment won't be about, like back in the old days it would always be about the game. Everyone talked about the game. Now top-rated content. Are you the guy who fapped on camera? It's like, oh my god, like it's not even about it's. It's just.
Let's be honest here. I mean, somebody pointed this out, and I forget who. I wish if somebody remembers who pointed this out. This person really deserves the credit because I never thought about this. KG, for example, if it wasn't for him going back and forth with us, he probably would have moved on long ago. You know, I feel as though there are a lot of people that they sort of use Phil's, mentally ill detractors and stuff. They use it as like a rallying cry, and they come together with him, and this community is someone is something to fight off. We need to be in conflict with someone. And Phil obviously, bangs the drum for them to come after us, even though they don't. But it's like KG was really the only person that like stepped up and tried to go back and forth with us. And I feel like that's a big part of what kept him around. So
How about my number one fan, Sammy Samosa? That.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I could not get through that video. I think I mentioned Hazz3r Beechey. Do you know this guy, Sammy Samosa? I
think the most notable thing about the terrific threesome that is KG, Haley, and Sammy Samosa and Hardcore Parkour is the fact that when I look on the forums, I never actually see them talking about Phil's playthroughs that much. It's always about the drama.
Right.
Like it's always about the drama. It's never like, oh, I found this part in this playthrough really funny. It's like, yeah, DSP, you're amazing. Get them something.
Get them.
You get them, boss. You tell them, good
Exactly,
boss.
You get them. You tell them, boss.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
That's exactly what it is.
This is. I just don't understand. I don't understand these people. I don't understand where their logic is in why do they not have anything better to do?
I feel like
It's
in
pretty
their
sad
mind,
his fans only there for drama.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely. I think there's a lot that are. In a way, it might be that Phil has created this environment that if they don't fight us off, then he has to go away forever or something. I think maybe people feel that way. That in order to preserve Phil's content, we must get rid of them, or we must go after them, or whatever. Does that make sense in a way? Like in order for him to keep going, that we need to not exist anymore.
Yeah, I guess to them maybe, not like to a logical mind, but yeah.
Well,
I mean, he could just
look at who we're dealing with, right?
Yeah.
Well, they took their fairy tale friendship to the next level.
Look, I've been trying to talk with people. Like,
freaking guy, my God! As much as I don't like them, they are genuine friends. I could not
watch that.
As much as I don't like them, they are genuine friends. What can you say about the bombs of Kojima? Ready?
Whole Foods. Patreon is just a bonus. No, that I could not get through that video where he was refuting you. That guy has to have. Like, I know Phil makes the jokes about you were mentally ill and need the white coat. So I was like, I think that guy had something going on when he was fucking talking to you. Like, he wasn't making sense at all. And this is a guy. I remember he had been commenting on my stuff, on my just gaming content, and nothing to do with Phil. And I was like, oh, this guy's pretty into my content. And then I see him what he's doing with Phil. I'm like, oh no, not this guy. I was like, I thought he was cool. I was like, no.
You said he was commenting on your stuff like years ago, right?
Yeah, I guess he was a fan and viewer of my content with a KAH, basically. Yeah, he was a fan of my content. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, he starts getting involved with debates and all this fucking bullshit. And
He tried to pull that shit with Mr. Ludacris, or I think Mr. Ludacris stepped in.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's
He had some zingers about the TheAireaidLord too. He's like, I don't care if they slept in the same bed together. He said something about how you and him and P Dog took their relationship to the next level.
The next level. Yes, that's amazing.
He has like these predeformed like notions. One of the best ones was where this guy just tells him what to do. Here's an example. And you like you, Fred, you calmly ask, "Oh, can you link that in the chat?"
I asked for a timestamp. I asked him if we can do, because he said he was going to put out a video, and I asked him if we could have his permission to do an endure of it, because I don't want him to do some stupid copyright headache or whatever. I mean, it wouldn't do anything, but we just wanted to. I was trying to be funny, right? I was just trying to crack a joke, like, "Oh, here's his permission. Can someone please timestamp that he gave us permission?" And I said please and thank you and everything. And he's like, "Oh, there he is ordering his stooges around." Like, all right, but
does he even make videos anymore, or is he what's that guy up to?
He makes one like every like 6 months. He makes something, so I'm sure. But
he's a juicer. He doesn't have time for YouTube.
I would love to have another debate with him. He tried to do it with a few other people, and it didn't go anywhere. I would absolutely love to talk with him again.
Let me throw this out to you. If I know I'm probably asking for death. I think, in the words of DSP, it would be better if I slash my wrist and drown myself. But
fucking hell, that's dark.
That's what Phil said.
When the hell did he say that?
Phil said that during Street Fighter. He said, if I got wins, because he was talking about lag, he's like, if I got wins like some of these people got wins, I would just slash my wrists and drown myself. Here, I think I'll look for the link. But yeah, you guys commented on this. All I was gonna say was that I would rather do that, but I was saying that in comparison to, if Sammy Samosa wants to do a debate with you, Fred, I would like to be on during this, not even to debate, just to throw in my 2 cents every now and then, and to maybe come to him and be like, hey, that fairy tale friendship thing, like, let's talk about it. That doesn't exist. I don't know what fairy tale world you're living in, but it doesn't exist. Like just calmly say, like, you got the wrong idea.
I would love it. Oh, look, all right, Eddie has linked something very nice here. It says, this is August 14th, 2015. Dragon Killer's tweets, pre-recorded guests are P-Dog, TheAireaidLord. Oh, that's when you guys went on, and remember everybody said that you were like stroking his ego about him being like an original YouTuber and stuff like that. That was the one. you got some big flip-flop accusations for that one. But,
but that was me. I emailed Phil about that because that was me. I wasn't fucking him. That wasn't even his idea.
But it says here, couldn't even get his real friends. KG tweets, screw TheAireaidLord. Man, that's some grade school. TheAireaidLord.
TheAireaidLord.
Do you like Airheads?
Aryan Lord?
Do you like Airheads? I think it's a pretty good candy.
TheAireaidLord is a better insult because at least people try to say that I'm like Hitler, like resurrecting the Aryan race.
TheAireaidLord, that's pretty good.
Amazing.
Where'd you get that one from?
I embrace the flip-flop Lord thing these days, though. I embrace... People say, hey, flip-flop Lord. I'm just like, yep, flip-flop at it. I love my name. I would rather be called flip-flop Lord than TheAireaidLord. So from now on, just call me that.
I think it's pretty good. I think it's funny.
I love it because honestly, that's what I do. Every once in a while, if Phil's in a rut, I'll be like, all right, I'll bring him out of his rut. If he's being really stupid, I'll fucking kick him in the ass. That's the way I take it.
It's the summertime, man. You gotta bring out the flip-flops sometime.
Summer, it's the season of flip-flops. So
yeah.
But
exactly.
Like when you sorry, I'm gonna put this on silent. I'm sorry. When you see like Phil in a rut, does it like affect you? Do you feel for him? Like what is it that what is it? What keeps pulling you back in? Like, do you think you'll ever wash your hands of this guy, or do you think you'll like always empathize or sympathize with him?
I think I mentioned in a previous podcast of yours that I've had, unlike a lot of people, I've had, IRL encounters with him. I know, as the years keep going by, those grow farther apart.
Sure.
But, there's history there. And obviously, and some people have touched upon it in a harsher way. But, my high school days, basically my high school days were when Phil's community was kind of in its prime, the 2010 through 2012. And then when his channel declined, it was actually when I was going into college. So it actually worked out quite nicely. But yeah, my high school days were not the best, in terms of, how people treated me and stuff. And so, like I was saying, the online community was a way of coping with that and making friends and stuff. And, I was originally a fan of Phil's content. And then, because I kind of lived near him, I attended the events that he went to. And, I just talked to him, got to know him. And there was history there. And I guess it's kind of why, even John Rambo and Howard said the things that they said, but I feel like John Rambo and the Howard are in the same boat as me. Like, they don't wish him ill will, and I think deep down they would want to help him because they have history with him, but they also aren't afraid to call him out on his bullshit. And that's what I do. Like the Fallout 4 thing, I was not afraid to call him out that was a gimmicky, views-based decision to get it super early and try to upload it on Monday before the game came out. Like, I will call him out. I'm not going to not call him out, because I always have to take his side. Like, no. If something's bullshit, it's bullshit. Doesn't matter who it is, or, I'm going to support, the law of logic no matter what. Even I know even Sammy Samosa can, quote me on this one. Even if P-Dog said something stupid, I would call him out and say, what the fuck? Anyone. Doesn't matter who it is. I would call them out and say that if it's not making sense, then I'll call you out on it. But for Phil, in terms of totally washing my hands with them, he would have to do something like completely like a completely personal attack, which he hasn't done, and I don't think he has reason to do because he's so afraid about maintaining his business nowadays. So it won't happen. Like, honestly, in the next coming months, we'll do more co-op. There's 2 more DLCs for Black Ops 3 zombie content, and I'm probably going to do those DLCs with him. The DLC 3 and 4 for Black Ops, because we've done the first 2. Hey, Hazz3r played with us. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, we
P-Dog's deal. Yeah, P-Dog's DLC.
I was inducted as a member of the Flip Flop Squad
Oh,
at the SoKast.
We were getting flashbacks though, Hazz3r, because I remember back in 2012 when Black Ops 2 came out, P-Dog and I were like, I don't know if you know this, we were like freaking out because P-Dog really wanted to be in Phil's content, and he was afraid that you were going to take his spot. And I was like, no, he's not. And then like I was seeing, and you were talking to Nestor, I was like, oh, maybe he will take your spot. And then I had to play mediator basically. But then it was like a big flashback when you took his place recently. But anyway, not to get off topic.
Has he ever come to you?
Hazz3r's 12.
I'm not 12.
He's been saying it for like the last hour.
He's saying that you're a 12 out of 10.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's saying you're a 12.
And I've got a massive dick too.
No.
Oh,
You're
God.
a little willy, mate.
Well, we all know DSP has a massive dick. That's just a given.
So,
Well, if he can say it's scratching his leg, then maybe,
AireaidLord, has Phil ever come to you like about your appearances here? Has he ever said anything to you, or even hinted
Yes.
at it, or anything like
Yes.
that? Like said to you, "Oh, I don't like it."
He's confronted me about a few things. Oh, what were you gonna say, Hazz3r?
Sorry, you go
Any
ahead.
of you
Go
guys,
ahead.
any of you guys is fine. But yeah, go ahead, Hazz3r. Or,
Oh yeah,
AireaidLord.
Hazz3r goes. Sorry. What the?
Okay, no, during Mod Madness, he said he made a comment in the chat on the website that was like, "Oh, thank you, Hazz3r, thank, like, great show of loyalty," or something like that. And basically, everyone who was in the chat is like, "DSP, you're being a dickhead." Like, literally, Hazz3r was on that on that podcast and basically defended you for like over an hour. And he was like, "Oh, sorry, my bad."
It wasn't even
Two
like
seconds
it
of
wasn't even like
research.
a confrontational thing. We just sort of talked and
We just
you
kind
know,
of talked, yeah.
yeah. We didn't think like, oh, this guy's a dick. He's just over here white knighting. We just had a talk and yeah, I thought it went well.
Phil
I
has.
just, hold on. I just fucking realized that Mod Man, you were the first guy on there. Oh my god.
Well, he was on there before it
Yeah,
turned
I
into
know,
Mod
I know.
Madness.
Before the whole Mod
It
Madness.
took you
I
this
thought-
long, Fazzy?
I thought I recognized the voice somewhere.
Wow.
My
Jesus
sexy
Christ,
British
man,
voice.
Jesus Christ, man! I know you're
Yeah.
slow, but holy shit, I didn't know.
Oh shit. Yeah. So the way
I didn't pay attention to it until just now. All right.
the way that it worked out was we already had. I forgot how it's set up. I don't know if I reached out to Hazz3r or whatever, but we got in contact with Hazz3r and we're like, "You want to come on and just talk?" And so we just had like it was just a normal day. Like we just talked about just stuff with Phil, like as though nothing was going on. And then maybe an hour or two after the fact, I think we were talking to. Didn't we talk to
Furtado.
Mighty Furtado too?
Chris Furtado.
Yeah. So we talked to Hazz3r, and then we talked to Chris. Either I don't know if there was overlap or if they were completely separate, but then we talked to Chris, and I think even an hour after that, I think we were even done talking to Chris too. And then the mods started coming on. We started with Drill, and then I think it was Wanglord, Lemon. It just started growing, and yeah, I don't even think Hazz3r, you weren't on the second part.
Yeah,
right?
I went to sleep.
Yeah, you were
I went
already
to
asleep
sleep.
while all this was going on. So I don't even know why he was so mad. He was upset that you came on before all this even happened.
Like literally, everything happened. Me and Beechey and everyone jumped in a Skype call, and we all just kind of concluded and just said, right, that's it, we're done. And I was like, right, Beechey, I don't know about you, but you can just finish everything off. I'm knackered. I'm gonna go to sleep. And then everything went to shit, basically.
Good times.
That was a crazy night. You know what?
Fond memories.
I still am in disbelief that all that happened like on the air, because basically, like, first of all, at the time, I was blown away that that the stuff, I guess former staff at the time were willing to come on and talk with us, because obviously, right, we had the negative connotation with Phil and stuff like that. So to come on and talk with us at that point, especially with what was going on, I think some people viewed it as like a betrayal, right? Like, I Cured With My Brain was never going to come on and talk with us because of how he felt. There were certain people that were never going to come on and talk with us. So to have the amount of staff members come on and talk with us was crazy. And I mean, you guys know we don't ever like get you guys on with the intent to talk shit or like specifically try to poke you or trick you into talking shit for our purposes, right? We ask you guys questions and you guys are free to say whatever you want. So like it didn't end up in a situation where like people got tricked into talking shit about Phil. It just ended up being a conversation, and then all of a sudden all this shit happens in the background where the forums are getting burned down and stuff like that, and everybody's sort of laughing about it, joking about it, having a good time, changing profile pictures. I was a mod, AJ was a mod for like 5 minutes or some shit on the forums. Like, yeah, it was nuts. It was crazy. It was the definition of momentum.
Was this late 2014 where
This was
the
like
whole
2014.
forums?
This was like November. I
November.
It-
Yeah, November.
Yeah,
Right
where the
when
forums
Assassin's Creed
collapsed.
Unity came out, because I remember the first YouTube stream and the first thing he did was
Let's
Assassin's
all
Creed
applaud
Unity.
the selfish people. Yeah, and he was
Yep.
all clapping.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Good times.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Good
Beechey,
times.
you talked to me. I remember that was one of the things I actually came on here to talk about, was that Beechey and I talked back and forth about that. And I didn't really know Beechey that well, actually. And then
No.
he actually talked to me extensively about like what happened, because I didn't know. Like, I just
What
knew there
the
was a lot of
fuck,
porn
picture?
stuff.
Damn it, Wanglord, come on. Oh,
Was it?
sorry. I didn't mean to like interrupt.
Oh
I remember
god.
when that happened. He was just laughing for like an hour when he was doing all this stuff.
Oh,
Keep going, Chris. Keep going.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I just remember we had talked about the whole situation. You said that like Wanglord, like someone blocked Phil or something. There was like this whole catastrophe. I forget the details specifically what you told me, but apparently there was just a whole shit show that was going on, and I thought the forums were dead forever. I didn't even think there was a point. And I was like, why even bring them back? Like,
They shouldn't have
you know,
gone back, to be honest. Should be dead. Let it
yeah,
die.
you guys were right on the money when you were talking about it. Like, and I love the screen cap where it showed 12 people online. Like, no one uses them, and Phil farms them to make sure that everyone's a loyalist towards him. Like,
It's like I just clicked the Who's Online button and it shows you like all the guests and all the users and like what pages they're looking at. It was less than one page. I remember clicking that one time when I was an admin, and there was something like 170 odd pages of users, and now there's less than one.
Oh yeah.
It's like when I looked at it, it was like prime time US time as well. It was like about 12, so it would have been like 7 p.m. It would have been, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or earlier, yeah.
To answer your question originally, Fred, you were asking me, has Phil ever come to me about something he was unhappy about?
Like your association with us, anything that you've done with us, or maybe even more broadly, like things he perceived you doing against him or whatever.
I remember. Oh yeah, Loophole is here. I didn't even notice he was here. That was the Loophole incident where I was on a Skype call with Phil, talking to Phil, and then Loophole went on. And then he made like the Leanna joke at the end and kind of like tried to get. And then Phil went off on a tangent about it. And then
we should fight on the side of the street, he says.
Yeah, and then I remember Phil texting me after that, kind of being like, "See, they don't want to help me. They just want to start problems." And I was like, "Oh, like I was just like, I didn't even reply. I was like, I'm not, I'm not gonna play gatekeeper between two communities at this rate. Like honestly, like." But there was that. I remember, was it last? Oh, it was last Christmas. Yeah, there was a video that I uploaded called "I Am Darkside Phil." I deleted it since, but it was basically me playing Modern Warfare 2, and I was chatting with a guy on the mic in Modern Warfare 2, and I was chatting with him, convincing him I was DSP. Like I was using all sorts of DSP lines. I was saying that I was a former pro fighting game player, that I had a full-time girl. I basically just convinced this guy that I was the king of Hades. And this guy was convinced beyond belief. Like, I told him about the swatting thing. He was like, Jesus, dude. Like, and I caught his reaction on video, and I put the video online. And then so it was the night I had gone on your podcast, Fred, and then I messaged Phil and I said, "Hey, just so you know, I went on this podcast, but we were just, talking about different stuff about your community. It wasn't to hate on you." And then Phil responds, "Oh, well, I didn't even know that because I've been hearing that you made some video to, against me." And I was like, that was just supposed to be a parody. And then I deleted it before anyone could try to take it out of context. I was like, fuck it. It didn't even have any views anyway. So I was like, fuck it. Don't really care. Just gonna take it off. So
okay.
Mr. Views.
Mr. Views.
Views. Only on the Walking Dead content, which breaks 6 figures. So I like that.
Nice.
But, what else am I trying to think of here? There was something else. Phil based.
Nothing like you coming on here or anything? You never said anything about that?
No, I tried to ask him. I remember I asked him to be on this podcast, and I remember he kept giving me excuses, and then he was trying to convince me. He's like, dude, but they've attacked my business. Like, he was trying to say, he's like, Fred, and because he asked me, he was legitimately interested. He's like, all right. He said, even in a text, he's like, all right, I'll bite. He's like, who are the people who are on this? And I was like, okay, well, I should probably start with Fred since he's kind of in charge of it. And I said your name, and he was like, dude, that's one of the people that attacked me. He cost me. He went back to the copyright thing. He cost me thousands of dollars because of copyright content. And I'm like, and I was said to him, I was like, I don't know if that was his fault directly, but
no, it had nothing to do with it. Like,
yeah, I said to him, I was like, dude, like, I don't think so, but like these guys just. I kept saying to him, I was like, these guys just want to talk, and he's like, they just want to. Make my life like he kept playing the victim card. I was like, all right, dude, like I've told you 5 times that's not the case.
That's his narrative. His narrative is that he's a victim. He can't have that challenged.
It's crazy because I feel like if we talk to him...
He went on Kane Bringing the Pains podcast. Why can't he come on here? I don't get it.
Well, we're gonna have more pointed questions for him, and we're gonna have more legitimate things to talk about. They specifically, you know, didn't talk about certain things with him. I believe they were instructed not to talk about Evil AJ or something like that. There were like some conditions based on him coming on, and I mean, let's be honest. If we're gonna have him on, it would be wrong for us to like make things off
You wouldn't
limits.
pull any punches.
Well, not
You
even
wouldn't pull any
that, but it would
punches.
be. I don't know. I just feel like it'd be unethical to have him on and then like to have a backdoor agreement, like you know, behind the scenes. Well, all right, we're not going to ask about this or that. Like, we talk about Phil on this podcast. If we get Phil, we would probably want him to address things that we talk about. Like, yeah, I mean, it would be respectful. It's just that we just wouldn't like want to have something like off limits unless it was something like his family or something. We're not going to talk about that.
The stupid thing is, Phil said the conditions. He was like, the only reason I'd ever go on that podcast is if they had worthwhile topics, and he, for some reason, he said that he wanted me there. He was like, but like he wanted me there to almost like mediate the thing and make sure like nobody was like attacking each other. But the other reason he wanted me there was so that he could prove to me after that it was a waste of time. And I was like, well, like I don't think we're gonna just rage quit the call and you're gonna say, "See, I told you, snort." Like I don't know if that's really gonna happen, but.
I mean, look. I mean, anything that he uses as like an excuse to get out of it, we would work with. Like, he can put it on his channel. You could put it on your channel. There could be a neutral third party to put it on there. It doesn't have to be, because I'm sure he's gonna say that, right? Well, they just want to get popular off of me or whatever. Like, it doesn't have to be here on the Hitbox or on the YouTube channel. Like,
you guys interviewed fucking Sammy Samosa. I think if you can handle that, you can handle anything.
Well, yeah,
Oh
I mean,
my God.
you know,
The guy's a fucking idiot. So.
but yeah, I mean, if you wanted to be there, that's whatever. That's cool. Yeah, we just want to have a conversation and sort of ask some questions that he normally wouldn't get asked, or things that he, you know, that I feel like both communities, if you want to talk about them as separate communities, I don't know. I mean, I'm sort of 50-50 on if they're separate communities or if there's, I mean, I think there's obvious overlap at the very least. I think that, you know, both communities would be better off for having him explain or talk about. And, you know, I'm pretty sure that he has things that he would like for us to answer, right? Because he thinks that I'm in some way connected to the copyright strikes and stuff like that. You know, it wouldn't just be him on the hot seat. I would love for him to ask questions too. You know, I want it to be a discussion. So.
Yep, and I tried to, you know, because he doesn't give it a chance, and I feel like if he heard that, he would be able to think of it more logically.
Right.
But in his mind, he considers it a trap. He thinks, oh, if I go on, they're gonna call Leanna my daughter, and then I'm gonna be laughed at, and then they're gonna upload it, and then I'll be shamed forever. And I think I might even use this excuse to Phil. I'll be like, Phil, look, you fucking jerked off on a webcam and it's on the internet. I don't think you can get any more humiliating more than that. All right, you've taken it to that level. There's nothing these guys can do to tarnish your reputation beyond that. So, and at this rate, it's getting you more viewership than your normal playthroughs. So let's just consider for a second, you know, what would be the gains and benefits of something like this? Because I've said this, Hazz3r and Beechey, I don't know if you've heard this statement of mine, that I say that the people who have grievances with Phil, who have disagreements, or, you know, whatever spectrum of disagreements or hate they have for him, I think those people right now are his biggest fans. Because the big fans that he had back in the day, those people are gone. And they were his big fans because of a person that he once was. And now that he's changed into that person, I think that the people who give him all this criticism recognize that he was once a certain way. Sure, he still had some of his same quirks that he does now, but there was a mentality about him that was a bit different. And, you know, he keeps not evolving, and, you know, not moving up the fucking food chain of evolution here. And I think people, you know, can see that, and they're frustrated, and in some sense they want what's best for him, but they also just can laugh when it's just complete idiocy pouring out of his mouth. So, yeah, that's just what I think. But
all right. For Hazz3r Beechey, has Phil ever expressed any sort of like willingness or desire to try to patch things up with people or to talk with the quote unquote haters or anything like that behind the scenes?
No, I don't think so. Not that I can think of.
Okay.
I mean, I think he appeared quite uncomfortable with the fact that I was gonna play Zetsubo no Shima with him.
really,
Like, yeah, like the way it came across, it was like, yeah, let's have Hazz3r join us, and I was just like, because like obviously the way it turned out was like Pete couldn't download the thing, and I was just gonna play the game, like I just literally gotten in, sat down, I was just gonna play the map, and then I was like, oh, it's about 7 o'clock, maybe Koru and DSP are gonna, so I brought up the stream, and it just, happened to happen that that Pete was having this issue. I was like, I'd rather play with 4 people than 1 person, so I'll see if they want me to join. And it was like, I wasn't particularly thrilled about playing with Phil, to be honest, because he's not very good. Like, it was like, to me, it was like, oh, I'm gonna go to a house party even though there's someone I'm not particularly keen on there. But yeah, like it came to like the way he was to me, like I don't think he was particularly thrilled that I was there. So,
I did notice that you didn't talk as much. Like you were very quiet on the mic, and I was almost like, because I remember you did have like the loudest mic. I remember like your mic was really loud, but other than that,
yeah.
I do remember you didn't commentate as much, and I was like, oh, I thought Hazz3r would be more reactive to the Spider Boss, or like how Phil just is reactive to everything. Like I don't know. Yeah, I did notice that, and I guess I didn't, because I never knew where your stance was with Phil until tonight, and then I heard that you two were on, and I was like, oh, I'd be interested to see where they stand with Phil's content at this day and age. So.
I just find controversial things attractive and stuff.
Hey, if he ever comes on this SOK podcast, here's a tip for him. If he's trying to do custom thumbnails, can he not make the first 10 seconds of his fucking video just a still image of what's in the video? Can it be some sort of creative... Like, seriously. Like he tries to say, oh, I know how to do editing, Belch. Well, it's not really that good. So it's like, would you rather have no editing or garbage editing?
It's just fucking lazy.
Why does he pick such unflattering
Phil
pictures?
and creativity do not go together.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, well, just look at the way he does his thumbnails and stuff, but like, he always picks really unflattering thumbnails, like unflattering pictures of himself, like almost as though like a parody of it. Like those are the pictures you would choose for like a parody video. He always has like his mouth open, or he just looks dumbfounded, or like he's in a stupor or something like that. It's so weird. If you look at his vlogging or his KO gaming, he's always just like, it's so weird, the pictures he chooses.
Yeah, it's almost like in his mind, he's like, the internet will react to this. It's like, no.
He's not presentable, Like, go ahead, Hazz3r.
I don't think he has a very good understanding of YouTube, like as in like how to present his videos. I just don't think he understands how he should do it. Mm-hmm. And I think he's just recently gotten the taste of how to make his videos at least somewhat clickbaity. He's gotten a taste of like what he can achieve, but he still doesn't really have any idea. He's done one trick, and he's trying to do it over and over again, and it's just not working for him the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
So, we talked about a lot. We covered a lot of stuff. And I'm going to look through the viewers submitted again if there's any kind of questions. For people in the stream right now, there's a sticky link at the top of the chat. If you want to put any questions for TheAireaidLord Beechey, or if you want to just put it in the chat, that's cool. But, I mean, I don't even know where to go from here.
How about this? I'll play you guys the clip where DSP does slasherish and drown yourselves.
All right.
DSP exclusive clip.
I'd want to kill myself. Like, I want to go fucking slash my wrist and drown myself because I have no fucking skill or honor. I didn't earn anything.
There you
Wow.
go.
I like this notion of
That's-
honor because, like, he said
Wow.
the same thing during
What is he, fucking
Injustice,
Star?
like that they're a dishonorable player. Like, what is this honor
yeah.
of fighting games?
Dude, it's an online video game. Calm
Yeah.
the fuck down.
There's a
Be
warrior
a
spell.
honorable fucking
Hazz3r, it's a
player.
stressful job, alright? It
Yeah.
takes a sense.
Playing video games for a job. He's playing video
It's hard.
games
You got
for a
no.
job.
He said it's hard, alright? Scratching his leg.
Damn it.
Scratched as fucking. Oh my god. Kill me. Anyway.
Let's see what we got here.
Ask Hazz3r why he's 12.
That's a good one.
Born 12 years ago. I wasn't. I
heck
was
is
born
this?
23 years ago. Fuck you guys.
The only notable thing I know about Hazz3r is that he freaking infected my music taste with that Japanese J-pop crap one time. Because he was in a video for it, and then I listened to it, and then like I kept listening to it, and then this girl I was working with one summer liked it, and I was like, oh good fucking lord! I was like, Hazz3r, what did you do?
I don't know, man. The Europeans do some good metal, so I'll give them that.
No, it's not.
They're
good
all
metal
like
at all.
underage Japanese girls, and you
It's
see
not
Hazz3r's
good.
promotional video, like, yeah, I love this stuff. I'm like, Hazz3r, I'm gonna report you. But anyway, so
Baby metal, that's it, isn't it?
Huh?
baby metal.
Oh, fuck. I meant actual metal music, not that crap.
J-pop,
Never
baby
heard of
metal.
It's J-pop. It's not metal.
It's like a mix of everything. It's
Yeah,
like a
it's-
it's like a
Mm.
conglomeration of shit. Why do you
I
put it
guess that's
that
one
way?
way to put it.
Yeah. But yeah.
The whole chat goes silent as they ponder Hazz3r's music choice.
Mate. Baby Google.
But the reason why this is so like it's because he was in a video promoting it. Like some guy interviewed him. He's like, "Yeah, baby metal."
Yep.
I was like, "Wait, what?" Like it's one thing. Like I'm a fan of a couple of like alternative rock bands, but you don't see me, promoting Stone Temple Pilots. Like I love this band. I can't believe the lead singer died. Like shit like that. Like,
Oh, I remember when Phil said that when he said Megadeth was death metal.
I think I heard baby metal a bunch of times during NXT. It was like they were using that last night during the special or whatever. So
Yeah. I remember.
that's
that.
the first time I heard of them.
Their theme for NXT Takeover was the new "A Day to Remember" song, and I found that really interesting. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see. I mean, obviously there's a lot of Phil stuff. He didn't really do anything this week, so like we're kind of light on that. His parents came to visit, so there really wasn't much in the way of like Phil stuff.
he had a
Fucking
toilet.
hell.
A toilet was fixed.
That
Good
you know
bit.
what? Let me try to find this because I think Dragon Killer tweeted out and kind of summed up what his parents did while they were there. I think it was that they like patched up holes in the wall in Leanna's playroom. They painted it. They fixed his toilet. They they did like other stuff. They did like yard work in his backyard. They like cleaned his house.
Sounds like he hired a fucking plumber rather than his parents.
That's what I'm
Dragon
saying.
Dragon Killer posted a screenshot of one of Phil's tweets. And in the tweet, he says, they didn't come over here for tourism. They came here to help out around the house. And I sit there and I'm like, dude, you're 33 years old. You shouldn't let your parents come across the country
Yeah.
to help out around the house.
Yeah.
That's something you shouldn't personally let happen.
They
That's what a normal person would do.
they paid for plane tickets
How are his
to go
parents?
across the country.
His parents are like, apparently they're not
Gotta
very
be like-
mobile.
They flew 5 hours just to.
gotta be
Like,
like
I'm
60,
hard pressed to believe that they came. That like the whole visit was based there, and I bet you, in Phil's mind, he was like, "Well, I gotta stay focused on the full-time business, okay? And the only way that can happen is if I don't have these chores, and I have a lot of chores, okay? So inviting my parents is like killing two birds with one stone. I can visit with my parents and I can also get all of this tedious work done. Yeah.
And I
Pretty
can
much.
go and I can
It's
go out to
hard work.
restaurants several times for free.
Dude, you see,
Oh, God.
I think that's why he wanted them to visit, just so they could do things around his house. Because that's what they're doing. They're doing his work. You know, he should be doing that shit, not his parents.
I mean, I give him a bit of credit. I imagine he also wanted to see his parents, but you know, at the same time, you still wouldn't let them do all that
Dude,
work.
He
You
told
would actually
them.
go and
It's
spend
so
some
shitty.
quality time.
He
What do
told
his
He
them.
has
parents
no room
say?
for
What do
them
his
in his
parents
house.
say?
He makes them pay for a fucking hotel.
Hotel.
Yeah, and he has them work around his house.
And
To me, that's unacceptable.
he told them that they couldn't come until, like, they worked out this time to come because he told them that that'll be downtime. There won't be games coming out around this time. So like, they could have come at any point, but he like purposely held them off until the summer when he felt as though there weren't going to be any new releases coming out, any video games to play. Could you imagine having that conversation with your parents, like, "Hey, I'm gonna be busy playing video games, so maybe you guys can come when there aren't any video games for me to play."
I imagine they probably don't. I imagine that they probably don't understand kind of what he does very, very well. So like, I imagine the way that he would put that across is like, oh, you probably won't understand, but you know, I can only come at certain points because you know you can only come like when during this particular week, and you won't probably understand, but it has to be there, otherwise, you know, my business will fail and I'll lose lots of money. You know, God forbid he makes videos in advance, but you know, whatever. But yeah, like I imagine he kind of doesn't tell them the whole truth with what he's actually trying to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's
Silence.
very true.
We just both said yep at the same time.
Yep. Yup is the
It's
new
just
K.
it's disrespectful. Like he's their only son. Like I just feel like from a family perspective, like
I'd
just
feel
disres-
guilty if I did that. If I I imagine he's not seen his parents.
yeah,
in a while.
fucking guilty would you feel? Like
Very, very guilty.
Dude, this is because of the Wolverine toy.
It probably is.
It's his way of saying, now I get revenge. Now you pay for not giving me that fucking toy.
oh the
Oh my
toy, oh my god.
GR3G2000 has just said something in the stream chat. He says, Phil's parents are enablers. Imagine if Phil was a drug addict. That is so true. It is ridiculous. They are enablers. They are letting him do this. They are letting him get away with it.
Oh, of course.
Do you think? Here's a question. Do you think they've ever had the talk and not the fucking
The debate. You were about to say debate.
No, I was
Last
actually
debate.
when I said the talk, I was thinking of like the birds and the bees talk, but with Phil it would be like the wank talk or something.
Yeah, it'd be the hand and the fucking pud.
Yeah.
Nah, it'd be the masturbate.
You gotta take it out. You gotta whip it out.
I could imagine that talk right now. They'd be like, you know, Phil, you know, if one day you ever have sex, and Leanne would be like, don't worry about that, he won't.
Yeah, Phil's so desperate he goes to Sammy Samosa for advice. Sammy, what do I do? What should I do? Like, should I make more jack off videos? Listen, Phil, you gotta take it out.
You gotta
just
take
gotta
it
do
out. You gotta give her that juice.
Look, I'm a professional juicer. I can help you.
When the juice becomes loose, then you know you're doing it right.
You fucker.
Believe me, I'm a professional. I juice things for a living. And that's not just extended to fruit. I also do vegetables and sometimes humans as well.
Now he's trying to sound like Bernie Sanders. Jesus Christ. Well, don't. We need a revolution. Yeah. But do you guys think that his parents have ever sat him down and been like, look, like, what are you doing with your life?
No.
You know,
No.
I thought about this, right? And I don't want to get too, like, big picture, too meta here, but I just want you to kind of think about this, right? Without getting too personal, this is all publicly available information. This is information I'd be proud if someone said this about me. Phil's dad is a productive member of society. He's served his local government. He's worked his whole life. He's served his country in the military. I believe he was... I don't remember if he was in the Marines or not, but I know that he was in the military. Like I said, he's worked at the helicopter place. He's worked his whole life, and he's a professor, a college professor.
How'd you find this?
The Kiwi Farms. They did some.
It's a very big lens and a very expensive.
Did he have like a LinkedIn page or
found
something?
they like found his LinkedIn or whatever, and they also like Googled him and stuff like that. But anyways, so he's actually given back to society, and he's a well-traveled man, an educated guy. His legacy will be all those things, and you compare that to Phil's legacy. I just want you to think about that for a second. Phil's legacy is playing video games on YouTube despite not showing any sort of skill at it, saying inflammatory things, cussing, saying racist things, sexist things, and jerking off on camera. That will be Phil Burnell's legacy. Like,
he'll live on through the eons.
Yeah.
For sure.
Like, his dad's legacy, man who's, educated people, served his country, worked hard his whole life. His son's legacy, guy that jacked off on camera, terrible at playing video games, says socially repugnant things. Kind of crazy, huh?
It's a bit weird.
Yeah. But honestly, kind of, I don't want to, blame him, but like shame on him. Like if he's such, if he's accomplished all these things, like why didn't he, hold his son to the higher standard? And you know what, to an extent, Phil did before the YouTube stuff. He went to Fairfield University, worked at that business company for 5 years, did a series of internships.
The business company? Oh, I gotta interrupt you. A business company? What business company? Like you mean when he was the loan shark or whatever?
Yeah, I meant when he was working at the helicopter company, the Sikorsky helicopter company, and when he got a business degree from Fairfield University, like a bachelor's degree.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear because I thought you said business company. I was gonna say, oh, that's like sounds like a serious adult house to me.
I was talking about soap. That's what I was referring to.
But go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh no, that was all I was saying. Though.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seemed like when he was living at home, or at least closer to home, that he had a little more pep in his step. Right? He almost became a serviceman. He almost enlisted in the Marines. He claims, which who knows? But yeah, seemed as though he had a little bit more of his shit together. And then once he moved out, he got lazier and lazier.
He's lazy. That's his biggest problem. That is his biggest problem. He's lazy.
When did he hurt his back?
Oh, dude, how did you read my fucking mind? How did you do that? I was literally going to transition to the back thing, and you are incredible. So,
I know.
So, apparently, Phil hurt his back in some sort of
shut up.
Some sort of like accident, car accident. But I think he said this in a vlog, from what I know. But isn't it funny though that he sort of, one of the big selling points and one of the big justifications, other than income tax, one of the big justifications to moving to Seattle, getting his own house, was the fact that once he does that, that will enable Leanna to wait on him hand and foot after he gets a surgery to repair a herniated disc in his back. An injury that has plagued him for years and doesn't let him drive, robbed him of his life, and if he lives in a house, then Leanna will be able to come and serve him hand and foot, nurse him back to health as he recovers. Once he moves there, he claims that one whiff of the Seattle air fixed his back, and we've never heard about it again.
Even he was getting paid for that stuff. You guys know that. That happened because of a car accident that he was getting paid for in court. You know that, right?
Huh.
I think I've mentioned that before on a couple of podcasts, that he got in a bad car accident where he almost died. He talked about that car accident, but he never linked it to his back.
Okay, go ahead. Please go on.
He sued the living shit out of the person that did it, and they were guilty of it because it was a hit and run, and he almost died. So, Yeah, basically he's been getting residual money because of like the medical condition. So it was basically to pay for that.
Now,
So-
do you feel as though he had to maintain this back injury to continue to get these payments, and now that they've possibly run out, now he doesn't acknowledge this back injury anymore?
That I don't know. I don't know where the money stopped off with the back
But
stuff.
these things usually aren't like lifetime sort of payments. These things,
No,
essentially,
yeah.
what it could have been was he was granted a large settlement, and then this person paid it off over time. You know what I mean?
Probably.
Because it's not,
Yeah.
they don't usually have like, oh, you have to pay this person for the rest of your life kind of thing. They usually have one lump sum, you know, oh, he sued for, you know, $1 million, and then, you know, the average person, you know, can't just give $1 million cash in one payment, so they have to pay it off over time. They have to finance it.
Yep, I'm assuming that's what happened. Yeah, because I do know that there was money involved that was helping
Interesting.
do this. Yeah, and
I don't
think that
know
was
if
what
this
he
is a-
dipped into when he got the condo and certain stuff, and I think that was almost what like made it up for him. Because I think for a period, that was why he couldn't do sports and a lot of the stuff that he used to do. Because I remember him talking about that. He played football and all this stuff, and I guess he for a long time like he was put in a position of almost being like crippled because of that. And then that's, I guess, where he started to play games and get into that hobby. But I think he had been playing Street Fighter before, but it was always an off and on thing. Where he played it with, his friend, the guy that died or whatever, that whole thing. Yeah, so.
Now, but when you say that he almost died from the car accident, that's his words, right? That's just him saying, oh, I got in a car accident, I almost died?
His words, but the way he described the whole thing. I guess, like, when, like, I don't know if he was at a stop sign or he's at like a four-way intersection, but I guess someone was like speeding and like hit the side of his car, and I guess the passenger side, like a piece of metal, like it almost like pierced through his head, I think. And he described that it almost went like all the way through or something. Like he was describing like the in-depth of the accident. I believe there is a YouTube video where he says all of this too.
That's
I don't know
weird.
what. Yeah.
Wait a minute. So he got hit in the head during this car accident?
Oh, you know what? Now
That explains everything.
Do you know the time frame that this would have been? Was he on YouTube at this point or no?
No, he was not. This was the early 2000s. I think like 2004, 5.
Because let's be honest. Okay, if he had a giant piece of metal pierce his head, he'd have a scar, right? He's had a very short shave on his head for a while, and I don't remember ever seeing any sort of scars. Now, we could have missed it, but I mean, something
Well, that was
like
the
that.
thing. Have you guys seen the photos of him when he was younger, like in his early, and like when he was like young Phil, like teenage Phil? Was
Young
like very,
Phil.
He's very thin. Like he's a very thin kind of.
When he was a little rapscallion.
Well, probably because his
Young
dad
Phil.
didn't let him fucking hoard cupcakes and shit like he can now that he's on his own.
Well, right. I think, but also when he got the injury, I think he like just stopped doing a lot of physical shit and then just kept playing games, and then I think that contributed to his chubby motherfucker look.
All right. I don't know. I would link it. I would assume to link it more towards him being out on his own. Like, I mean, they call it like the freshman 10 for a reason. People gain.
Is that like when he blames the pizza guy for like failing in a game? Like the pizza comes and he like fails the mission. He blames the pizza guy.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't he do something similar in Ratchet and Clank where he ordered a pizza and was like, "Oh fuck, my pizza's here," and then cut the part early?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm referring to. Yeah, it was
the responsible
oh my
thing
god.
to do. Oh, come on. That's what's he gonna do? Have the pizza guy come on stream and shit? That'd be cool.
Oh yeah, I mean, bring the pizza guy on, like, tell him about his life as he's playing the game, and then, try to convince the pizza guy that his most recent death was complete bullshit.
That's a way to make the playthrough interesting, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
So I don't know for sure if this was the first time that you talked about his car accident and settlement, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time a lot of people are hearing it. So, yeah, that's interesting. Thank you for
I just want to add something about his back injury that he claims he has. I actually have a really slightly herniated disc on my back now, and my doctor actually suggested I do some exercises. I mean, I cannot do like some crazy shit like lifting heavy weights or that kind of shit. But you do have to exercise. You do have to maintain a healthy lifestyle, because it only gets worse. It's never gonna heal. It's never gonna heal. It will only get worse. It will only cause more pain. If you can stop it from getting worse, but there's no cure for it unless you go through the operation. But and I don't think Phil really has a bad back like he claims to have, because he lives like a fucking pig. You know?
God, fucking pig.
He eats so much shit.
Burn.
That's
burn.
He freaking The thing is, this is a guy who jerks off before he does his work. Like it's not
it's
like
stress relief, man. He's going into a very stressful day of work, man. He's got to.
But do it in the bathroom. Why would you do it?
Because Leanna wasn't home,
no,
so
he
he went to town.
No, see, he was like, "All right, time to get ready for work."
Hey, he's getting ready for work. He's doing a little bit of stretching before he goes to work. He's got to do a little work. He works out. See, there's video footage of him fucking.
No,
doing some curls.
All right, so this is how it goes. All right, time for another day of work. All right, where are those old pictures of Leanna that I have saved on here?
The
right,
real old pictures of Leanna.
Yeah. All right. Oh, okay. I haven't done this one in a while.
I haven't done this one.
The voice.
I haven't done this one.
All right. This should only take about 15 minutes. I should be about 25 minutes late. All right. This will hold off for now. Oh, God damn it! Where's that feeling? Oh, God damn it! Not again. Oh well, I might as well just start the stream.
All right, Lewis.
Oh my God, I'm such a good YouTuber. Oh my God.
Yeah, he was jerking off to his views that month. Actually, he was looking at his Social Blade. Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy 2 pizzas tomorrow. So Lewis wants me to give you my theory based on evidence of what actually happened in the masturbating video. Now,
I think I've already heard this.
some people may have already heard this, like Hazz3r.
Okay, guys, this is time to sit down to pay attention to Fred.
This is some
Freddy
CSI
Barker.
shit, all right? This is
This is
some Kennedy stuff, all right? Back and to the left.
Oh no.
All right, now listen. There is a distinct point where Phil puts his head back, right? That is where everyone thinks that he ejaculated. This is the big fucking, the big meme picture. This is the one that goes out. But right before he throws his head back, he sort of like, he gives like a disappointed, frustrated. See, there's the lean the head back, right? But I don't see the most important thing is what happens right before it.
Whoa.
And that is that he like just sort of like just fucking like he's disgusted. Then he leans his head back. So what I actually believe happened, based on the fact that A, there was no cleanup, and B, he looked very disappointed before he fucking leaned his head back in a Hail Mary attempt, I believe Phil experienced erectile dysfunction. And I support that by look at his reaction, right? He was ecstatic that he did not actually have the narrative be that he experienced erectile dysfunction. He was very excited of the fact that the narrative was that he just jerked off and that he potentially ejaculated. And oh, he said he has such a sexual appetite. He just can't wait to go to town on himself every minute. He's jerking. He's such a jovial young man. But what I actually believed happened was the erectile dysfunction. I also would point out to you, Leanna had a soap vlog where she said, quote, "Yeah, like the sex that I'm not getting right now," in sort of a accusatory way, as though Phil is not providing her with sex. And I would also present to you Phil's lifestyle that would,
It's the diet. It's the diet, man.
The diet would give erectile dysfunction. So that is what I present to you guys. You're welcome, Lewis. Thoughts on Phil potentially having erectile dysfunction?
That's so disturbing.
Yeah, man.
I'm just gonna step away from the computer.
Does he just not I don't know. Maybe he's told Leanna that they're in such bad financial straits that they just won't have a kid. So there's just no sexual activity going on between them.
There is no sexual activity going on between them.
Besides, it's like that would be like fucking a 5-year-old with her. So it's like it's disgusting. 13-year-old. Sorry, I won't go 5. 13.
Jesus Christ, we're gonna.
Oh, she's right around. She's right around your age, Hazz3r. Perfect. You're 12.
Hey.
She's 13.
She's a year older than me. Just disturbing.
Fat Hazard's into older women. You know.
Let me put it to you this way.
Into the MILFs.
Leanna's class year just graduated from college this year. So if she was in college, she'd be graduating this year. Well, actually, I don't know if she'd flunk out, but if she passed, she'd be graduating this year.
She's the same age as me.
Is she?
Yeah, she's 23 this year.
Yeah.
Now compare that. Okay, you have a master's degree in engineering, electrical engineering.
Yeah.
She is working an entry-level position at probably like some Bed Bath & Beyond or like some Yankee Candle.
So
She's a receptionist.
She's a receptionist, yeah.
Did you deduce this? Did you figure this out? How did you come upon
I'm
this?
sure someone said it somewhere. I think it might be in a tweet somewhere, but I'm fairly sure she's a receptionist.
Really?
Yeah.
Like a
I blocked her on
hotel
Twitter, so I don't
receptionist? Like, is that what...
I don't know, some sort. I don't know, like a maybe,
like, I don't know what a
doc
receptionist. A receptionist is usually someone that greets
like,
somebody at a business.
Yeah. Yeah, and is like works out appointments and things like that. I don't know.
Timetable stuff.
Yeah, timetables, that kind of thing.
Well, she says that
Maybe
she
works at
has a
school.
lot of coworkers, so I assume like she was like some sort of like
Maybe she
sales
works at a
agent.
school or something.
Interesting. I'm gonna command my minions right now. Could somebody pretty please with sugar on top? If you could find this, like where she says that she's a receptionist, that'd be swell. So that is my decree. I therefore command it. Damn right. Go get that shit.
Fred, can we take our relationship to the next level? Can I do it for you? Can I find this tweet for you?
Oh man, you know what? If you do that, you'll be promoted. You'll be promoted to number 7. How about that? It's like the Stonecutters. You'll be number 7.
Actually, according to last year when we made the vlog last August with Phil, apparently I've introduced the bromance of Tevin, the almighty Tevin, and Kevin Kosaki, or something. Yeah. Apparently they, yeah. But I think it's more of a joke because Tevin was like, yeah, God Raven. Yeah, I could be with him. Yeah. Yeah, just...
Lapple's got a little bit of a thing going on with Mr. Flameclaw. You know, Kaz has got a little something going on with Superior Artist here. There's a whole lot of stuff going on.
Shut
you know
that
what I mean?
fucking mouth of yours.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't supposed to let the secret out. I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's
man.
right.
Well, I mean, some secrets just have to be said at some point.
Yeah. Moogle for
gotta
ice.
take them.
Hashtag Moogle for ice bucket.
Well,
Phil is
I
Mr.
mean-
Krabs. I like that.
Well, Fazzy, I mean, hiding the fact that you're a chode, I mean...
I'm not, because you are sucking on the chode like usual.
I really.
Oh,
so
man.
let me see. I wonder if it would just be as simple as me typing in @Pandaley Games space receptionist.
Receptionist. Maybe.
Let me see if that would be that easy.
Yeah, there we go. Eddie B just posted.
It really is that easy? Oh shit! Eddie B clutch with the shit. Ah shit.
Panda Lee.
I'm a
at
receptionist.
the gates of hell.
Maybe she's joking. I don't know.
I'm a receptionist at the gates of hell. At least that's where I think I was today.
You wouldn't be that. You wouldn't be that specific.
Yeah.
If you were talking about the gates of hell. You would say like, "I'm the gatekeeper of the gates of hell,"
Interesting.
or something like that.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Eddie. As always.
You know what? I think this is just really sophisticated Sammy Samosta language. Like, you're the mailman of the anti-DSP community. So she's just a receptionist.
She
at
greets
gates
the
of
bad
hell.
people at the... Yeah, I don't know. Like, the way she was dressed, I could see her possibly. Because she posted, like, she had, like a poofy fucking scarf or whatever and shit. Like, she was business casually dressed. So, you know.
Business casually.
She's a casual. A business
Should be
casual.
a caption with that. outfit.
She's not just casual at work. She's casual at games.
Yeah.
And her choice in boyfriends.
Yeah.
Those two met over a YouTube message, a private YouTube message. That's how
Isn't
those
that
two
the
met.
creepiest thing you've ever heard of, man?
So romantic.
She was a fan and she like
the
messaged
creepiest
him.
thing ever.
She described it as like she was like, "Oh, I saw Phil," and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna message him." She described it. I remember she talked about it. Like she pursued Phil, and he agreed to the transaction.
Do you guys think he would have moved if he hadn't been with her in a relationship, or?
She was probably putting the screws to him pretty big. I
don't think so.
What do you guys think?
That disgusting photo of her eating fucking food.
I don't think so.
That disgusting photo of someone eating food.
She looks like a frog.
Just
Doesn't she look like a
Jesus.
frog? Look at her face. She looks like a frog.
Yeah, it's Leanna eating the.
She's about to snap a fucking fly out of the air with her tongue. Like she's looking at it. She's looking at the fly.
Oh,
she looks like she gained like 40 pounds within the last couple of minutes.
Ooh. Oh shit. All right.
Someone said Dak cleavage. Hey, those tips are on YouTube. You know, there's the when Phil they're in his downloads folder. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yep.
Where he was in the new YouTube layout, and there's a picture of Panda Lee, like, you know.
I think there was a picture of rings too. I remember, like, I saw the screenshot of like that layout. I think that was like a picture of rings and then her. So maybe she's also sending him engagement rings that she wants.
Beechy, I've got a question for you.
Oh shit.
Do you remember Gamer Nicole?
Oh,
yes. Oh, please,
Gamer Nicole.
Please talk about this.
Because the thing is, if you remember, when Leanna and Phil started, like, I guess, meeting and talking, and it became a public thing for the first time, Gamer Nicole had like a massive, like a breakdown. Exactly.
She rage quit everything. She's never been seen again.
Do you think like a similar exchange in photos occurred between Gamer Nicole and DSP?
Oh no.
Hazz3r, I have insider information. When I first met Phil at Kineticon in 2011, I asked him about Gamer Nicole because this was before Leanna. Yep, there she is. She, you know what? And
that's
a
rough one.
I said to him, I was like, you know, Gamer Nicole has like a thing for you. His response, he's like, well, he said, well, you know, she lives in Australia, so that would be kind of hard. And he's like, and he said to me, he's like, I would, but he's like, oh, she's in Australia, so I don't know how that's gonna happen. I'm like, what? I was like, really? Like, you just go in for that?
That's a whole hog.
No.
All right.
She looks like a goddamn caveman.
The whole hog.
All right. Let me put it this way: between Leanna and Gamer Nicole, which one looks better?
Oh, come on.
I have a girlfriend. I'm not gonna comment on this.
Shadow Raptor says she's back. By the way, Chris. What do you mean?
I'm gonna go with Death.
Twitter is back. Really?
I'll go for Death.
T-shirt.
I'll choose Death.
I'd rather make out with a damn brick wall than fucking even touch those things.
The last post she ever said is also, I will no longer visit the DSP site and the forums. Thank you for your support. This was made on February 13th, 2012. Shadow Raptor said she's back. No, what?
There's probably a parody account or some shit.
I don't know. They're not. Neither of them are my type.
Oh, Leanna. She's talking about. Never mind.
Maybe she is back. Maybe it's Shad.
I think it's Dr. Fizz.
Uh-oh. Dr. Fizz was on a goddamn sock account this whole time?
God damn it. Fucking Fizz.
What the hell is this? A picture of... What the fuck, Lewis? Alright, you're demodded now. That's enough of that shit. Yep, demodded.
The pussy.
We temp modded a bunch of people just to, like, let the chat go into chaos. So, we thought it'd be funny.
Yeah, and then Lewis.
And then we modded Lewis. The hell is that? Man, Phil is a fucking porker here.
I want to know who that guy in the middle is between Phil and Rambo. Who is that guy?
That's Beechy.
So what?
Yeah, who is that guy? Is that Corachado? Is that
Post
Nestor?
it again. That's not Corachado.
That's not Nestor?
No.
I don't know.
It's the Dr. Fizz.
He looks very happy. It's
Fizz.
It's fucking Fizz. He looks very happy to be that.
I assume maybe it's probably one of Rambo's friends. I imagine.
This guy, I think I posted it here.
Yeah.
You play like one game with them. Like there's some other weird people who played with Phil like in the
Do you remember
past.
that girl who
Ice
was
Raven?
in the? Yeah, for
It's got Raven. It's got.
No, Ice
Was it
Raven.
Ice Raven, and she was in the
Wait a
the
minute.
playthrough for that like World Defense Force game.
Ice
No.
Raven?
That was someone else. She did like some Call of Duty thing with Phil. That Earth Defense Force one, that was someone else. He's been with, like some chicks in the past. Evie, that was that.
How are
girl.
people sharing these photos in
her.
the
I
chat?
was wondering who the hell is that?
I have no idea. I don't know who Ice Raven is, and I don't know who Evie is. They're just weird people from Phil's past, like around 2010, that no one ever heard of again.
How are you guys adding links and photos to this?
The
Like
mods.
I tried to put a photo. Oh, the mods.
Yeah, they're mods.
We're
See?
special.
Yeah,
We're special.
we have Meowbot. Meowbot protects us against link spam, fucking phishing links, fucking Lewis posting hentai and shit like that. You know, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like just all these people just randomly pop up, and it just makes you think, you know, like Liana definitely wasn't the first person. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, not even the first girl. There's been two before. Like,
What do you-
you've played
at-
games with them.
What do you think, Loophole?
At
Is
the very
Leanna the
least
best
that we
grill?
know.
Best girl, like
Leanna's the
alright.
best grill. The best Phil
There's
grill.
Evie-
The
well,
best Phil grill. What do you think?
There's
about
also
that?
the booby painter.
What?
That was a thing.
Oh
booby
shit, I remember
painter.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, she
yeah.
painted pictures with her tits, and she sent them to Phil, and like he opened them, and he was like hella awkward, like because he opened them in like packages. He used to get mail, and he used to open it, and it was super cringeworthy. It was really funny though.
Hmm.
This bitch made art with her tits.
Can you imagine if like Phil like still had like a PO box and like people sent them like a used condom and shit like that?
Oh.
That'd be amazing.
That'd be the
That'd be
first.
so good.
That'd be the
He would
only
not
used
have
condom in that house ever. So that'd be a first.
That'd be a
Didn't he-
first and a last.
Didn't he claim that somebody sent him shit, like to his
Yeah.
PO box? I don't
Yeah.
believe that. I don't
don't
someone
believe
sent
that
him
at all.
Shit.
Yeah, he used
Like-
to have this series called PO Box. Yeah.
I'm waiting for someone to do a Paul Blart DSP cross photo.
Those have been done often.
did
Yeah,
that.
those are quite
Yeah,
common.
Oh, that
me and
happened?
Tex did it like a long time ago. Me and Tex like made Paul Blart pictures. It looked
Oh,
pretty
no.
similar.
That's
I'll try and find them. It was pretty funny.
Man, Lewis not being a mod anymore is very delightful. Look at that. I
Yeah,
I bet you he's very angsty about the fact that he can't post pictures anymore.
Yeah, he's edgy.
This is nice.
You should actually time him out.
All right.
Just, for the sake of it.
All right. Hey, Lewis.
I'll
guess
fucking
what?
ban his ass.
Nah. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Do the damn thing.
You actually want me to ban him?
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Ban him. IP ban him.
Ah.
IP ban him.
Hit him with the IP. Hit him with the woo wop. Someone confirmed to send him shit. How? Like the person himself said that he sent the shit? I don't know.
Someone confirmed.
Yeah, confirmed. Super confirmed. That's what AJ said.
It was Fizz. It was definitely Fizz.
I actually
Fucking
really
Fizz.
enjoyed the. I remember enjoying the Jeff the Hero segment when you guys had him on. That was cool. Where you asked him about the DSP stuff because he used to make DSP parodies back like in 2010, 2011. Like he did them really early, like way back.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a good guy. Good like we hadn't talked to him in voice before, so it was a first for us and yeah, it was kind of cool getting him up to speed on stuff, you know? I mean, he's been busy with his own stuff. He's been doing real well for himself, you know?
Yeah, I met him at PAX East, and he wanted to get a drink with me, but I wasn't 21. I was like, I can't do that.
Oh, America.
Yeah, I know, right?
What's that all about?
All right.
Yeah, you gotta be 21 to drink. I think in some places, I think California, you have to be 21 to smoke cigarettes too now. I think they just
You can
passed
smoke
that.
cigarettes at 16 in the UK.
Damn.
They want us to all get cancer
I
and
remember
die.
that video. Darkside Phil is dead. Darkside Jeff lives. Oh, that's a great. Someone link that. That's fucking great.
Pretty good. Let me look at the doc and see if there's any more shit that we need to talk about. Like I said, I mean, it's actually kind of cool that we were able to get Hazz3r Beechey because there wasn't a lot of Phil stuff to talk about, and people would have strangled us if we talked about Overwatch all day for the third episode in a row. So,
All I'm to say is that I'm better than Hazz3r at Overwatch. That's all.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No,
I
you're
was gonna say you're stuck on Overwatch then.
not. No, you're
It's a
not.
matter
Well,
of fact. It's a
how
matter of
about
fact.
that?
Facts of life.
Well, I mean, you see, we're gonna be having a Widowmaker nerf here soon. I mean, the McCree nerf is also coming, and there's also gonna be a buff for D.Va. So, I mean, lots of good things and balancing patches to come. So, I mean, good shit.
And D.Va
What?
is the best girl.
Why do you talk about Overwatch like a 1950s sports broadcaster? Like, what the fuck was... And he's got the ball! McKinney's going to the hole! There you go! Oh! What the hell was that?
I'm waiting for
I
someone
don't
to
even
come
know.
out.
Well, because these people say that I take too long. So there you go. Short and sweet.
Just fucking... Alright, gotcha. But yeah, we just posted our Overwatch tips endure, where we sort of... I was thinking about calling it something else, like a Let's Correct or like a fucking Let's Critique or some shit, but yeah, it's just stuck with Let's Endure. We basically watched his cash grab video, and yeah, put that up. People look like they've enjoyed that. We had this idea, and maybe Hazz3r and Beechey, since you guys have come down with the Overwatch bug too, we had this idea that we want to watch his Overwatch videos and do a long form endure of the entirety of his Overwatch sessions. Like, do it in small chunks. Like, not sit down and watch fucking 7 hours or whatever, but like do, like an hour a week or some shit like that, and watch the entirety of his time playing Overwatch. Because even though this is how you don't, if someone made it, this is how you don't play, it would be okay. Those end up being more like death montages, and I want to see like him not learning, and I want to see him like, I want to see everything. You want
to see him like bring up like the hero like explanation
Yes,
screen,
I want to see
not read any of it.
I want to see the whole hog.
The whole hog.
That's what I want. I want the whole hog.
Like, I mean, yeah, like it would be great. It's a
lot. It's a big undertaking.
It's a lot.
It is a big
I remember talking to him because I completely agree with you. Like how did you manage to stretch that into like an hour? I have no idea.
The endure of the tips video?
Yeah, the endure of the tips
it would have been
video.
longer. Like we sort of, kind of held ourselves back a little bit. Yeah, it would have been way longer.
But no, like I remember having a conversation on the forums and saying like, you're not really a multiplayer kind of guy. Like I don't know why you're playing Overwatch, because like all your content kind of like you don't really like. I was trying to say it in a nice way, which is something that a lot of people have asked me is like, how do you not get banned? It's like because I'm very careful with what I say. But what I was trying to say was, all your content comes from the games you play. You very rarely actually add anything to your videos anymore. So why are you doing these videos when you admit yourself, that everything you're going to play is something you've already made videos about from the open beta and the closed beta? And kind of he's like, oh well, I am a multiplayer kind of guy. Like I played Quake and Call of Duty and shit, loads.
10 years ago.
And exactly. And I'm like, well, but the thing is, like the people that are going to be watching these videos and like interested in that kind of videos, there's going to be like more like interesting like strategy videos, kind of like people like the War Owl, like the way he does Counter-Strike videos would be the sort of videos that people would be looking for Overwatch. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, yeah, like let's do this. Like I'm gonna give it a go. And then obviously he makes this tips video, and everything that's in this video is shit you can read in the game.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
And misinformation. Like he said, Tracer's recall was 10 seconds. You can recall
10 goddamn seconds.
Yeah.
When in reality, the goddamn thing is 3 seconds.
Yeah. Like, essentially, if you hold left on the D-pad, if you're on PS4, or I don't know what button it is for PC, because I'm not, I won't use a negative word.
F1.
Yeah. F1. So you just hold these buttons and you can get the description. Literally what he did is he just described what the buttons do when you push them, and didn't even do every didn't even do that entirely for the characters that he picked. Like Hanzo, he said just use his ultimate. That was his tip for Hanzo. Use his ultimate.
This is what he does with his KO gaming videos. This is exactly the point that I made with the Doom review. This is what he does. He doesn't actually say. He doesn't have that much of his own kind of, I don't know, his own analysis, or it's just something that he comes up with himself. He doesn't really have anything. He's not able to come up with much to add to the conversation. Like, instead, it's just, I'm going to list things. This is what I'm going to. He'd be better at making list videos. He should do what everyone else on YouTube does and makes list videos. Top 10 most abilities that I hate in Overwatch. Like, that would be a more interesting and truthful video than Overwatch tips. You also find it funny how he changed his tweets to instead of Overwatch tips, it was Overwatch basic information.
Mm-hmm. But the title and the tag still remain. Like, it was a cash grab. Let's be honest here. He capitalized on the popularity of Overwatch, and he wanted to put content on his channel, and that's what he did. You know, Overwatch is incredibly popular. And, you know, the big, you know, he can't really attract people to watch his raw gameplay of it. This was sort of a way to, I mean, get some clickbait, because if you go on YouTube and search Overwatch tips, you know, he has a good chance of showing up. And that sort of then funnels people to go and watch his unedited gameplay and probably squeeze a few bucks off of there too. So, like, yeah, this was in my opinion a huge cash grab, because he genuinely didn't have anything to offer. And if he felt like he genuinely had something to offer, he would have put more time, effort, and research into the actual video. When he didn't, he just, you know, put it out. That's it.
He just like, right, I'm gonna put out a video and hopefully people will watch it. The odd thing is though that he then proceeds to, I mean, how long is that video? It's like 17 minutes or something like that.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
It would make more sense if it was a lot shorter. Like, as in, it would be better for him if it was shorter, because more people would watch most of it. Probably get more money from it as well.
Sure.
But
you see, what he should have done to more so benefit him more than anything was he should have done what he does with his Street Fighter videos and just split it up into bite-sized little chunks for every single hero.
He still kind of did. If you look at the titles of the videos, the titles of the video. Oh, you mean the guide? Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, if you look on DSP Gaming, the titles of the videos are like, oh, trying Bastion, some sort of pun. Oh, doing Reinhardt, some sort of pun. You know, like.
Yeah.
He did separate them by character in that regard.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking more so about the guide.
I gotcha. But yeah, I think that would be a lot of fun. And people are asking us to do like an Overwatch tips thing. Like, I think we do have something to offer, but you know, it would take effort, because I would want to actually put time and effort into it and make something that's logical. You know, start at like the basics and then go maybe into character specifics. You know, I wouldn't want to put myself in that position where I'm putting out something that's rough or you know, unfinished. You know. Especially because we don't have to, you know, we don't have to do it.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like when you do a tips video though, like it shouldn't be just like it shouldn't be like just a select few characters. It should be like a video for each character and really go in depth of who the character is, what they do, how they fight, the matchups, things like that, how their abilities work. Like, that's kind of like, I see a lot of videos like that, and that's how I learned some of my characters.
Have you watched the videos on Overwatch Central?
Oh,
Those
yeah.
are really good videos.
I've watched a lot of different Overwatch YouTubers.
I actually learned how to play Genji through a guy named PokeLulz on Twitch. He was just like, he did a video not too long ago on his YouTube channel, and he was talking about like things that he could do and stuff, and I was like, this seems like a character I could play. So I kind of adapted to it. I ran around in practice games for a little bit, just getting used to his mobility and stuff. And basically his advice was, take advantage of his mobility. You're going to need it. And that's what I did. And that's like with a lot of characters, right? Like, you got to learn who the character is and what they do. It's it really just comes down
Like,
to
it's not about what the character can do; it's about what their role is in the team.
Right.
It's about what they can do and what their role is. Yeah.
How they factor into the rock paper scissors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like characters do better in certain situations. They do things better than other characters. Like defense heroes, sometimes they're better at attacking than they are than actually defending what they're intended on. That's basically how it is, really. Like, you really have to go in depth of who the characters are and stuff. You can't just make this cash-in video of like 5 characters, talk about them, and really have no info on who they are as a character and what they.
The best one, I think one of my favorite, the kind of like character that he went to detail about was May, because he basically was like, okay, so May can do all this stuff, and then watch as I don't understand what the characters that she should be trying to aim for, which are the more squishy assault characters, like offense characters, and instead watch this video of me try and take on a Roadhog. I'm like, what are you doing? You clearly don't understand this game. Like there's like Blizzard aren't stupid. They know what a character's role is, and you should be figuring out what Blizzard has designed this character to do, not complain about how, I can't kill a Roadhog.
Right.
Obviously, you're not supposed to kill a Roadhog. That's not her role.
Well, when you watch Phil play, he doesn't go after certain characters. He just goes after the first thing he sees. You know what I mean? Like, he just engages with whoever, no matter what character he has. And what a lot of people pointed out, and rightfully so, is the way that he played Lucio. Because he was playing Lucio like Soldier 76, just like running up to people, trying to shoot him and stuff like that, and wasting his boost, the whatever it is, amp it up or whatever, wasting that on himself to heal himself. He clearly doesn't have a grasp of the game. He plays it like a first person shooter, and for him, like I said, our big problem was for him to do a tips video. You're putting yourself out there as like some sort of authority on the matter, someone who has an understanding of it, someone who can offer something to help somebody, and essentially, if you watched it, you might come out worse for it. It was just an irresponsible video, and I don't know, it's sort of a cash grab in my opinion. So,
yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
So, all right. So, TheAireaidLord, I know you said you're a little bit short on time, so before you go, is there anything that you would like to plug, anything you'd like to say to the fine people at home or the fine people in this call before we say goodnight to you, sir?
On my channel, let's see, I don't know, I'm pretty lazy and not updating games. Like, I beat Uncharted 4 and I just haven't freaking uploaded the videos. I feel like I do more TV show reactions nowadays for my channel and stuff, like clickbaity TV show reactions. But it's like a whole other audience I'm like jumping into. So whenever I do gaming stuff, people are all confused. So I don't know, kind of branching out. But if anything comes of the whole DSP, I'll keep trying to prod him. Also, something to look forward to. With July dead, guess what game he told me that he's going to consider playing this summer?
Oh, shit. The insider info.
Jack 3. Finally, he can finish off the collection and give it back to me, because that was mine that I gave to him.
Give it to you? Oh, yeah. Now I remember what I wanted to say to you.
Oh,
all right.
Oh, no.
All right. First of all, I can't thank you enough for giving him the Jack and Daxter collection, because you gave me some of the best riffing material ever. And second of all, fuck you for giving him the Jack and Daxter collection. God damn it.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I mean, it was my favorite game series, and it had been, as Phil called me, a viewer and fan. I personally wanted to see whether he raged or had fun. I personally wanted to see him play this series. And and he even said today, it was today on Twitter, he said that that July was the deadest month he's almost ever had. Now, that's an exaggeration, but hey, if that's true, Jack 3, Ratchet 3. Well, actually, no, his logic for not playing Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal is stupid.
Yeah, I know. He said that because he played the new one, it's going to be more of the same, so I don't want to play it.
You could Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal is probably the best game in the entire series. Just with
Definitely
Without a doubt.
one of the best.
yeah. So he'd miss out. He would so miss out. Oh, I'd fucking. It's stupid. No, hey, watch. He's gonna make Jak 3 like a Patreons thing. Like, oh, you can vote for it.
Oh,
Snort.
probably, dude. You just let the fucking cat out of the bag. Watch. He's gonna do some shit where it's gonna be like patron's choice, and he's gonna like try to, cause he's done that before. He's tried to influence the vote by being like, "I'd really like to play this," so you know, and then each sort of sways people to voting the way he wants, and he'll close the poll early once he gets the result he wants. Watch, you know what? You called it right now, and will somebody keep note of this, please? You know, I'm ordering my minions around again. Someone keep note of this, that he said he's gonna play Jak 3, and watch it pop up on Patreon.
Oh,
Guarantee.
And he's had a pattern of doing it every 2 years because he played the first game 2012, and it was 2 years ago that we got Jak 2. So I feel like every 2 years. So you know what? Finish off the HD collections of Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter. And you know what? Hey, he himself said at the end of his Jak 2 playthrough that Jak 3 is way easier. It's like, well, Jak 3 is a little easier, but it still has some of the mechanics, most if not all, from the second game.
Yeah.
So they made it a little easier. Like you can get more health with the armor sets and stuff. So I feel like he'll appreciate that. But there will also be segments I know he will rage at, and I will look forward to that.
Definitely. I mean, he thinks that he'll be out of the clear for Jak 3. Oh God, no! There's still some grueling.
Just want to see him do the catacombs bit.
Oh,
he's gonna rage so hard at that.
Or the mini games. There's more mini games, and he'll be like, "Oh, the Daxter missile. Remember when Daxter's on the missile?"
Oh my God, that
he is gonna freaking. Why is this in the game? He's gonna start.
Yeah, he's gonna complain because he's immediately going to die in it. I swear, chap. Whenever that happens, you know what to do, man. This is how you don't play as yours.
There's one thing that I have to ask you, TheAireaidLord. There's something that if you can, you have to make this happen. See if you can get Phil to play Spyro.
No.
It has to be done.
A lot of people in the chat.
It is.
Don't do it.
Don't
absolute
do it. Don't give
it.
Someone put my tweet. Someone put my tweet. I just saw it in the thing where I asked him about, because he wasn't replying to my tweets, so I basically tried to bait him by saying, "Hey, will you make these games Patreon things?" Like I was trying to bait him to see if he would even play them, because at that point I was like, "Is this guy gonna skip them? Like I don't want that to happen." Yeah, I saw someone in the chat saying, "Flip Flop Lord, get him Spyro." I don't think
this is a thing.
Everybody
this is a
needs
personal
to see
thing
that
against
Spyro.
me.
Nah.
This is a personal thing against me. These people
You do a good job.
These people intensely want Phil to play Spyro just in spite of me.
Get him to play Binding of Isaac again.
It'll be like Crash. Well, he did Crash Bandicoot in 1 and 2, so I don't think that's out of the question.
Yeah.
That's not out of the question.
Try to get him to play Spyro. Tell him that a lot of fans of Spyro would love to see him play it, and he'll get tons of views.
I think vocalizing it on Twitter. I think I'd probably. Actually, the best time for me to say this would be when I play, because we always, before we play the Black Ops DLCs, we always chat. We chat for like 20 or so minutes before he starts his pre-stream.
Oh, you guys have a little chat?
It's me, Kuroshado.
How much leg scratching is there in that chat?
Oh yeah, how does he do that if he's scratching his leg? You gotta.
It's a group of 4. It's me, Kuroshado, Phil.
The 4 of you guys scratch your legs at the same time?
Yes. It's
a circle scratch. That's pretty cool.
A circle scratch.
Yeah.
Scratch Bandicoot. Yeah.
Scratch Bandicoot.
Yeah, but I remember I brought up Jak 3 to him back in January when we played the first DLC for Black Ops 1. I said, "Hey Phil, Jak 3 this summer. That's all I'm saying." His response was, "Yeah, okay," and then he just starts laughing, like he thought it was like a kind of a joke, kind of like insinuating like the second game kicked his ass so much. Why would he play the third one? I think that was the way I interpreted it. But then there was an Ask the King he did recently, a month or 2 ago, where he brought it up and he said, "I think I'll do it this summer." I'm like, "All right, good." I was like, "Do it. Finally. Then you can mail back my fucking HD collection because it's mine."
You're going to have to pay for that shipping, though. He's going to ask you to reimburse him for the shipping.
Thing is, I could have taken it from him. Actually, it was a split-second decision because when I was at his condo in the Christmas 2013, he said to me, he's like, you can take your HD collection if you want it back, because at that point he only had played the first game. And I was like, no. I said, you keep that. I said, you're keeping it until you beat the games. I said, I don't want it until you beat Jak 2 and 3. I said, that's your goal. And so, that's how you were blessed with the amazing, this is how you don't play Jak and Daxter. You want to know something? The part where he falls in the lava, where he's on the jet board trying to grind and break the tethers for that big, like, drill machine?
Yeah.
The part where he screams, "Oh my effing God," like he starts, he's like really angry.
Yeah.
I played that through my PlayStation 4 mic while I was playing Black Ops 3 multiplayer, and the reactions I was getting, some guys like, "Are you kidding me, dude? Really? Like you're gonna take a game that like to the next level?"
Oh, like your relationship?
Yeah. Well, no, the guy didn't know who DSP was at all. He just says, "Wow, dude, like you're gonna take it to the next, like you're gonna take it to that level. Like if you really care about a game that much, you what are you doing with your life?" Like the guy, like, because he thought my voice was Phil's because I just put the mic to the thing. I was just hysterical because people think this rage is legit when I like take DSP stuff and like blast it over the mic, but that was just one thing in particular. But I don't know. I see Eddie throwing up tweets here. Is this maybe Phil will catch on? Maybe after he's done bitching about Mirror's Edge Catalyst, he'll be like, you know what? That reminds me. I need to play more classics. Yeah.
We need to see Phil play Spyro. That's all we need.
Spyro. Well, I don't
priority.
have that game. I don't actually. I lost my copy, so I don't. But the thing is, I don't even know his address in Washington.
Oh,
so.
just Google it.
Oh,
I mean, that shit's been out there since like before he even moved in. People found it because he did a house tour, and then people just looked on like fucking real estate websites, and they found like perfect matches of his house tour with the actual house. So
when I got word of that, I actually raised this with Phil, and he told me that it wasn't correct. I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know.
Of course,
he says it wasn't the correct one.
Yeah, now he like accepts it.
Is there a way he can buy Spyro, like an HD thing, kind of like he did for Crash?
On PlayStation 3. It's on
PSN.
PlayStation 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
He could emulate it.
Oh.
He's not opposed to emulating.
He'll probably play on PSN.
Why the big push for Spyro? I mean, I played Spyro, so but I'm
That's
just wondering.
because these people have it personally out for me, because Spyro is one of my favorite games, and these people specifically want to see me suffer through it, and the fact that I'm also going to be doing the This Is How You Don't Play whenever that happens.
I want to see him like go to the Beastmaker's world and just rage over and over again, like some of like just like navigating around like the hub worlds in that game is going to be amazing to watch. Like he's going to fall in so much lava.
Especially in the first one, because in that game, there's enemies in the hub world. It's not like you're, safe in them. So, of course, he's going to keep dying there, and he's going to be... he's just going to be fucked. Simple as that.
Can you imagine if you played the second one and it's like, what's with all these mini games? This isn't part of like the main game at all. What is this doing here?
Yeah, like the whack-a-mole thing in Jak 2. No, I played all three Spyro. The third one was my Into the Dragon or whatever the hell it was. That was one of my favorite.
Oh my god! What?
That was one of my favorite. Hey, there was that world of if you had to get all the dragon eggs.
Okay, hold on. Are you talking about Year of the Dragon or Enter the Dragonfly?
I think Year of the Dragon, where you have to collect the
one with the skateboard. The one with the skateboard.
Fuck. All right, you almost gave me a heart attack.
It's the one where you have to collect like the dragon eggs to unlock.
Oh
different
yeah.
levels.
That's Year of the Dragon. That's the better one. Much better. Oh god, after that it went to shit.
Yes. No, the first three I think stuck with that. No.
Good. Those are the best.
Yeah. All right. Well, that'll be my. I guess I'll be the correspondent of the anti-DSP community. Yeah, I'll try to see if I don't know. Maybe in the future, this year, if things keep going south, maybe Phil will have to give in to doing an interview on the SOK, and it'll be that and Jak 3. I'll just say, be like, dude, have July be classic gaming month, of all these classics you didn't play. So he'll do Jack, he'll do Spyro. So that'll be a proposition for views.
Good.
I want to be Mr. Views.
Good, because the last time he did Jack on stream, he had a little erectile dysfunction. So.
Motherfucker.
God damn
What?
it. God.
Just
On that note, I think I'm gonna jump on out. So
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Mr. TheAireaidLord. We appreciate it. That was a new one for me. I like the TheAireaidLord. Come on, that's a good one. That's a fresh one. You know what I mean? Like, you know. All right, Mr. TheAireaidLord. Thank you very much for your time, buddy. Always a pleasure.
all right, it was just good speaking to you guys. I don't know how the fuck you and Hazz3r Beechey. How are you guys still up?
4:21 a.m.
Then blaze it. You're a minute late.
I'm just listening. I'm just leaning
How
back.
are you not falling asleep on your fucking computer?
I
don't
have no
understand
life
what-
anymore. I literally have no life
This is
anymore.
what I do. It's just like I think I've been going to sleep at like 5 a.m. every day anyway.
Yep.
It's too
How
hot.
do you guys have?
Like 16 degrees Celsius.
He's got a master's in engineer. Has he have no life? What is going on?
Because I just finished and like I'm
University
waiting to
takes
graduate.
Oh, he's waiting to.
See, we got him at the perfect time. You see what I mean?
When do you graduate?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, I'll just spam Hazz3r fucking Overwatch
20,
game
23rd of
invites.
January. I've got
from
my
now on then.
graduation.
So,
Got a-
all right, guys. Take care.
See you
See you,
later.
buddy.
Chris.
Yeah, man.
Y'all have that game on the PS4? No, fucking
It's
hell.
gone.
You guys don't have you guys don't have Overwatch on the PS4?
PC.
Scrubs.
PC.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been playing it on PC, Loophole?
Yeah. I bought both versions, so why
What a scrub.
wouldn't
What a scrub.
Yeah. I? No. How about
Well,
both?
he linked his account early on Battle.net.
But that didn't
through
do
PS4.
anything. It didn't help him at all.
It didn't?
Nope.
Oh.
See, the way
Okay.
it should work is your skin should be cross-platform. You know, you should keep your shit, but they don't have that, so.
You should be able to just get the game on PlayStation if you have it on PC.
Yeah.
surely.
Eh.
That's what they did with Portal. Do you remember Portal 2? If you bought the PS4
I do.
version, you
Yeah.
got the Steam version for free.
The
That's the way
one
it should
game that
work.
did that.
It's the way it should work.
Yeah. That's what I think they should do.
I have to say, I'm very happy that they're not going to do cross-platform PS4 with, like, PC.
It'd be a nice
Please,
mode.
no.
It'd be a nice like separate mode.
Why would that be nice? Dude, you're going to go up
A
against people with
separate
mouse. You're
mode.
going to go against people with keyboards.
So it's a
And
separate
mouse.
mode,
Like, I'm-
not a-
Like
That would
it-
be
it-
so bad.
it would be so bad. Like a PC player is so much like a PC player would be so much like
It's
a character
good,
like
it's
Winston. Like Winston is so much easier to play on mouse and keyboard. Like you've got so much more maneuverability and so much more kind of like split second reactions. Then obviously you have a fixed sensitivity on a controller, so it's gonna be harder.
Yeah.
Like that's gonna be the same with like most of the heroes. Like
cheating.
Genji's another one. Genji would be so much hard. Well, it's not so much hard. Obviously, you can do it, but like it's easier to be good with certain heroes on mouse and keyboard compared to controller.
All of them.
I specifically had to change the controls to Lucio just to simply wall ride and look around.
See?
Well, Xbox One would be a different story, right?
Yeah, you'd be on equal
Cross-platform.
footing. Yeah.
But obviously,
Well-
that's not gonna happen.
They said they were thinking about it, or like they were looking into it. So it's not out of the question.
Unless they used their own servers, I don't think it would happen. Like unless it was like Blizzard's own servers.
I don't want it to happen.
I think it is.
I really don't
Really?
want it to happen. PC, Xbox, or sorry, PS4, Xbox, that's cool. Go to PC, nap. Like Rocket League is fine because it's not a first-person shooter, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you play on mouse and keyboard, it's a disadvantage, I think, on PC.
What?
For Rocket League?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
Oh,
Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is
definitely.
good. Yeah, it's great. I like that. But
They tried doing console and PC with like this game called Shadowrun, and yeah, it was pretty bad.
I
Yeah,
remember that.
I loved that game. I honestly, I
Did I?
really
used to
enjoyed
play
it.
all the time.
Like, it used to be like, oh yeah, I can use the teleport and teleport through walls and stuff like that. And it was almost like Overwatch before Overwatch was a thing. Like it was kind of similar, and it was like how you built your hero, with like all these different abilities and stuff. And there was like tanks and stuff and things. It was good. I thought it was a really good game, but it just got terrible content. Terrible amount of content.
So, speaking of gaming, apparently we're supposed to do some E3 talk. How are we on time? Oh shit, we're almost we're like 4.5 hours.
We're not
keep
doing
going.
that
Let's
good
keep
on
going.
time.
All right,
Keep going.
Stopping.
all right. Well, let's.
Well, some of us have to sleep soon.
Pussy.
You know?
Some of us can shut their mouths. All right, so let's let's talk about little E3, and then we'll get out of here, I guess. Let's see. So, does anyone have the? Is there like a cheat sheet for E3 or whatever, so that we can
Yeah.
sort of discuss it?
Yep. E3 show and dates, and the first one. Well, that doesn't help. All right,
First
live
one's EA,
streams
right?
and press conferences. Yeah, first one's EA. That's at I don't know why IGN.
On
is-
Sunday. On Sunday, about
Yeah, it's
1
on
o'clock.
Sunday. Yeah, for PST, and
So let's talk about that very
Bethesda's
briefly.
at night.
EA. Anything of
Yeah, it's
interest?
gonna be shit.
Titanfall 2.
Battlefield 1. I
It's
watched
gonna be
the game.
boring as fuck.
Battlefield 1, Titanfall 2.
Just
They're
don't-
going to announce the release
Yeah.
date for Mass Effect Andromeda, almost definitely.
Oh god, I can't wait. Mass Effect plus.
Oh yeah, something leaked for Mass Effect already. Was it Andromeda or something like that? But Mass Effect. Yeah. Then it got yanked
Okay.
pretty quickly, so it
Here
was
it is. Here it is.
was legitimate.
It's that conference schedule down has
IGN,
US
of course,
conference.
IGN.
I just looked up E3 2016.
Uh-huh.
Doesn't
Alright.
matter. It doesn't matter.
So EA, of course,
12:30.
not really all that interested in anything. 3:30 Eastern,
Hey,
the
Fred,
one.
Are you gonna die? Listen to the E3. listen to
Pele.
EA's
I fell
press
asleep.
conference?
Wait, which one did I fall asleep during? Ubisoft?
EA because it was the Pele.
EA.
Ah, dude, I was
Pele,
doing
yeah,
my
Pele, yeah.
I did my Pele accent for
Ah.
like a half hour, and then I think I passed out.
terrible.
After that. But I was asleep during Ubisoft too, though, right?
Well, yeah,
I
you
slept
fell
through
asleep
them,
during
yeah.
EA, and then you
Okay.
slept through Ubisoft.
Dude,
And
I fell
Ubisoft
asleep.
sucked
It was
too.
so bad. I fell asleep on a live stream. Like I fucking just passed out in my chair.
That ain't the only time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also watching like a boring and site. Anyways, EA, not interested. Any last thoughts on the EA conference at 3:30 Eastern in the one true time zone?
No.
I swear to
BST
God,
is
like,
technically the center of time, so you know. it's
But
quite a short
Eastern
time.
is the one true time zone, my friend.
No.
Center of time.
we are the center.
Self-proclaimed
They'll
ones, yeah.
probably announce a new Battlefront DLC, probably Battlefront 2. I don't know.
Probably show Battlefront 2 and just
You'll
gonna
be like,
look
oh
whatever.
yeah, you'll be able to go on the Death Star, you know, this thing that should have been in the game originally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be expected shit. I don't think there's gonna be any like surprises.
All right.
It's going to be, and there'll be a 20-minute segment on FIFA.
Fucking
How it's
terrible.
useful
Yeah.
You think they'll
Like,
get Pele
extra
again?
Good footprints on the floor. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they'll get Pele. All right, Bethesda.
Looking forward to that.
What do they have in the pipeline?
Dishonored 2.
Dishonored 2.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be probably. I don't know if they'll do gameplay.
Gameplay.
Yeah, dude.
They're gonna do gameplay?
Totally.
I'm
Oh,
pretty
totally.
sure.
They showed the reveal
Sky-
trailer last year,
Yeah, they did.
and they're
And I
gonna
was
show
pretty
gameplay
hyped
this
because
year.
that
rumors
looked
about
pretty
Evil
fucking
Within.
dope.
Yep.
That trailer
As
was
long-
really
Rumored
nice.
about Evil Within 2, Skyrim Remastered.
Skyrim.
Skyrim
Wolfenstein
Remastered, huh?
2.
Hmm.
Yeah, Wolfenstein 2. Yep.
Oh yeah, Wolfenstein.
And Prey 2 maybe. Prey 2 is like this
Really,
game that
Prey.
That's a big rumor. That's
Wow.
a big rumor.
it's a really big
Man.
rumor though. The first game came out like 10 years ago.
It was
and
it was decent.
it was decent, but it came out 10 years ago, and I don't think many people are super jacked for Prey 2.
Yeah, I don't think they
could be
really
wrong.
remember
Like
it.
no one's gonna go, oh, it's Prey 2, and it's gonna like no one's really gonna go, oh, it's gonna be kind of like a, oh, that's cool.
If it was
Yeah.
a new IP and they reintroduced it as a new thing, maybe, but I don't think Prey 2 would make sense for them financially. But they'll probably show Fallout 4 DLC, maybe some Doom thing. I don't know, but there's some stuff that could be interesting. Yeah, and their last show was really good.
Isn't Doom only getting like multiplayer DLC
Yeah.
instead of single player ones?
Their season pass, whatever. But I don't know. Probably.
I think they're supposed to be bringing out free multiplayer updates or something over summer.
Okay.
Are they going to try and balance shit? 'Cause apparently it's not very balanced or something like that.
No, and they have a season pass for the multiplayer, so fuck that.
Regarding Dishonored 2, I really hope they don't have a karma system again. Like, I really would rather that not be a thing, because I want to stab people in the chest multiple times and not feel bad about it.
I think that it's gonna still be there.
It's like, hey,
Chaos.
you're going to be rewarded with all these cool weapons, but no, don't use them.
Yeah.
You can play how you want. I like that. I like that in Dishonored 1. Yeah, Dishonored 2 would be cool, and they'll probably show gameplay. I think that's gonna be like the big game.
I'll be
they're gonna
hyped for
show
the
it.
gameplay. Yeah, I really like Dishonored 1, so to see sort of what they do for Dishonored 2 should be exciting. And like I said, the trailer was CGI. It wasn't exactly gameplay. So you have to sort of not base it off of that, but the art style, the ideas that they had looked really cool.
We got that trailer last year, didn't we? That
Yep.
E3 trailer.
Yep, last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll get some gameplay. Probably, like you said, we'll probably get it.
Would you say Dishonored's like a better Assassin's Creed just in first person?
It's nothing like
it's
Assassin's
different.
Creed.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's different.
No, not even.
It's more of a sneaking game, you know. Well, if
Yeah.
you choose to play it that, I mean, you could potentially. It is a little bit more difficult to try to, just ramble your way through it. But you possibly could. That's the cool thing about that game is that you have a lot of choices on how you do stuff.
Yep.
Which is, I like it. I like it a lot, and the different abilities, like the time stop. I think that's really cool. I really like in Dishonored 1, you have to really invest to be able to stop time. But it's kind of worth it if you could build your character like that. I like that a lot. Just run around and shit.
Yeah, I love using the blink to get everywhere.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah,
it was a good
a
game.
lot of fun. A lot of different ways to approach it, and like I said, you could build completely different characters. You could go like aggressive and just have the rats fucking swarm people and shit. Yeah, it's pretty dope. All right, so anything else on the Bethesda tip before we move on? Nope. Microsoft. I'm expecting Crackdown 3.
Yeah, but they're gonna delay
They're
it.
gonna show the Xbox Scorpio.
Yeah,
Possibly.
probably.
That's supposed to. That's
show
not going
more
to be
of,
That's not going to be the beefed up Xbox though. That's going to be like the 1 terabyte.
Slim?
The
slim
shrink.
one,
The
yeah.
shrink down. Yeah, the slim down.
No, Scorpio is supposed to be their new powerful one or something.
Well,
Remember that.
that's supposed to be a little bit further down the road.
Mm.
The reports I've seen,
Oh, okay.
they're going to have that compete with the Neo. They're going to have like sort of
Yeah.
like an interim console with the current hardware, just maybe a little bit smaller.
'Cause that's what they'll do, isn't it? They'll go because Sony are gonna announce the Neo and be like, oh yeah, it's like $500 or something straight out of the gate, and then Microsoft will probably go, okay, here's our new slimline Xbox One, and we're gonna release it starting price $300, and they're gonna be like, oh, look at us, we're so pro-consumer, and basically they're just selling you the same shit just in a different box.
Yeah, but Sony said they're not going to show off the Neo at this. They're going to probably show it at GDC, and they're going to show something at GDC. So I
Okay.
don't think they're going to show hardware.
Okay.
Anything on Scalebound? I know that had a lot of promise.
Yeah, they might show
They
gameplay.
might.
That looked pretty cool. Oh, maybe some. When is Cuphead coming out?
That's right.
It was supposed to come out this year, but I doubt it now.
I want
But
that fucking
they'll probably show
Cuphead,
game.
dude. That looked
That
dope.
game looks so good.
Yeah,
Looks great.
that's the
Just
one
the-
thing. Like, I think
the
it's gonna be
style.
on PC though, right?
Yeah.
So I don't
Yes,
really.
it will. Or I think it's Windows 10 actually.
Oh, apparently there's a platforming gameplay reveal that was just done 11 hours ago. So just today. Oh, let me see if there's
It's
any.
supposed to come out this year.
They delayed it.
No, it's supposed to come out
It's
this year.
scheduled for release in 2016 on Windows and Xbox One. Maybe we'll see. Yeah, I mean, if there's a gameplay reveal of platforming, maybe they'll have something to show us.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually, you know what, more so than Crackdown 3. I'm actually more. Oh wow, this video shows it like. Oh, this looks dope. I'm watching a video right now on YouTube, and it is like a full on, just played through. It looks dope. It
game looks cool.
sort of looks a little bit like a traditional platformer, kind of Mario-esque, Yoshi's Island-esque.
Some Mega Man stuff. It's like the bosses are shooting and stuff.
Yeah,
Or it's supposed to be a hard game.
Oh yeah.
it's probably going to be hard. They really showcase the boss battles. This is just normal gameplay in between, which looks pretty cool. But the boss battles, that's where it's really going to be at. Like those bosses are really cool.
Yeah.
And
So
yeah,
that looks great.
Be honest with you, that's probably the biggest thing I'm looking forward to if Microsoft will do that. Cuphead. That's literally.
It's already been like leaked and screenshots and stuff for Dead Rising 4. It's gonna be an Xbox One exclusive. So
okay. Well, Dead Rising 3 was supposed to be exclusive too, right?
It's not gonna be exclusive. It's going to PC anyway.
Windows
too. Yeah.
If it's Windows 10,
it'll be exclusive to Windows 10.
If it's Windows 10 exclusive, I won't be happy about that.
It'll be Windows 10 exclusive, definitely.
I fucking hate that.
Don't get your hopes up.
I mean, the
Are
DirectX
you
12
supposed to be
is
like
important.
a remake of the first game?
Dead Rising 4?
No, they just have Frank West in it.
Yeah, Frank West is apparently going to be the main character of Dead Rising 4. Who was in the first game.
And off the record.
Yeah, and off the record.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It's fantastic.
I just hope it's better than Dead Rising 3, because Dead Rising 3 was oof.
Really? You didn't like Dead Rising 3?
No, Dead Rising 2 was way better. In almost every regard.
I liked Dead Rising 3.
2 has a better story.
I don't really care too much about. I like the mindless, I like the mindless fucking gameplay, the free roaming and shit. I like Dead Rising 3.
But 2 had that in like spades. They had that.
I mean, 2 and 1 had that in spades.
Yeah. Like that.
Do you think 2's had you go after Zombrax? Some survivors that were really annoying.
There's a free play mode where you just kill zombies and kill the bosses and stuff.
That too. One thing I liked about 2 though was you could reset like at any time and keep all your stats. So that was really cool.
in 1 as well, and I think you can do it in 3. Like,
there was one thing that confuses the shit about me about Dead Rising. Why can't it just remain an Xbox and PC? Because remember, Dead Rising 1, Xbox, Dead Rising 2, PS3 and Xbox, and now the third one's Xbox and PC. Just keep the whole franchise Xbox. Because you pretty much fucking over people who have a PS3.
Dead Rising 2 wasn't published by Microsoft, it was published by Capcom.
Yeah.
So Capcom put it on PS3 as well, obviously just get more sales, but then Microsoft published Dead Rising 1 and Dead Rising 3. That's
and
why.
It's going to be the same for Dead Rising 4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else from Microsoft worthy of...
Do you guys remember last year the Rocket 2 Guns guy came out with like an announcement for a game, and he basically showed a picture of like a vacuum-packed human corpse?
What,
no. You guys remember that?
DayZ Rocket?
Yeah, DayZ Rocket. DayZ Rocket.
No.
And it was like, we have nothing to show for it. Like, is that like where did that go? Like, what is going on? We haven't heard anything from that.
I don't know.
Not sure.
I can't remember it, but they're gonna show up that Recore game that they show like a CGI trailer of last year.
It's made by Inafune and somebody else.
Yeah, Metroid Prime people, I think. And Gears of War 4, which I don't give a shit about, and probably the new Forza game, which I don't give a shit about, and probably they'll probably show like a trailer.
Halo Wars 2.
Halo.
I guess that's a joke.
That game show a trailer for the new Forza, and then have another car lower from the ceiling. Like look at this new car. Yeah. Here's our game.
I did that for Need for Speed. Oh, that was bad. But yeah, they'll probably show Forza Horizon 3 or whatever. And maybe Halo 6 revealed, but if they're gonna show like Halo Wars 2, why would you waste your time with Halo Wars 2?
Oh, there's also a rumor that Halo 5 is going to PC too.
On PC?
The Forge did, or whatever, like the Halo 5 Forge, but I don't know.
There's gameplay of
because Microsoft just came out today and just said that Halo 5 Guardians is not coming to PC. They just confirmed that today. They just shut down that rumor.
Oh, okay then.
I wouldn't expect it to. At least maybe more time until it does.
So that allows the Xbox One to have what, 2 exclusives?
Sunset Overdrive is probably coming to PC too. So.
I doubt that. I highly doubt that.
No, there's like legit things going on. Like there's insider stuff that's like it sounds legit.
I don't think Insomniac would do that. They've never done a PC game before.
It doesn't mean that they can't.
I don't think they have a say in this.
Be a first.
Yeah. I don't think it really matters.
I mean,
because Sunset Overdrive didn't sell that well
anyway.
and they know more people would buy on PC. And
It
Insomniac,
didn't sell like a million, but that was it.
yeah, but it was supposed to be like the big Xbox game that year, pretty much. And
There you go, Hazz3r.
the only reason why Insomniac never
yeah.
did a PC game was because they were with Sony for so long, and then like the only thing is that they've been like purchased by Sony for a long time. They were forced to do stuff for Sony, then they were forced to do stuff for Microsoft, so they didn't have really any leeway.
I don't think
PC
they were ever
versions.
purchased by Sony. They
Not purchased, but they had a
remained
contract.
independent.
They had contracts to do stuff like
Yeah.
Ratchet and Clank and Resistance for PS3 only.
Well, yeah, but
They're
you see
they're
the-
second party.
Yeah, the actual company isn't purchased. They've remained
Yeah,
independent.
and-
That's why Naughty Dog.
Well, Insomniac did like release a VR game on PC like a week ago too. So,
Yeah, it's just nowhere.
yeah. So that's a PC game. So I think it's likely that we're going to see it. I'm not saying for sure, but there's legit stuff coming out about that.
I guess we'll see.
All right. Anything else on Microsoft before we move on? All right, moving on. Go from Microsoft to Ubisoft. Watch Dogs 2.
Terrible.
Little bit.
Fuck
Oh,
that.
come on.
Dude,
it looks
come on.
so
let's
fucking
not do
shitty.
that.
Oh yeah, Fred, I
let's
wanted
not
to
do
know
that
what are
yet.
your thoughts, Fred? What were your thoughts on the new gameplay show yesterday? What was your thoughts on that?
I missed it. I was out of town much of yesterday. I literally left the house right when that countdown stopped. I had to dip because it just went to like developer interviews and stuff, so I wasn't all that interested. Plus, I had to leave. So I'll probably, I meant to look at it. I haven't yet, but I'll probably check it out at some point. So, but you know what? I want to give Watch Dogs 2 a chance. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm sorry. I don't hate Ubisoft or Watch Dogs. I want to play it. You know.
Let's put it like
Typically, Ubisoft sequels are actually quite good.
that. Yeah, they have
Like
learned
Assassin's
from,
Creed 2 was amazing.
Unity. Yeah.
Assassin's Creed 2 was amazing. Like, I don't think anyone
They
can
learned
doubt
from
that.
Unity. Syndicate was good, so I expect Watch Dogs 2 to be at least a little bit better than the first one. The
Yeah.
hardcore looks way better. Combat looks better.
And if it's
I
bad,
don't know
then
about driving,
you know, if it's
shooting.
bad, then you played a bad game. But like,
Yeah.
you know, I want to play the game. I'm not going to deprive myself of the game because I feel like I should be punishing Ubisoft or some shit like that. Like, I want to play it. I'm going to play it, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The first one is a guilty pleasure of mine.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
did you
liked
like
it.
goofing
I
around?
liked it. I
Oh.
liked the traffic jams. I liked the hacking. I liked the camera shit. I liked the fucking all of it. It's grape, real grape. So, I mean, if you don't like it, I mean that's up to you. But like, yeah, I don't have a grudge against Ubisoft or whatever. I'm not sworn off of their games. I very much enjoy their games. I derive much of pleasure from Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs. I like Ubisoft titles.
Well, I'd say that Ubisoft is a guilty pleasure of a lot of people.
A guilty pleasure, a developer, a guilty pleasure.
Because they have,
Yeah,
but
they're-
Ubisoft games
they're
kind of
good
like have they've been converging into like, you know,
A
a certain
homogenized-
style. Yeah, they
Yeah,
all
like
have like a
Ubisoft
certain
games-
style.
They
Ubisoft
also
games
have-
You have to
they
take
go
vantage
beyond
points. You have to unlock the map gradually.
So
You have to fucking, you do like strongholds and stuff. It's very formulaic, but I like it.
You know what's
So
the biggest
late.
trend of all Ubisoft games? They always have collectibles.
Yeah,
The same shit.
Collectibles
Their open
are
world
good.
formula is boring.
Time
as fuck.
killers, real good to play. Like if you listen to podcasts
time
and
killers,
shit.
yeah.
real nice.
Mindless, brainless,
I
terrible.
like it. I want to listen to podcasts
but you
and I want
see-
to do something while I do it.
The thing is, right, people will like hate on Ubisoft for doing it, but the exact same thing is like present in like all the Arkham Batman games. They all have like shit collectibles,
Yeah.
but no one ever
Oh, I
holds that to the same
The
standard.
shittiest
that-
collectibles.
Littered across the map. With Arkham, you have to actually do something. Like you have to do riddles and all this stuff. With Ubisoft games, you look at the map and you go and get it mindlessly.
That's
There's
nice.
no-
I like how they show you where it is so you can go get it.
That is mindless. I'm sorry, but that is just a mindless chore.
Like I said, I want to do that while I listen to podcasts.
Especially when the
Just
character moves
like
sucks.
this one here. Huh?
It's boring.
Shout out to people doing
No.
collectibles right now listening to us talk. I
Yeah.
guarantee you, dude, there's at least one person right now that's like getting collectibles and shit while they listen to us. Either on live stream or on
Sorry.
YouTube.
And
Do you
I
want to know a
dislike
secret?
that
Do you know
one
do you want to know a
the best. How
secret?
dare you?
You know the
They have Ghost Recon
SoKast. You know the SoKast where you were talking about my analysis of DSP's Doom review.
Yeah.
I was collecting collectibles
Woo!
in Batman.
Goddamn right.
Well, Batman's different.
Hey,
Oh, that's different.
You have to actually work for it. You
You have
can't
to
just
work
you
for it.
literally
They're still
just go
collectible.
and get it.
Oh,
Well,
were
to
you?
be
They're still
fair, you had to find collectibles in like 4 Batman games, and you had to do it in like a shit ton of Ubisoft games.
Yeah, but Ubisoft does it the worst. And the Mad Max game that came out last year, it was the same shit. And it was so disappointing. And they're forgettable. They've become forgettable. Shit like Assassin's Creed Unity and all this other crap. It's been homogenized to shit, and it's really getting boring. There's a review, like a fake review. It's called like Ubisoft Game Review. And it just points out how similar all these games are. Like even the Crew, this driving game. It has the vantage points and the collectibles, and it's just a driving game. It's really, really boring. Like they're not doing anything new or exciting. And Watch Dogs 2 does not look impressive.
So do you guys think that Ghost Recon Wildlands is going to follow the same formula?
I think it's going to have a massive graphics downgrade.
Oh, yeah, that's
I don't
that's
mind
a
that.
given for you.
I don't give a fuck about that, but I'm actually looking forward for that game.
It could be cool, but there's like not enough stuff about it for me to be interested.
I have the following mindset. It's going to be their first try at making Ghost Recon an open world game. So I'm expecting it to have problems. It's not going to be perfect, but you know, their games that have Tom Clancy's name are usually good games.
The Division.
The Division. Yeah.
The Division, yeah.
Fucking Rainbow Six Vegas 2.
I
That was
like
a
the
good one.
game. I like Vegas.
Vegas
too.
was- Okay, maybe not the Division because I haven't even played that shit. Man.
What was that really shitty Splinter Cell game? Conviction? That was bad.
That wasn't bad.
The one that turned Sam Fisher into Jason Bourne.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
pretty
yeah.
much.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
That wasn't very good.
The greatest game.
I think
it wasn't bad either.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
Blacklist
we'll
was really
see
good.
gameplay for the new South Park game.
I think it's just gonna be like when people say, "Oh, I'm psyched to see that." Like, sure, it's gonna be a good game. Probably, it's handled by Ubisoft instead of Obsidian, but still, for Ubisoft, for that, like, it's just gonna be more South Park. They're just gonna show you South Park instead of like this crazy new game.
Don't they have like this one For Honor or whatever? Like this medieval
that's
fighting
like
game?
Oh yeah.
It's so old now. Like Ubisoft have this thing about showing off games, and then we don't hear about them for ages. And by the time that we actually start thinking about, release date is coming, it's like, well, I'm not interested anymore. I'm bored. That's what happened with Watch Dogs for me, anyway. I just wasn't bothered.
Mhm. Yeah.
Huh. I just saw something on Twitter. I don't know if I should save that for the.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know if I should save that for miscellaneous or if we should air that out right now.
I think we should just say it and
Let's
maybe talk.
get into it.
Let's get right into the news.
God damn it.
Fuckface
Damn.
Keemstar
Keemstar.
apparently is done. All right, that's nice. It's probably just fucking fluff until he comes. He'll be back.
No, it's bullshit. Like
He's gonna be back. He's gonna say, "Oh,
No
my
one likes
subscribers begged me to come back." So, he's like trolling right now. Fuck him.
Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck that fucking. I don't see. That's the thing. Like I've been very disconnected to this whole Keemstar shit. What is even happening? What, people are just calling him an asshole and shit, or what?
Well, no, people are calling him an asshole, and he's like, I didn't realize I was an asshole.
Like higher up people.
He had a meltdown earlier on it was like earlier this week, or I can't remember, but it was all because of some stupid Pyro shit, constantly calling Pyro cynical, furry. Pyro was like he handled it pretty well. And then Pyro just recently made a video about Keemstar, and yeah, he was shitting on him, calling him a liar and shit, and that he's a sack of shit. And that's pretty much it. I think that's kind of like the final nail in the coffin. That's kind of why Keem was like, nope, I'm done.
A lot of people have been doing it. Like there's been a lot of Keemstar like shitting on videos. Like there's iDubbbz and Jack's Film.
Why all of a sudden?
I don't know.
I mean, like
apparently,
when
they
that
did
whole
something-
Golden
they did-
Glory thing happened, that
Keem
would have been the
did
perfect
something-
time.
Keem did something to them, and then I think iDub just like started rolling the ball on like the big people making videos about Keemstar. Like there's been a
Oh.
bunch.
So basically, Keemstar did a video on them, so they responded, did a video about him, and now he's crying about it. Like he doesn't want to.
Yeah,
He'll be
Yeah, he's a
back.
bitch.
He's just,
like-
he's just laying low until the heat dies down, and then he'll be back.
Sympathy.
That's the stupidest shit ever.
I mean, he said like, oh, he could stop and like be fine, like
Or
he
he'd
could
retire.
retire, and he'd be fine. He doesn't have to make any more money. He's set for life.
Yeah.
So like, he could be leaving. He could be telling the truth, but like most people on YouTube nowadays, I think he's addicted to drama, like everyone else.
That's exactly it. It's not that he does it for the money. He does it for the rush. He does it because he likes it. He likes to fuck people up and shit, like, and
Mhm.
feel influential.
I think there's a tweet or something like that. I don't know. Actually, I think it might have been Dragon Killer was saying it about how he didn't realize that reaching for the popcorn as one of his guests recounted the tale of when they were raped when they were 14, 15 years old is a bad thing to do. Like, oh, you could tell me this horrifying story? Let me munch on some popcorn and listen to it. Like, dude, be more... Like, he's a bit of an asshole, basically. Like, there's no other way about it. And people are pointing it out, and he's like, oh my god, I'm so triggered.
Interesting. So, yeah, I fully expect this to amount to nothing. He'll be back. If I had to be honest, I think he's probably just trying to lay low until the heat dies down, and he'll probably be back. So
All he does is report drama, right?
Pretty much.
yeah,
Basically, yeah.
and sometimes he
has
gets it
streams.
fucking wrong, and it ends up
Yeah.
fucking people over.
Yep. A lot of times, actually.
And then sometimes he manufactures news with fucking Basher and like, oh hey, you say this, and then this person will say that, and oh yeah. So yeah, fuck that shit. All right, let's get back to E3. I just noticed that. So, anything else with Ubisoft? South Park.
Yeah.
South Park's
It's gonna be more of the same, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think it's gonna be
I think
pretty
it's
dumb.
more stick of
This
truth. I mean, it's gonna be
time-
fine.
This time they're going to superheroes instead of like wizards. So
Yeah.
that should be fun. I think it'll be
I'm
fun.
gonna see the.
If it was a real time game instead of that fucking, I did not like the combat in Stick of Truth. If it was real time, that would have been dope.
I think real time will be real wonky, right? Especially if they want to keep like that show aesthetic where it's like kind of
Low frame rate.
I don't know. No, I just think it'll
Yeah.
be like really wonky. Like I don't want to see like a repeat of like that fucking South Park game on N64. Like the perspective
dude,
was all
those
weird and
fucking
shit.
South games, yeah. Well,
Chef's Love
they
Shack
didn't
was
do
dope.
like a 2D game, like a 2D action game. They tried it once on the Xbox 360,
I mean-
and it was fucking awful.
Really, I didn't even
I-
know that existed.
Yeah, it was called like Tenderman's Revenge. It was fucking terrible.
Oh,
It might
I
be-
never even heard about it.
It's like probably the worst 360 game I ever played. It
Did
was
you
so
guys
bad.
like Simpsons Hit and Run? Did you play like that kind of?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Awesome.
That game is
was
pretty dope.
awesome.
Like, I mean, did you think they could do something like that? Maybe.
They tried doing that. Like, there's like a South Park game that got canceled on like the original Xbox, and it
yeah.
actually looks kind of cool. But I don't think they do that in this day and age. But maybe. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be 2D and similar to the Stick of Truth.
Yeah, I think it's going to be turn-based.
Yeah.
So I think it's just going to be a continuation. But, yeah, I mean, we'll find out. I fully expect there to be something on that. Because they did the reveal last year. So I mean, it should be getting close. Maybe some sort of Division DLC. Some big expansion.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Yep.
Like
Yeah, probably.
they so wanted the Division to do so well.
It had
Like,
the potential. It had interest. I mean,
mean,
look how many people checked out the beta.
Well, it did well for like a couple of months, then it died.
Yeah.
A couple like days, maybe.
Why? Why did it die so much? Like I skipped it, and I'm okay with having skipped it because it died. But like I wanted
Pretty
it.
much.
I wanted to get it.
As someone,
There's nothing
I
interesting
think
to do
people
end game.
said after you get to level
No.
30, shit gets kind of boring and repetitive.
yeah, there's not
Hmm.
much stuff to do after it. You know, it's okay. Like as a game, it's okay, but it does not have end game. It does not have replayability, and I'd say it's worse than Destiny in that case, like the end game stuff, like the original Destiny.
Because Destiny's still hanging on after all this time. And they're going to
Yeah,
be
I
putting
don't
out an
think it's gonna go
expansion
away.
here in September, so...
Yeah, I think they struggled with the first year enough so that it got to the Taken King or whatever. So I think Destiny will be around for those who like it for the rest of the generation.
Anything else for Ubisoft? Any other predictions, expectations, hopes, dreams, wishes?
No, I just don't.
We're gonna have another dancing segment.
We can have another
Everyone
fucking
dances.
Girlwood Aisha Tyler bullshit, which
Or
I'm
Aisha Taylor.
hashtag Girlwood.
Hashtag I'm such a progressive female gamer.
And memes and stupid shit. Man, that was. She's been bad every year. I mean,
someone was dancing, like someone was did a live performance on the Ubisoft one last year. Yeah,
Oh, it was
it's like,
bad.
why? Just tell us about the game.
Remember that time when Tabasco showed up on the Ubisoft press conference?
Yes.
Oh, that was terrible.
Bad. That was bad.
Phil didn't like it. Phil took him to task for it.
Yeah,
I know. I know how we can appeal to the young people.
That is goofy looking fucking face.
No,
Real mad
just
about
badly
it.
written. Like,
No one will ever beat Mr. Caffeine. No one will
Yeah, that guy
ever
was
beat
great.
Mr. Caffeine. That guy's amazing. I thought he was well good.
Alright. Anything else on Ubisoft? Alright, moving on then. Show closer. Unless you count Nintendo.
Oh, man. No, Nintendo does not have a thing.
They're gonna have the treehouse.
They're just gonna show Zelda. All they're gonna do is show Zelda. So I guess. But...
Alright, then the
The
show
best didn't even have
closer.
the show now.
The reigning undisputed
Oh,
champion
man.
from last year,
Absolutely.
Sony. That is gonna be, and again, this Microsoft, Ubisoft, Sony, June 13th.
We have a Square Enix, don't we?
Square
No.
Enix
Oh, yeah,
was
Square
they had a separate one
Deus
from
Ex.
E3. It's like,
They already showed
Yeah.
it. It was Deus Ex.
oh, they already did it. Oh, okay. Well,
It
Yeah,
was
fuck
not
it.
the real. It wasn't like the real conference.
Yeah, fuck it then.
Okay.
Yeah. Sony.
They're gonna
Horizon
show off.
Zero Dawn.
They're gonna show off the new Destiny DLC as if Destiny's a first-party title. Almost definitely. That's what they've
funny.
always done.
Well,
looking for-
let's be honest.
Yeah.
Xbox definitely got the shaft on fucking like Sony had exclusive weapons, armor, all sorts of
Map.
exclusive content and shit. You know, like, yeah, dude, they definitely went with Sony on this one, and yeah, so I'm not
Made the right
surprised.
decision.
Yeah.
I say we might see some, maybe like a small teaser for God of War 4.
I really don't want them to make another God of War, dude.
Didn't they
That's
say
so
something
dumb.
about that? About
God of War
going
has
to
so
like
much potential.
That's seriously
Norse?
the protagonist.
Wasn't there
God
some
of War
rumor
4.
about God of War going to Norse mythology?
Yeah.
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 I think the head guy for Santa Monica confirmed that there's gonna be God of War 4.
So there you go.
They may change the protagonist though. It may not be
Good.
Kratos.
I want to see more of
Amazing
Horizon.
thing to do.
Yeah,
What?
they might show some more gameplay for
Horizon.
Horizon, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I also want to see more of Nier Automata.
There's that one Hellblade, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna
Made
be like
by,
this.
Ninja Theory.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a fighting game. No, not
You
fighting game. Action adventure game.
What do you guys think about maybe The Last of Us? Do you think maybe that
Two?
might be because there's two
I think that's too
teams at
soon.
Naughty Dog. No, because there's two teams at Naughty Dog. There are two separate teams.
Well,
It's all been working for the past 5 years. It's been a while since Last of Us. It's been
I'm sure Naughty
3,
Dog's
4
gonna show
years.
something.
I
It's
don't
possible.
And,
I don't think so though.
And I think Fazzy's with me on this one, but I really want them to show Crash.
They're not gonna.
Dude,
They're not
They're
going
gonna do
to
new
show
Spyro, new
Remaster
Spyro
of
game.
Crash 1, 2, and 3.
Okay,
not go-
listen,
Guess what?
Serious, they're not going to.
listen. This is what I've been thinking. Oh,
And he gets cut off.
and anyway, all right. So, all right. You shut up. Anyway,
Nah.
what I've been saying. All right, fuck you, Moogle. What I've been thinking is that there might be fuck you. Anyway,
Say it.
fuck you. The thing is, I was thinking about the possibility of there being Crash from Naughty Dog. But
No.
the fact is that Activision still holds the right to Crash Bandicoot.
So then that's
But
Activision's
not
super
gonna
close with
fucking
Sony
happen.
now.
nope. Listen, the thing is, there's recently been some things involving Skylanders. Their new game, Skylanders Imaginators, is coming out. There, a couple of sources have claimed for a Crash starter pack,
Ooh.
PS4 only.
Oh.
So I
That
think
You can
that
play Skylanders all you want.
The thing is,
Yeah, well, no, the thing is, Crash Bandicoot is going to come back, but it's going to be for Skylanders.
Good. Well, you can play it. No one else wants it.
have you guys seen the E3 trailer for Lego Dimensions?
No.
Guess who comes in right at the end?
I've seen that.
Sonic.
Fucking Sonic.
Fucking
Sonic
retarded.
is in Lego Dimensions.
Terrible.
It's such
Oh,
a
jeez.
bad idea.
Oh,
That's the-
absolutely.
Such a bad
Oh
idea.
my, it's bad. Screw that.
Sony Ben's gonna show off the new game called Dead Don't Rise, supposed to be an open world horror game with black comedy.
Really?
So like a
That's-
Medea
yeah.
movie.
It's
Well, no,
Medea.
it's like comedy of it's like
Medea?
comedy of like Dead Rise.
It's gonna have black comedy, Loophole. You love those Medea movies.
Oh yeah, it's real funny. Yeah, they're such a chuckle.
It's a barrel of laughs.
Yeah.
Sucker Punch is probably gonna show off the new game. It's probably gonna be a new IP, infamous or rumored Spider-Man game.
Ooh.
That would be so dope, dude. That would
You
be
just
so
give me Sly
cool.
Cooper 5.
How's
please.
about
No.
how's
Just-
about
don't
something?
re-
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say when you after Sly 4, I don't know why anybody would want to play another Sly Cooper.
Because
Sly
of that
Cooper
goddamn
was-
cliffhanger ending.
Fuck.
I
Exactly.
want an ending to that.
Nah,
I don't care what I don't
Oh,
care
yeah,
what the fuck you want. I
wait,
want an
wait
ending
for the
to
movie.
that.
All right, wait for the
Yeah,
movie.
yeah, that movie that's
The movies
never
would be
gonna
good.
happen.
I'll
Oh
put
yeah,
it on Netflix.
there's rumored that a new Sly Cooper game supposed to come out with a tie-in with the movie just similar to Ratchet and Clank.
Oh well.
I sincerely
Sly
doubt
Cooper
that
1
because
remaster.
all right. Let me put it this way: while the Ratchet and Clank movie was enjoyable to me, it
It was
wasn't
bad.
exactly enjoyable to everyone. It was one of the worst
common
movies. Yeah. So what makes you think that a Sly Cooper
Bad
movie
box
is gonna
office.
come
Like
out?
it tanked too.
Yeah,
Like, tanked
yeah.
and had low budget.
Yeah. So
But-
what I'm saying is, why would a Sly Cooper movie come out?
Shut up, Moogle bitch. Anyways,
Ooh,
for Sly
Mogul
Cooper,
bitch.
That's annoying.
Ooh.
Sly Cooper though, here's the thing: the Ratchet and Clank game sold very well, so they might just make the game and say fuck the movie. They might do that, and they might make that Rainmaker Studios just make the cutscenes. I'm thinking that's what might happen. That might.
Okay, I would be perfectly fine with that. Sly Cooper thing going along the lines of that would be fantastic. I would definitely want to see that at some point.
That'd be cool, but I think they're gonna do something else. I think Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
Something else.
Yeah, something else. Like
And when was the last release? It was a while ago now, wasn't it?
it was 2014.
13.
13.
That's
alright.
Sly 4. It was 2013.
That was
like
2013.
really early 2013.
Well, Sly 4 was made by the other studio. It wasn't made by Sony.
Sanzaru
Yeah, it
Games.
was made by Sanzaru.
It was mediocre at best. So
Yeah, I enjoyed it somewhat.
could have been better. But yeah, Sucker Punch, whatever they're showing, it's gonna be great. 'Cause Sucker Punch is a great dev.
Absolutely.
And I think they're gonna show like a bunch of
we-
new stuff.
Kojima Productions.
I think we might see something on. Oh yeah, Kojima Productions. Yeah,
That's going to be PS4 exclusive, right?
That's what I'm
Yep.
looking forward to.
Yes.
it's supposed to be
That's
coming to
gonna be
PC
cool.
as well.
Really?
So, do you guys think that this character
Yeah.
that they've shown a render of is just going to be like maybe a cameo type character that might show up, or do you reckon there's
What,
actually going to
that
be an
Ludens
IP
guy
based
or
around
whatever?
it? Yeah, like the skull thing, whatever.
Oh,
it is.
that?
There's actually a guy inside of that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a guy.
it's just
So it's a
a
character.
helmet.
It's a
Yeah.
suit.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean it could be. I mean it definitely could be. It would just
You know,
be
that
it'd be
makes me-
weird if I mean yeah, I mean Kojima
I mean, because the thing is, it's not so. Because I mean, like the Kojima Productions logo originally was the Fox logo,
which was
like,
revolving around the
which
one
is
game.
which
yeah.
is in. Yeah, so like it's not
It's not
like
unusual
it's not unusual for it to actually be a game.
to be
And I
loved
think
by
that
anyone.
character looks well cool. I think that character looks
Shut up.
fucking awesome.
Yeah.
And that makes me think that this new game may be like Zone of the Enders.
I doubt that.
I
It's
think it
supposed
have
to be
an
a horror
audience.
game.
It'll be an action. It'll be an action.
Yeah, it seems like it'd be the
Fine.
opposite of a stealth game. It seems like it'd be more of like a fucking fast-paced action game, you know?
Yeah.
Zone of the Enders.
But it's not
possible.
gonna be like mechs.
He's
No,
in
yeah,
a
maybe
mech.
not
Well,
mech.
he's basically in a mech though. He's in a mech suit.
But it's
Yeah.
not like
As in
Zone of the
they're
Enders
like
like
a-
He's
super,
like Diva.
slim.
Whatever.
But Zone of the Enders like slim mechs that are like super fast.
Oh,
and
he's a
shit.
slim
This
thick?
he's bulky.
He's slim thick instead, right?
Yeah, he's
Ah,
bulky.
alright.
It's not gonna be Zone of the Enders. I
Real
don't think it's gonna be
slim.
like that.
Yeah.
No, it's not
it's
going
a
to
cool
be
game.
That's Konami's thing, I think.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
Konami's thing. So I don't think it's gonna be just like that.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think it'll be different, like a brand new thing.
I don't know. We'll see if it's.
I think they'll probably show more of Detroit Become Human.
Oh, great! Yeah, that's what everyone
that.
fucking wants.
What's wrong with-
Detroit.
What's wrong with that?
Fucking David Cage.
Torres lives in Detroit. It's an
bullshit
important
ass.
game for him. It's a,
Fuck
it's,
that.
it's a victory for
Fucking
Detroit.
Detroit. That game is not Detroit. It's an insult. Listen,
Oh, come on.
this fucking piece of shit.
Oh.
David Cage is this bald ass penis looking motherfucker.
Oh.
This asshole. I hate. Fuck David Cage.
You don't like
so
the guy. All right, we get it. You
no,
don't like
he
David
looks like a
Cage.
fucking uncircumcised dick.
So he
all
can't
right?
make any good games.
He can't. Heavy Rain was fucking overrated as shit, and Beyond Two Souls, I don't even need to say anything about that.
That was just bad.
That was just bad. Detroit is like the most pretentious ass looking thing ever. That is not Detroit.
Okay, but
That
let's
is-
be honest here. Heavy Rain was kind of a showcase type of game for the PS3,
Graphic.
right?
For graphics,
And it still was halfway decent, right? Look at other showcase type games and tell me that those actually panned out, like Rise, Son of Rome, or Order 1886.
Order 1886 looked really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. But yeah, the
Like, it's
showcase-
a showcase game. Those generally aren't that great. And Heavy Rain was at least somewhat memorable. And I mean, it's whatever. It was a showcase game. Beyond Two Souls, yeah, there's no excuse for that. But
Nah, it wasn't
come
even a
on,
showcase
I
for
consider that
status.
1 out of 2 suck. Come on, give him a chase. 50-50.
He's pretentious.
Okay, that's fine. But
And this,
sometimes
this looks okay, but this
but
looks
good
the same
artists
as
are generally
Souls.
like, a lot of talented people are like fucked up or flawed in some way. Like
But his flaws are really apparent. Like just
wow.
blatant.
Let's see the game first, right?
But they showed the game.
No.
They
I
showed
mean the full
yes.
the final product. Let's see the final product before we can say the game sucks or whatever. I
Alright.
think it's interesting. I'm
I
fine
heard
with it.
rumor that he's not writing it, but directing it. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
good. Thank God.
What do you guys think about that new Media Molecule game? Like Dreams.
Dreams.
Yeah.
I think it might be too complex for people to make, like just a normal person, because like it looked cool. Like it was a cool technical thing, but for the average people, like,
Do you
It's
think
not-
there'll be like an announcement for like PlayStation VR like use?
maybe. I do think we're gonna see some VR stuff at E3. I think that's gonna be a given.
You know
Yeah,
what?
no.
I mean, surely they're going to announce some sort of flagship titles for PlayStation VR, as in like announcements and like some sort of roadmap, maybe.
A lot of the yeah. I mean, unfortunately with VR right now and the stage it's at, a lot of these things are more like, I don't want to say tech demos, but they're very, you know what I mean? Like they're not AAA
All the
titles
kinks
or
haven't been
fully
worked out.
developed.
not only
Yeah.
that, but a lot of these games are very basic, very
One-dimensional.
yeah, they're sort of in beta, I guess you could say, yeah, I'd like to see some fully fleshed out games, maybe some popular
Kojima said he's gonna make
franchises.
one.
Yeah.
The best example that
Yeah.
I've seen of VR so far is still the Half-Life 2 VR kind of demo thing. I don't
Really.
know if you've seen that.
I haven't
It
seen
looks fantastic.
Yeah.
If that was a full game, oh my god!
Hmm.
Like
So it's just it's the graphical engine of Half-Life 2.
Yeah, Half-Life 2, completely different, but it's all like VR, and you use like the guys at the time were using like the Razer controllers. That it was almost like the Vive controllers now.
Okay.
But yeah, it looks seriously like the shit. Like
Yeah.
that's my like hope for what VR is. Like eventually, I'm hoping like in like maybe a few years, something like that.
Yeah.
Now, what we need to keep our eye out on, and this is definitely something we'll have to keep track of, and that is going to be the loophole flub of the year. Now, last year,
What?
if you remember, ladies and gentlemen, it was Doom. Mr. Lippy here just shat all over Doom. Oh,
It
sucks.
looked way
Don't
different
like
than
it.
okay. It looked way different than it did. now.
It did.
Dark Souls
Said
3.
said suckaroos and shit. Oh, don't like it. Not gonna play. You even said you're not gonna be declared, Lapo. That you're not even gonna play it. So
Way different.
what are we thinking here? What's gonna be the loophole flub of the year? Now, obviously, we're gonna keep track of it. We're gonna see like what
Oh.
loophole shat on, and then we're gonna see what it ends up being. But any early favorites? Are we looking at the Detroit game? That might be the flub.
God, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's gonna be mediocre. That's gonna be like 60.
No, not
That's
that.
gonna be like 60s in the Metacritic.
Maybe Watch Dogs 2. Ooh, what you see? You're
No,
going
it's not.
strong. You're going
No.
strong on two different games that have potential.
Watch Dogs 2. No.
Fuck what? So Watch Dogs 2?
Which
Which one's gonna be worse, Detroit or Watch Dogs 2?
Detroit? Without a doubt, Detroit.
Really?
Without a hesitation, yeah.
Okay.
Watch Dogs 2 is probably going to be slightly better than the first one, but I don't think it's going to be
that's
that-
it.
but
Slightly better. All right. What do you give
slightly
Watch
better.
Dogs? What do you give Watch Dogs 1 out of 10?
A 5.
A 5. All right. So you're saying this is gonna be like a 6?
I think, for me, a 5.
Wow.
I bet some people probably
I
gonna give
think
it
it might
8s and
be,
7s. It'll be like in the 7s and 8s.
Mm.
It just doesn't look that much improved at all. It looks like the same kind of thing. And as someone who's been to San Francisco, that did not look like San Francisco. It was really just poor. Because there's like one homeless person. And if you've ever been to San Francisco, that place is just filled to the brim with
Wait, for
homeless
what
people.
game? For
Watch Dogs 2. Yeah, San Francisco.
I mean, I don't think they're exactly gonna showcase the homeless people in the trailer. No.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. Ubisoft.
That's what you're looking for. That's what you're looking
It's
for in a fucking trailer, is to
realistic,
see if there's homeless
realistic.
people or not.
No, realistic, because San Francisco literally is like,
Dude.
there's so many homeless people in San Francisco. It's unbelievable. They're gonna romanticize the shit out of it.
Come on.
Romanticize the shit out of it. It's gonna
Loophole.
be like,
That is the
hundreds
dumbest
of
complaint I've ever heard. We
no, I'm
haven't
not
even
saying
had
it's
the
gonna make
game
no,
yet.
I'm not
though.
saying no, but the thing is though, it's gonna make for me, I'm like, oh, I've never been to Chicago. I've been to New York once. So all these games that take place in all these other cities and stuff, like I don't know as well, so I'll just take it for granted.
Okay.
I'm close to San Francisco. I've been there multiple, many times.
Okay,
Looked
I'm sure
nothing
you
like-
have. I'm sure you have.
It's a shit place. It's a hellhole. It's bad. I hate San
Don't
Francisco.
forget, this is the same guy that dislikes The Witcher 3.
It's so boring.
So this is gonna be Loophole's review. 6 out of 10. Not enough homeless people.
No, but here's the thing: the world isn't believable. It's static. It's just boring.
How do you know that?
Because I've said what they showed. There's like I looked
It's a
on.
trailer. It's a trailer. No, it's
It was a
gonna be the-
trailer,
You
but it's
can't
gonna be
show
better.
everything in a trailer.
No. Look, you know what? I think Shenmue 3 is gonna be shit.
Nah.
Because they've only
What
shown
if
like the guy
Yeah,
and the girl.
there's not enough. There's not enough
Shit.
homeless people.
It's gonna be
Nah.
a dating sim.
Yeah,
That's what it's gonna.
that's what it's gonna be.
So we-
That game is garbage.
Press X
I
to-
give it 3 out of
Press
10.
X to thrust. Yeah.
Nah.
It's real good. It's gonna be like the hot coffee mod, the game. That's it. That's all Shenmue's gonna be. It's just gonna be hot coffee. It's gonna be hot tea.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure some people will like Watch Dogs 2 more. Say, "Oh, this is so much better." Than I just
I'm
don't
gonna like
think
it.
it.
I'm
it looked-
hoping to like
From
it.
all the mechanics that they showed, it does not look like a big improvement. That was just one thing I wanted to mention because I've been to San Francisco. That's
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say a game's gonna be bad with homeless people. I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not that super nitpicky.
Oh yeah. So
I'm
the
not
so what
that
you're
bad.
saying is the
No.
homeless person mechanic isn't fully fleshed
No,
out
no,
yet.
no, no. I'm just saying it doesn't feel like San Francisco.
Oh,
It feels like it could be any other city.
Did you
Which is
think
why-
there's enough trash on the ground to feel like San Francisco, or do you
Oh,
feel
absolutely not. San
there's-
Francisco is trashy. San Francisco sucks.
Do you feel like
That's-
there's enough dandelions off in the distance for it to be San Francisco? The amount of foliage, did you feel it was appropriate? I mean, there's definitely like a 7% squirrel rate, and I didn't see 7% of squirrels out there. Not the reticulated kind, at least. I think that's bullshit. It takes me out of the immersion, man.
The thing is, there's one homeless person and it's the whole city. But again, I'm not.
So
that's
you
not-
saw one, and you're still
There
not
was
satisfied.
one. There was one.
Jesus
There
Christ.
was one.
Yeah.
I said one.
Yeah. I said,
but
well, how
that's-
many,
that's
how
not
many
why
were there,
I-
Lupo? How many were
Yeah.
there? I didn't hear you.
That's not that. This is why I don't think. That's not why I think Watch Dogs 2 is going to be mediocre or just average.
Okay.
I just think it's going to be average because I don't think that the mechanics that they showed in that gameplay trailer, which they spent 20 minutes rambling on about, I don't think that's as big a big improvement over Watch Dogs 1. And the general just like graphical fidelity things looks the same as Watch Dogs 1, which did not impress me. And I just
It
think it's
doesn't
going
look
to
the
be
same. Looks better.
Eh.
Barely, but I just don't think Watch Dogs 2. But yeah, when you're comparing Detroit to Watch Dogs, Detroit is gonna be. Oh
Yeah. Do you think there's gonna be enough homeless people in that one?
no, because that shit. They're like, oh, Detroit is so great and so awesome. Look how pristine and nice it is.
Yeah, real nice.
That's not Detroit.
It's a video game, though.
It's
Like,
bad.
ah, come on. You can't always expect them to keep it like completely faithful to the area,
What's
you
that?
know?
Yeah.
Did you think Infamous? Did you think Infamous Second Son did a decent
Oh,
job on
absolutely.
Seattle?
That game does Seattle so well. It actually did Seattle really well.
Was there? Did you see Phil? Off in the
Well,
distance?
it's Seattle, not Renton.
Well, I mean, the way Phil tells it, he lives in Seattle.
Lives near
It's
Seattle.
right outside Seattle. You should have been able to climb
Near
to the
Seattle.
top of the needle
I say
and
I
look
live
out
in
there.
Sacramento, but I'm not really technically in Sacramento.
Sacktown?
Sacktown, yeah.
All right, well,
Sacktown.
anything else on Sony so that we can get out of here for tonight?
One quick thing.
Uh,
It's gonna be really, really, really hard to top last year.
Really, really?
Almost,
really?
I'd say nigh on impossible.
I'm going to say that as well. Not just because of Shenmue 3 there, Loophole. I'm going to say
No.
that there aren't as many surprises to come out with. You know, the Kojima one would probably be the biggest surprise to pull out, if not possibly a
Half-Life 3?
Sucker Punch game like you guys were saying. Yeah.
I think if they announce a Last Guardian release date, I think like majority of Sony fanboys will like collectively ejaculate
That's true.
like all over everyone.
Oh, what about that one game, Neo? Isn't there going to be any more progress on that game?
I think any hype is back for that. Most
I
of
don't
it.
know.
There's an alpha for it, and most people played it. And I'm like, eh.
Yeah, it was alright.
I enjoyed the
It was
album.
all right. It was all right, but people know exactly what's going to be now, pretty much.
No, Team Ninja is actually going to change a lot of stuff in that.
Yeah,
They
it's
took
fine.
feedback from the alpha, and
I mean, I
they're going-
assume it's an alpha, so I assume like they were actually testing the gameplay mechanics and seeing how people reacted to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like,
said they're going to change like enemy behavior, stuff about the durability for weapons, bosses, and all that shit.
All right. Is
They
there
might
any...
show
Go ahead, Mr. Torres.
more Nino Kuni 2 and maybe probably a release date for Gravity Rush 2.
Sure.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Nino Kuni, yeah, Nino Kuni 2. Studio
man.
Ghibli aren't involved in that, are they?
No.
It's just five. What are they called?
They made Dark Cloud. Oh my god.
I don't know.
It's gonna
But
drive-
anyway, yeah, Studio Ghibli aren't involved in that this time. So
Yeah, level 5.
level 5, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, but I don't care. Nino Kuni 1 was like one of the best PS3 games. It was a great game. But yeah, so I'm excited for Nino Kuni 2.
Alright. So is there anything else on E3 in general, Sony, anything we missed, anything we didn't get to talk about on this almost 5.5 hour podcast?
Yeah, so is it pretty much confirmed that we're going to do reactions?
As long as we can be here, then yes.
I'll be there.
I'm down to be there.
Yeah.
Anybody else down to be there? Mr. Bagel? Mr. Pickle?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Alright, he'll be there. Mr. Fezzi?
Yee.
Mr. Kaz?
Yep.
Mr. Turs?
What time does the first one start again?
Turrets.
1 p.m. PST and 4 p.m. EST.
All right, here's the schedule. We got
Yeah.
EA is going to be 3:30 Eastern on June 12th. Bethesda 9:30 Eastern, same day. And then June 13th is going to be the big one. That's going to be noon Eastern for Microsoft, 3:20 Eastern. Yep, that's going to be at high noon too. Look at that. 3:20 Eastern for Ubisoft and 8:20 Eastern for Sony. So 2 days.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I can do it.
Yeah. And then someone
Fred.
said,
So,
what?
You said that the EA press conference was boring. You should have watched the PC gaming on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Years.
Apparently there is like a PC conference this year, but it's like an hour right before Ubisoft, and it's only an hour. So I don't think they have anything.
why didn't they squeeze it in? They might show some
card.
aftermarket cards for the 1080 and the 1070.
That's not interesting.
To me, it is. I want to see. I want to see
I
the manufacturer variants.
Yes.
And I think Phil Spencer will announce some more games coming to PC on the PC Gaming Conference because that's what he did last year.
Really?
Yeah, there might be a few games.
Yeah, he
from
did show off Killer
Xbox.
Instinct,
Yeah, there might be
Yeah.
a few Xbox games getting cross-platform. Maybe that's where we'll see Halo 5 loophole for the
Halo
P-Sizzle. So,
Okay.
all
Oh,
right.
and someone mentioned Nintendo. They don't. I mean, maybe if we're all super jacked for Zelda, but I don't know, man. It's just gonna be Zelda footage.
I honestly don't give a fuck about
It's gonna be
Nintendo
good.
right now.
Now, the one thing we have to get out of the way, I don't think we'll be able to do it here on Hitbox. I think we'll have to do it on Twitch. So we do have that Twitch account that we have largely not used. So that that's probably going to be the place to go. And it's twitch.tv/The Sons of Kojima, because some rascal has Sons of Kojima. Probably Hollywood Kojima. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know where that account went. But yeah. The Sons of Kojima. The
Right there.
Sons of Kojima. Yeah, look at that. The Sons of Kojima. All right, so, like I said, we need to get out of here for tonight. Basically 5.5 fucking hours. Is there anything that we need to cover before we go? All right, so, first of all, before we do our sign-offs, for all of those people that submitted to the viewer submitted doc, obviously we didn't get to the majority of it. We had, obviously a long form interview with these two whippersnaps, a surprise appearance from the Flip Flop Lord himself, and so we'll try to roll these over to next week and cover things that we missed if they are so important. Luckily, Phil really didn't do anything, so there wasn't anything that we neglected to cover or anything else like that. So, our apologies to people that submitted to the doc that didn't get your question answered. Please don't get discouraged. We just, we had our interview segment, I guess you could call it. With we had our shooting the shit with Hazz3r Beechey, but we had a surprise by Mr. Flip Flop Lord. So. That went a little longer than we anticipated, expected, and planned for. So, our sincerest apologies for not covering the doc like we usually do every week. So, please continue to submit, and we will continue to cover those. All right, let's do our sign-offs. Mr. Fazfuck, where can we find you? What have you been up to?
Well, you can find my Twitter at TTSBB1. You can find my YouTube at Freddy Fazfuck, and you can find my Twitch. That is also TTSBB1, where you can find me streaming Overwatch at some point.
You can find him on a 1920s baseball broadcast. Jesus fucking Christ. That was a home run, Fezzy. All right, we got the Scorpion King. I like that. That's pretty good. The Scorpion King himself, Big Kaz, 7 feet tall. Can't teach that.
I actually do like the Scorpion King thing. You can find me on Twitter at Kaz, SOK, and send me all of your Umaru-chan pictures at TIHYDP, please.
Yep. No, wait, no, don't do that.
Definitely do.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yep.
I'm editing that. Nap. That's the luxury of editing these.
Umaru-chan.
Nap.
Absolute.
Editing that out. I'm actually gonna be like, submit it to someone crutch. So, anyways, Mr. Turres. Mr. Turtles?
You can find me at Twitter at AmazingArtist89. What I'm currently doing is a bunch of drawing requests. You can ask me for anything and I'll draw it. But if it's anything DSP related, I'm not charging you for that because I do not want to profit off anything DSP related. So request me anything you want and I'll draw it.
Pro tip, ask them for half fill, half what you want, and then just crop out the fill part. And then
half the track.
There you go. Just color over it. Just have to be all right, I want you to draw a dragon with pants, right? But I want you to put Phil's face on the pants. And then just color over the pants. See what I mean? Then you get what you want. Look at that.
Cheating the system.
Yeah.
If it was that, I probably still wouldn't charge you.
Aww.
Very nice.
I mean, I don't want to charge for anything Phil related because I don't want to profit on anything Phil related. It has to be something.
God damn it, Dragon Killer.
Son of a bitch. Nap.
What do you do?
That's it.
Oh, motherfucker.
It's gone. Yeah.
It's
Yay!
It's gone. I vanquished it. Beautiful.
Hey.
That's cool that I could do that to a mod. That's nice. How do you... All right, there we go. Cool. Awesome. All right, so anyways, yeah, I definitely, I mean, the artwork you're looking at, the channel art here, done by Mr. TheAireaidLord, is almost everything that we do in terms of a drawing, anything that we showcase that's been hand-drawn by Mr. TheAireaidLord here, so I can personally vouch for the quality of his art. You can see it yourself. He takes the time to do it. So, yeah, he definitely, TheAireaidLord, you deserve to, you know, to have people consume your art, and you deserve to get paid for it. But not by us. We don't owe you anything, all right?
Okay.
So, anyways, yeah, check out TheAireaidLord.
If I had time, I would make one for E3, but
Wait, don't we have them already? Right?
didn't Pixel Bus
The old, like their old ones.
Oh, the old
yeah.
ones? Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
could reuse
Oh,
those, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
Same
people
shit.
want to make cool ones, you know, I mean, yeah.
Hey.
Not saying
That's
that
right.
we had asked for it or anything, but I mean, if people just feel so inclined to do it, Loophole would really appreciate it. So,
I would really, really like that. It'd
Yeah.
be so nice.
and Hazz3r would really like it too, wouldn't you, Hazz3r?
I would love it.
See, look at
Please.
Yeah. Slip him a 5. All right, so yeah, definitely check out Mr. TheAireaidLord. Check out his art and shit. Very nice, and I'm very happy to see that you're, you know, taking it to the next level. So awesome, man. Kudos to you.
oh my god.
Mr. Lipple.
Oh shit! You can find me.
Jesus, what, who
Twitter.
did you think was next? Like, oh, I'm just gonna chug down this fucking soda. Maybe I hope he doesn't call on me. I feel like I'm your teacher, dude. What the hell was that?
The fuck? I'm not fapping. All right, so you can find me everywhere on the internet. Loophole 572.
Including on Rule 34 and shit.
Pornhub,
Yeah.
YouPorn, all
Ashley
of them.
Madison,
Kelly Blue Book, all of them.
American Grizzly.
Plenty of fish.
MySpace.
MySpace. yeah.
ErectileDysfunction.com.
I go by a different name with that.
FarmersOnly.com.
Oh yeah. Because,
You don't have to be lonely at FarmersOnly.com.
Because Loophole is a very lonely man.
Ooh.
Find me on Tinder, Loophole 572.
Aw, shit. Hit him on the snap.
Okay then.
Anywhere else?
I'm
Loophole?
done.
Oh, okay. So just find him everywhere. Loophole 572. Gotcha.
Just find me everywhere.
Check him out on E-Bombs World too. All right, the streaming.
don't do that.
The streaming extraordinaire, Mr. Pickle.
You can find me on YouTube under Moogle Fantasy. I might start streaming on there a little bit more. You can also find me on Twitch under Moogle Master 102, and you can also find me on Twitter under Mog Fantasy. I might do more Overwatch streams and do other things. I want to get back into streaming again now that I have more free time on my hands. So.
Cool. Our two esteemed guests, Mr. Hazz3r.
Hey, you can find me if you want to talk shit on Twitter at Hazz3r with a 3 instead of an E because I'm cool like that.
Because he's 12.
I'm because I'm 12 basically. Basically because I'm 12.
He's actually 3.
Funny.
He's actually Tree.
But yeah, come chat shit with me whenever you want. It's fun.
Very nice. Mr. Beechey.
Find me on Twitter at Matt Beechey with no 3s because I'm not 12.
You could have done 3 of them too.
I could have, yeah, that's right. God, I'm really tired.
Dying. I'm
Yeah,
dying.
I've just been sat here listening for like the last hour.
Well,
No, it's 5:30 in the morning.
Well,
Yeah.
Thank you guys, 2 of you. Thank you so much for staying up with us. We very much appreciate
That's
it.
fine.
Beechy, I know it was super short notice for you, so thank you
Yeah.
very much for coming. Mr. Hazz3r, as always, a pleasure to have you. And yeah, if you two want to come on sometime in the future, we would be more than happy to have you guys. If you want to do Let's Endures or whatever, if you want to do something with us, let us know. More than happy to have you guys, but especially want to thank you tonight for, like I said, staying up. The sun is probably going to be coming up pretty soon for you guys. So
it's already up.
It's already up. Yeah, it's already up.
thank you so much for coming on with us tonight, spending so much time with us. To the viewers at home, oh wait, I got to do my plugs. At TIHYDP, the acronym for this is how you do prepare your outro. You can also find me on YouTube, Fred Fucks, on 2 different channels. You know the deal. No content on them, so I don't know. You can go to them if you want to, but most likely you're going to see content from us on the Sons of Kojima channel. That is Sons of Kojima on YouTube. You can type in Sons of Kojima. Don't type in SOK because you're going to find like weird fucking like Japanese stuff. I don't know what the fuck that is. And you can type in SoKast, SoKast 85, whatever. If you are on YouTube and you want to get in on the live stream racket, if you want to get on the chat and possibly be modded for like a whole episode and post bullshit, then show up over on hitbox.tv/Sons of Kojima every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern. And if you like Endures, we do those on Sundays. Most likely around 7 p.m. Eastern if we feel like doing them, or if we can do them, or if we want to do them. Be on the lookout for the E3 coverage. The E3 coverage is going to start on June 12th at 3:30 p.m. Eastern with the EA press conference. It's going to continue 9:30 Eastern in Bethesda, and then we'll start again June 13th at high noon for Microsoft, and then Ubisoft, Sony. So be on the lookout for that, June 12th and 13th for E3. And like I said again, thank you guys very, very much. Thank you so much for tuning in this week, last week, next week, every week. Thank you for the viewer-submitted topics. Thank you for all your tweets, your twerps, anything you've ever done, supporting us. If you said negative things about us, cool too, whatever. No hard feelings. We love you. Go fuck yourselves. Good night.
See ya.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Google sucks on the show like usual.
Too bad I fucking cut the stream off before you did that.
Too bad I got that on my backup recording.